starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 tells Manu of Kizuna that his brother's hatred is not deep enough. It is indeed strange that Hazuki Sujetsu appears here. At the beginning, Hazuki Sujetsu's brother Hazuki Maingetsu surrendered to Uehara Naraku. Before he defected to the Hidden Mist Village, he told Terumi Mei that he was going to be a spy for Akatsuki, so he entrusted his brother Hazuki Sujetsu to Terumi Mei to take care of. In the past few years, Hazuki Maingetsu has also delivered some important news. Although it was all instructed by Uehara Naraku, it did benefit the Hidden Mist Village a little bit. In the heart of Terumi Mei, Hazuki Maingetsu's status and importance should be very high, and she will definitely take good care of Hazuki Maingetsu's brother. Any higher level officials in the Hidden Mist Village with a little political IQ will not let Hazuki Sujetsu be in danger, let alone Terumi Mei, a woman who is very likely to succeed the 5th generation Mizukage. Hazuki Sujetsu is the hostage and bond of Hazuki Maingetsu. If Hazuki Sujetsu encounters an accident, it directly means that the Hidden Mist Village will completely lose a powerful Jonin and 4 ninja swords, and most importantly, Terumi Mei will completely lose Hazuki Maingetsu as a source of information. Just when Uehara Naraku was surprised, Kabuto Yakashi's answer made him confused. Hazuki took the initiative to surrender to Lord Orochimaru not long ago. He wanted to get power from Lord Orochimaru and then kill his brother. Uehara Naraku was a little confused. Hazuki got the script of his brother Uchiha Itachi, so Hazuki also got the script of his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Is it destined that this ninja world will have a pair of brothers involved with Orochimaru? It's outrageous. Kabuto Yakashi glanced at Sujetsu Hazuki, who was sleeping in the petri dish, and explained in a low voice. In addition, Sujetsu Hazuki also made a bold statement and put forward a condition. He wanted Orochimaru to rescue a female ninja named Ringo Uehara. So is Sujetsu Hazuki in love? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, and his smile suddenly stopped. He frowned and said, "Wait, why does this Ringo Uehara sound familiar to me?" Kabuto Yakashi nodded and said softly, "She is a talented ninja who has appeared in the Hidden Mist Village recently. Because she found the lost Thunderblade, Fang of the Hidden Mist Village last year, and was recognized by the Thunderblade. Ringo Uehara also became the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen." After Kabuto Yakashi explained the origins of Ringo Uehara, he looked at Sujetsu Hazuki again and continued softly, "According to Sujetsu Hazuki, Ringo Uehara now has a rare disease, and no one in the entire Hidden Mist Village can save her. Many people died of illness in the Land of Water." Uehara Naraku touched his chin, turned to look at Kabuto Yakashi and asked, "Where is Ringo Uehara now? She's not in this base too, is she?" "No." Kabuto Yakashi shook his head and looked at Sujetsu Hazuki with emotion. "Ringo Uehara should be in the hospital in the Hidden Mist Village." Sujetsu Hazuki seems to be very loyal. He has a good relationship with Ringo Uehara, and he has never thought of seizing Ringo Uehara's ninja sword. Kabuto Yakashi looked at Sujetsu Hazuki, sighed and said, "I have chatted with Sujetsu Hazuki several times. He once mentioned that, if Ringo Uehara died, Sujetsu Hazuki would not take her ninja sword away. He would bury the only ninja sword in the Hidden Mist Village, the Thunder Sword Jib, as her burial object. Perhaps it was to stimulate Ringo Uehara's desire to survive. Sujetsu Hazuki is actually not very courageous and his intelligence is not very high. Even this kid is a bit greedy, but he can give up a ninja sword like Reitouya for his friend. If Ringo Uehara died, and Hazuki, the only ninja in the Hidden Mist Village who could use this ninja sword, gave up inheriting the ninja sword, then Reitouya might be buried in the dust. Hazuki, who seems to have low intelligence, should want to use his own way to motivate his friends to live. What a fool." Uehara Naraku stroked the petri dish, observing the sleeping Hazuki Sujetsu inside, and whispered, "How could Orochimaru cure your friend?" "Yes." Yakashi Kabuto pushed his glasses with embarrassment on his face, and said a little embarrassedly, "Not only did Lord Orochimaru not agree to his request, but he imprisoned him here as a material for studying the secret art of water transformation. What a sin. Uehara Naraku's face became a little indignant, and there was obviously a hint of anger in his voice. Humph, Orochimaru, that guy even deceived a child as honest as Hazuki Sujetsu. Yakashi Kabuto was silent. Yakashi Kabuto didn't want to take up Uehara Naraku's topic. If it weren't for the new boss Uehara Naraku who deceived Orochimaru too many times, causing Orochimaru to learn bad things, and not bother to maintain his credibility, how could Hazuki Sujetsu become the next victim of deception? Who is the root cause of Orochimaru's deception? Doesn't Lord Uehara Naraku have any idea in his mind? It is estimated that even Uehara Naraku himself cannot figure out how many times he has deceived Orochimaru. Yakashi Kabuto sighed, and finally asked helplessly, what does Lord Naraku want to do? Let him go first. Uehara Naraku punched the petri dish, and said in a deep voice, after all, Hazuki Sujetsu is a reserve member under my command. I can't let him be locked up in a secret base without light. I must let him go back, and experience it well. Crash. When the petri dish was broken in an instant, the sleeping Hazuki Sujetsu in it had already awakened. His eyes suddenly opened, revealing his shark-toothed smile. The next moment, the water in the petri dish suddenly splashed out. Hazuki Sujetsu instantly used the water splash secret technique, and his figure instantly turned into a ball of water waves, diving into the splashing water. This is the opportunity to hide your body and escape from here. How rude. Karen growled, and 2 golden chains extended from her back. They were the Uzumaki clan's innate sealing technique, the diamond seal. The 2 golden chains seeped into the water, swept Hazuki Mainjutsu out of the waves, and threw him hard in front of Uehara Naraku. Karen stood behind Uehara Naraku and Yakashi Kabuto, pushed up her high power glasses, and looked very handsome. Before you leave, at least pay a visit to Lord Naraku who saved you. Hazuki Sujetsu rolled his eyes, and looked at the 3 people in front of him, and finally his gaze stopped on Uehara Naraku in the middle. Who are you? I'm just the one who drove Orochimaru away. Uehara Naraku crouched down with a smile on his face, eagerly helped Hazuki Sujetsu up, and patted him on the shoulder gently. Little guy, it was my subordinates who were so rude. If I knew you were imprisoned in Orochimaru's base, I would have come to rescue you sooner. You. Hazuki Sujetsu was a little uncomfortable with Uehara Naraku's enthusiasm, and his expression was a little surprised. Who are you? Do you know me? I'm an old friend of Lord Terumi Mei. Uehara Naraku smiled at Hazuki Sujetsu, as if they were all family. Obviously, he couldn't mention Hazuki Mainjutsu at this time, so he could only mention Terumi Mei. Uehara Naraku looked at Hazuki Sujetsu, who was still somewhat vigilant, and chuckled. Forget it, go back to the Hidden Mist Village, as soon as possible. Don't doubt my identity. If you have any doubts, you can ask Her Excellency Terumi Mei for confirmation. Are you really that woman's friend? Hazuki Sujetsu's eyes were still full of doubts. But since this guy named Naraku in front of him was willing to let him go, he certainly couldn't miss this opportunity. Hazuki Sujetsu didn't want to stay in this dark place at all. Seeing that Uehara Naraku didn't say anything to stop him, he immediately turned around and jumped a few times and left the base. Uehara Naraku watched Hazuki leave, but the smile on his lips became more and more weird. Leaving now? How rude. Yakashi Kabuto bowed his head respectfully beside him and asked softly, Sir Naraku, do you need me to chase him back? Karen's face flushed with a suspicious blush, and she said in a big way, no need, Lord Kabuto, I can go. No need. Uehara Naraku shook his head, stopping their thoughts, and just continued. Tell Hazuki Mainjutsu that his brother Hazuki's hatred is not deep enough, and his strength is not strong enough. Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth. Let Hazuki Mainjutsu go back to the Hidden Mist Village, teach his brother a lesson, and then bring back Ringo Airi and the Thunder Sword. Yakashi Kabuto. Karen. Let's not talk about bullying Hazuki first. If the 2 of them remembered correctly, Ringo Airi, the owner of the 2nd generation of Thunder Sword, should be the last of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village, right? You are trying to drain the blood of the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 202. Is Lord Uehara also an undercover agent? There are only 4 people in the 2nd generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village. Hashigaki Kisame, Momochi's abuser, Hazuki Mainjutsu and Ringo Airi. Among them, Ringo Aoyori happened to be the last one to become the 7 ninja swordsman, and the thunder sword in her hand was also the last of the 7 ninja swords that Uehara Naraku needed to defeat. Since he got her news here, Uehara naturally couldn't miss it. In addition to wanting to complete the task, he also wanted to win over Ringo Aoyori to join the Akatsuki organization. What's more, this is also mutually beneficial. In addition to Uehara Naraku, it is estimated that no one can cure Ringo Aoyori's illness. Under the leadership of Kabuto Yakushi, Uehara Naraku and Karen visited Orochimaru's northern base. They didn't stay for long and returned to the Hidden Rain village. Originally, Uehara Naraku wanted to take back JGO, who was imprisoned in the northern base, but Kabuto Yakushi still needed the natural energy in JGO to increase his probability of practicing the Sage mode, so he had to give up. After returning to the Hidden Rain village, Karen immediately rushed to the Akatsuki base and conveyed Uehara Naraku's order in the rescue of Hazuki Maingetsu to Hazuki Maingetsu. After receiving the news about his brother, Hazuki Maingetsu did not hesitate and hurried back to the Hidden Mist village. It was a dark and windy night. The Hidden Mist village was still shrouded in fog. Terumi Mei was sitting in the Mizukage's office. After temporarily taking over the position of Mizukage, her daily routine gradually became a little irregular. Terumi Mei has been a little upset recently. Not long ago, Hazuki Maingetsu's brother Hazuki Maingetsu left the village for 2 months without permission and was almost put on the wanted list of traitors. She took great pains to settle the matter. A few days ago, Hazuki Maingetsu finally came back. But the first thing this kid did after coming back made Terumi Mei furious. He actually asked her if she knew an old lover named Naraku. This kid is getting harder and harder to discipline as he grows up. Just as Terumi rubbed her temples with a headache, a string of water splashes suddenly slipped in from the crack of the Mizukage's office door and appeared on Terumi's desk upstream. This precision operation is definitely not something that ordinary water-style ninjas can do. So far, only the guy Maingetsu Kizuki can use this method to pass messages. Terumi looked down at the group of water splashes on the desk and gradually formed a thumb-sized human figure. The little waterman said to Terumi, "Senior, I learned about Mizuka's recent situation from Lord Naraku, and also learned that Ringo Aoyori is seriously ill, so I came back to take her away for treatment. I will send her to a powerful medical ninja and let her come back after she recovers." After the little waterman finished speaking, he immediately turned into a group of water splashes, and it was obvious that the chakra in it had been exhausted. Just as Terumi was about to rush to the Kirigakure hospital after hearing this, a shrill cry resounded throughout the Kirigakure village. "Manzuki Hazuki, I will kill you sooner or later." It sounded like that voice was Manzuki Hazuki's younger brother, Sujetsu Hazuki. Terumi's face suddenly changed, and she hurried to the direction where the voice came from, but she only saw Sujetsu Hazuki, who was covered in scars. The 14-year-old boy was screaming desperately at a tall building. Just now, Manzuki Hazuki sneaked into the Kirigakure hospital, attacked the seriously ill Ringo Aoyori and captured her, and defeated his younger brother Sujetsu Hazuki. After doing all this, Manzuki Hazuki did not leave. Now Manzuki Hazuki is still standing on that tall building. He was holding the seriously ill Ringo Aoyori in his hands, looking down at his desperate brother on the ground, and said indifferently, "You are still so stupid, Mizuki. The Hazuki clan has always only seen 7 ninja swords. I thought you would kill this woman, take her thunder sword, and come to seek revenge on me. I didn't expect that you, a fool, would still be by her side. Asshole. It's none of your business." Hazuki Sujetsu casually pulled out a ninja sword from an unconscious mist ninja and was about to rush towards the tall building, but he was physically exhausted and fell to the ground powerlessly before he took a few steps. He could only use the ninja sword to support himself from falling. Even though he couldn't fight, Hazuki Sujetsu's momentum was still unwilling to be weaker than his brother. His face was full of madness. "Hazuki Maingetsu, I said, you bastard, put her down." "Don't worry." Hazuki Maingetsu watched Mizuka's actions and snorted coldly. Maingetsu Hazuki looked down at Ringo Aoyori in his hand. "As a master recognized by the Thunderblade, I will give her enough respect, but I will also let her recognize the facts. No matter which ninja sword it is, it will only be loyal to the Hazuki clan. I said you put her down. The chakra in Hazuki's body finally exploded completely, and the whole person turned into a huge water giant, grabbing Maingetsu Hazuki on the high-rise building with one hand. However, Maingetsu Hazuki standing on the high-rise building just raised his arm carelessly, swung his fist at the attacking giant, water style, great water arm technique. Bang! Splash! A burst of water splashes sounded. The huge water giant was knocked to the ground by a punch and turned into Maingetsu Hazuki again. His physical strength was finally completely exhausted. The last scene that Maingetsu Hazuki saw before he fell into a coma was his brother Maingetsu Hazuki's disdainful smile and Meditarumi who came to support him. At least if the old woman Meditarumi was there, safety would not be a problem. Hazuki Sujetsu completely fainted. Meditarumi flew and landed beside Hazuki Sujetsu. After checking that he was fine, she looked up at Hazuki Maingetsu in the air and said, "Hey, if you always bully him, even if I tell him the truth in the future, he will still hate you. I don't care." Hazuki Maingetsu shook his head, flew and landed beside them, and whispered, "If possible, I hope he will never know the truth. You are such a dedicated brother." Meditarumi rubbed her forehead, glanced at Ringo Uehara in Hazuki Maingetsu's hand, and whispered, "I was planning to send Ringo Uehara to Konoha in a while and let the 5th Hokage help with the treatment, but after hearing about her condition, Tsunade-sama didn't know how to cure her. Due to the alliance between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi thought it was okay to ask Tsunade for help, but Tsunade was indeed powerless against Ringo Uehara's illness." Manzuki Hazuki nodded and looked at his brother on the ground. "After I heard about this from Lord Naraku, I asked him for help. Lord Naraku himself is a person whose medical ninjutsu is not inferior to Lord Tsunade." Uehara Naraku? Meditarumi frowned and said softly, "I met him last time during the meeting with the Allied forces. Did you tell him everything?" "Yes." Manzuki Hazuki nodded. "Lord Naraku is a trustworthy friend. Although his personality is a bit bad, as long as you treat him with sincerity and get his approval, he will be a very easy friend to get along with." Meditarumi looked at Manzuki Hazuki speechlessly, shook her head and said, "But I can't see that he has the qualities to be a friend. Have you been deceived by him? No such possibility." Manzuki Hazuki's face suddenly darkened. After the two talked for a while, Manzuki Hazuki routinely leaked some information about Akatsuki, but this time it was good news for Meditarumi. The internal structure of Akatsuki is relatively simple. Uchiha Obito is the leader behind the Akatsuki organization. All the members are just people he has won over with power or money, and they do not have any loyalty at all. All the members have been tested by Manzuki Hazuki, and they actually don't care much about Uchiha Obito's orders. After such a long time, Terumi Mei got good news. So, as long as we kill Uchiha Obito, Akatsuki will be in danger of disbanding immediately? In theory, that's right. Manzuki Hazuki nodded hesitantly. Although Manzuki Hazuki didn't understand why Uehara Naraku asked him to say such a thing, Manzuki Hazuki had to obey the orders of his superiors. There is one more thing. Manzuki Hazuki slowly raised his head, looked at Meditarumi in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "If the three-tailed Isabu is reborn in the land of water, the senior must send all the ninjas in the village to guard near the three-tailed. Otherwise, if the Akatsuki organization secretly captures the three-tailed, the consequences will be disastrous." This sentence was also specially explained by Karen. Logically speaking, if you want to capture the three-tailed, shouldn't the fewer enemies, the easier it is? Why did Uehara Naraku ask him to propose that all the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village go out? Could it be that Lord Uehara is also an undercover agent of a certain village? Let's start preparing for the climax tomorrow. Today's 3 updates are here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. You are the only one who talks too much. Intelligence members are always easy to be trusted. After all, Meditarumi's means of obtaining intelligence are relatively simple, and Manzuki Hazuki's younger brother Sujetsu Hazuki is still under her protection, so she still trusts Manzuki Hazuki. Manzuki Hazuki is a descendant of the family of the second generation Mizukage. How could he betray the hidden mist village and pass on false information to her? After Manzuki Hazuki hurriedly passed a lot of information to Meditarumi, he brought the seriously ill Ringo Uehara back to report to Uehara Naraku. On their way back, Ringo Uehara, the last of the 7 ninja swordsmen who did not surrender to Akatsuki, gradually became curious about Manzuki Hazuki. The two brothers really look too much alike. Ringo Uehara learned from his friend Sujetsu Hazuki that his brother Manzuki Hazuki has always been a bastard and a traitor that he wanted to kill as soon as possible. Now it seems that Sujetsu Hazuki's attitude is inevitably biased. Manzuki Hazuki is not as bad as his brother said. Compared to the childish friend of Hazuki Sujetsu, Ringo Uehara still wants to know more about Hazuki Maingetsu, the genius senior who is said to be able to communicate with the 7 ninja swords. Hazuki Maingetsu does not seem to be a simple rebellious ninja. This man is like a mystery, making people want to know more. Unfortunately, Hazuki Maingetsu is very tight-lipped and hardly reveals any information along the way. The only thing he told Ringo Uehara was that he could help her cure her illness. Why do you need someone to heal me? Ringo Uehara raised her eyebrows, revealing a sharp little tooth at the corner of her mouth. Senior, is it because I'm the first female member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village and you're junior? Or because I'm a friend of Sujetsu? Because someone needs your strength. Maingetsu Hazuki's answer was very straight, and even no less than his boss, and he added, but I would rather kill you directly. After all, your strength is not strong, and you can't even withstand a blow from an adult. I don't think it's necessary for you to join us. Adult? Ringo Uehara's face was obviously more curious. She stared at Maingetsu Hazuki's face, trying to see something from him. What adult? Is he your current master? I'm really curious, the person who can conquer Maingetsu Senior. Maingetsu Hazuki didn't bother to pay attention to her, because Ringo Uehara soon saw the adult Maingetsu Hazuki mentioned. Early morning. Unnamed lake in the land of rain. This is near the base of the Akatsuki organization. When Maingetsu Hazuki and Ringo Uehara arrived here, they saw a young ninja standing by the lake practicing. He was just practicing simple hand seals. It was the speed of the hand seals. When other ninjas in the ninja world were practicing hand seals, they were afraid that their speed would not be fast enough, so that people could not see the hand gestures or even the movements clearly. However, when this young ninja was practicing hand seals, his speed was so slow that it seemed like he was doing yoga, which made people angry. Don't disturb the adult's practice. Maingetsu Hazuki stopped Ringo Uehara's steps and looked at the young ninja practicing by the lake with great concentration. Senior, this is not the person we want to meet. Ringo Uehara looked at the young ninja practicing hand seals by the lake. Her face suddenly became strange, and she said with an unsightly look, if I'm not mistaken, he is learning the hand seals of water style, water dragon bullet, right? That's right. Maingetsu Hazuki nodded. Ringo Uehara glanced at Maingetsu Hazuki again, and hesitantly said, he made a mistake in one of his hand seals just now, didn't he? Senior, are you sure he was practicing? Yes, I saw it. Maingetsu Hazuki nodded again. Ringo Uehara's eyes became even stranger, and there was even some confusion on her face. Maybe Senior Maingetsu Hazuki didn't care about this so-called adult? According to Ringo Uehara's observation, the young ninja didn't have the aura of a strong man at all, and even looked a bit like a crappy genin. Why did Maingetsu Hazuki join him? The next moment, the young ninja by the lake completed his hand seals with many mistakes, and shouted loudly at the lake, water style, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. A water dragon that was hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters long condensed from the young ninja's side. The water dragon was not only huge in size, but also lifelike in appearance, and even a strand of scales could be clearly seen. Ringo Uehara's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of the water dragon bullet technique released by the young ninja is definitely more than 10 times stronger than the power of other ninja techniques. even if it is at the lakeside and takes advantage of the water. This is enough to surprise people. Just in terms of the power of the water ninja, Ringo Uehara has never seen any ninja who can match the water dragon bullet technique of the young ninja. Pa 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 pa. While Ringo Uehara was still amazed, Hazuki Maingetsu had already clapped his hands and whispered in admiration, "It's really scary. You are worthy of being Lord Uehara. Oh, you are too flattering." The young ninja waved to Hazuki Maingetsu with a humble face, turned his head, and looked at Ringo Uehara. "I heard everything just now. It seems that I did make a mistake in my hand seal gesture." After saying this, the young ninja patted Ringo Uehara on the shoulder, and a ray of light enveloped Ringo Uehara. Just when Ringo Uehara was wondering what the light was that was shrouding her, the young ninja suddenly reached out and grabbed her throat. Huh. Ringo Uehara was shocked. The young ninja muttered, "You are the only one who talks too much. Didn't I know that I made a mistake in the hand seal? Do I have to make a hand seal again? 44 seals." After that, the young ninja broke Ringo Uehara's neck neatly until she completely lost consciousness. Ringo Uehara couldn't believe it. She just mentioned a mistake casually and she was going to be killed directly? Who is this young ninja? How can he be more bloodthirsty than them? The Kirigakure ninja. Ringo Uehara's body fell to the ground with a thud. The next second, Ringo Uehara regained consciousness and raised her head blankly to look around, as if she had just had a nightmare. No, it's not a nightmare. Ringo Uehara touched her neck in fear. At that moment, she felt that she was really dead, and her soul was even about to leave her body. But for some reason, she was resurrected again. The young ninja leaned over and looked at the female ninja lying on the ground. "How is your body? Do you feel better?" Ringo Uehara subconsciously remembered the torture of the illness, but she no longer felt the pain, just felt a little pain in her neck. What happened? Was she just being cured, or was she killed by the person in front of her and resurrected by him? It seems that the illness is cured. The young ninja chuckled and squatted in front of Ringo Uehara. "Since you are cured now, are you willing to become my subordinate? What if I don't agree?" Ringo Uehara raised her head and asked. The young ninja showed a playful smile on his face. "Then I will keep repeating the process, killing you and reviving you, killing you and reviving you again. Anyway, I have a lot of chakra. Let's see who of us has more patience." The young ninja continued casually. "The final result is that either you completely give up and surrender to me, or I completely give up and kill you directly." Ringo Uehara's heart tightened. However, the next moment, the young ninja continued, "Of course, even if you die, it probably won't be too easy. I can also control your soul." Ringo Uehara looked at the young ninja speechlessly and slowly clenched her fists. What choice could she make? Ringo Uehara thought for a while and suddenly smiled. "Even if I want to join someone, I always know who my new boss is, right? Well, my name is Uehara Naraku." The young ninja reached out his hand to drag Ringo Uehara up and praised, "Congratulations on making a correct choice, Ringo Uehara." After seeing Ringo Uehara join Uehara Naraku's command, Manzuki Hazuki said, "My lord, then I will take her to see Lord Conan and Lord Pain now." "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded, waved his hand casually and said, "Her strength is not strong enough. Let her follow you for the time being." "Understood." After Manzuki Hazuki left with Ringo Uehara, Uehara Naraku quietly opened his system panel and looked at the task reward for defeating Ringo Uehara. This was the last of the 7 ninja swordsmen he defeated. Side quest: get 40 of your own subordinates. 4 over 40. The task is not completed and the reward is unknown. Side quest: defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. 7 over 7. The quest has been completed and you will be rewarded with a hidden inheritance quest. Hidden inheritance quest: I will dance on your grave. Say the right name. This is a hero who likes to dance. Uchiha Madara will definitely have a common language. After pondering for a while, Uehara Naraku mentioned the name that was always being chopped. Blade Dancer Aurelia. The quest has been completed and the hero inheritance is enabled. Blade: obtain the chakra weapon blade, which can be freely manipulated to attack. During the existence of each chakra blade, 1 chakra point is consumed per second. Blade impact: charge at an enemy. This skill will be refreshed every time an enemy is killed. The skill consumes 20 chakra points and has no skill cooldown. Distance breaking dance. Manipulate all blades to appear around you for defense, reducing 50% of the damage you receive. The skill consumes 70 chakra points and has no skill cooldown. Vanguard blade. Shoot all chakra blades in a straight line, eventually forming an iron curtain of blades. This skill consumes 100 chakra points and has no cooldown. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his palm, and a bunch of strange chakra blades appeared behind him. These blades looked a bit like a spinning shuriken in the ninja world. This inheritance is too weak. To be honest, it's really useless. No, it's still useful. Uehara Naraku manipulated the blades and shot them into the trees, and then these blades flew back under his control and resuspended behind him. At least this thing is cool. On this day, the Akatsuki organization quietly joined a new member. The Hidden Mist Village lost their last ninja sword on this day, and also lost the last member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, Meditarumi in the Hidden Mist Village far away didn't notice it at all. The entire Hidden Mist Village encountered new troubles, that is, Uchiha Obito's harassment. The entire ninja world began to suffer from Uchiha Obito's harassment. And no one knows what Uchiha Obito wants to do. This guy seems to simply attack the major ninja villages from time to time to make his presence felt. Of course, no one would think that Uchiha Obito is just making his presence felt. Unfortunately, facing Uchiha Obito's harassment, the major ninja villages have no way to catch him unless they ambush him in advance. But who can find out where Uchiha Obito appears? As time goes by, Uchiha Obito's reputation becomes worse and worse. Black Zetsu can't figure out what Uchiha Obito's purpose is, but he definitely wants to destroy the Moon Eye plan, so Black Zetsu becomes more and more anxious. Uehara Naraku is as steady as a rock, because he knows that Uchiha Obito is disguised by Kabuto Yakushi in the white Zetsu coat. Since Kabuto Yakushi successfully mastered the Sage Mode, after practicing in the Raichi Cave for a period of time, he began to carry out tasks according to Uehara's orders. Uehara Naraku estimated that the time of the rebirth of the three-tailed beast was also the time when the Akatsuki organization would start its plan to collect the tailed beasts, so he asked Kabuto Yakushi to temporarily stop the action and let him spread the news that Orochimaru died in the experiment. In addition, Uehara still ordered Kabuto Yakushi to continue digging the graves of those strong men in the ninja world, slowly letting him attract the attention of Black Zetsu. In this way, Black Zetsu had no choice. The first update. 2 updates at 5:30 PM, because I have to polish it well today. It will be fine tomorrow. MMMMSDKLKL's reward. Thank you for the reward from Me Too Ganshang. Thank you for the reward from Ding Ding Dang Dang Dong Dong Kayang. Thank you for the reward from Ramaz. Thank you for the reward from Metaverse 27. Thank you for the reward from What God? I don't even know those 2 words. Thank you all book friends for your genuine support. Chapter 204 I will always watch you. Black Zetsu is actually a very cautious guy. After many investigations, Black Zetsu finally confirmed that Orochimaru had completely disappeared. At the same time, he also noticed that Kabuto Yakushi was still digging graves. Black Zetsu still did not take any action until he witnessed Kabuto Yakushi using the Impure World reincarnation to revive a dead ninja to his prime. Only then did he personally decide to let Kabuto Yakushi find the remains of Uchiha Madara. What made Black Zetsu a little speechless was that Kabuto Yakushi actually resisted the temptation to control Uchiha Madara. Instead of resurrecting Uchiha Madara, Kabuto Yakushi took Uchiha Madara's body for a search. Black Zetsu could only continue to observe Kabuto Yakushi in secret, because now is not the most appropriate time, and Black Zetsu is not really anxious. However, this cannot resist time. 2 years passed in a flash. The gears of fate are also turning slowly. A lot of things have happened in 2 years. For example, Uehara Naraku is already 20 years old and is still single. For example, Kizuki Hazuki of the Hidden Mist Village has practiced successfully, and he carries a broken sword to look for news about Hazuki everywhere, but he can never find it. For example, Uchiha Sasu tried to assassinate Uchiha Itachi again and again, but was knocked down by Hoshigaki Kisame. For example, Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya finally finished their training and returned to Konoha village. They were led by Hatake Kakashi and added a ninja named Sei to rebuild a new Team 7. For example, Orochimaru died in his own laboratory, which made many Konoha ninjas very happy, but still did not dispel the suspicion of the top leaders. They could not confirm the truth of the news, but Orochimaru had indeed disappeared. The most important thing is undoubtedly the rebirth of the three-tailed Isobu in the Land of Water. This also means that all the nine-tailed beasts in the ninja world are alive. The Akatsuki organization will soon begin to collect the tailed beasts. The only trouble is that the four-tailed Jinchuriki Laozi is still in the hands of Uchiha Obito. This is the most headache for Black Zetsu. After all, no one knows the location of Uchiha Obito. What's more, what if Uchiha Obito continues to follow and snatch the tailed beast when the members of Akatsuki are capturing it? The only one who can deal with Uchiha Obito is Uchiha Madara. But the resurrection of Uchiha Madara depends entirely on Kabuto Yakushi. Black Zetsu has no choice but to temporarily conceal the information about the rebirth of the three-tailed beast from Akatsuki and hurriedly find Uehara Naraku, who is still a single dog at the age of 20. After all, this is the only person he can be sure to trust. Of course, Heizetsu was not introducing a target to Uehara Naraku, but asking him to recruit Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara, we need someone to assist with the Moon Eye project. Orochimaru's former assistant, Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara Naraku showed a hint of curiosity and surprise at the right time. Does that guy have any special abilities? I remember that his strength doesn't seem to be very good. Heizetsu said in a gloomy voice. Kabuto Yakushi has now learned the impure world reincarnation technique and can provide us with some powerful combat power, such as some dead people who were once powerful. Impure world reincarnation? Uehara Naraku frowned, holding his temple and said, if Kabuto Yakushi has already learned the impure world reincarnation technique like Orochimaru, then he has already had strong enough ambitions like Orochimaru and may not be willing to help us. Uehara Naraku was chatting with Heizetsu, but he had already cursed in his heart. Black Zetsu, this old shady guy, actually refused to tell him the truth and wanted to secretly revive Uchiha Madara without telling him. After the guy Kabuto Yakushi inexplicably found the remains of Uchiha Madara, he immediately informed Uehara Naraku of the news. Uehara Naraku knew everything about this. Damn, where is the trust? Where is the trust between them? Black Zetsu doesn't trust him anymore. That's right. After all, 2 years have passed, and it's normal for the relationship to fade. That's right. After all, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu have a special relationship, and it's normal for Black Zetsu to hide it from Uehara Naraku. But if Black Zetsu tells Uehara, will he stop him? On the surface, Uehara Naraku will definitely not stop him, and even strongly supports Black Zetsu's actions, but secretly he must instruct Kabuto Yakushi not to do it. Uehara Naraku looked at Black Zetsu and sighed slightly. Once it involves Uchiha Madara, does Black Zetsu want to conceal it subconsciously? Haha, still conceal it. Who can you hide from, old guy? To be objective, now the villains in the entire ninja world, except Black Zetsu himself, are basically Uehara Naraku's people. Black Zetsu looked at Uehara Naraku's somewhat regretful expression. He didn't know Uehara Naraku's complicated mood. He just chuckled and comforted Uehara, saying, don't worry about Kabuto Yakushi's ambition. You just need to try and find ways to force Kabuto Yakushi into a desperate situation. I believe he will choose to join us. As long as Uehara Naraku can force Kabuto Yakushi into a desperate situation, Kabuto Yakushi will definitely choose to revive Uchiha Madara at his peak through the impure world reincarnation. As long as Uchiha Madara is resurrected, he will definitely be able to get rid of Kabuto's control with his power. At that time, the ninja world can only let it, and Uchiha Madara make the decision. The emergence of the impure world reincarnation technique is simply the savior of the Moon Eye plan. If Uchiha Madara can be resurrected at his peak state, then no one in the entire ninja world can stop him. Obviously Uehara Naraku also knows this. If Kabuto Yakushi is really his enemy, he may be forced to revive Uchiha Madara as a last resort. But Kabuto Yakushi is a pure member of his own. Uehara Naraku looked at Black Zetsu dimly, nodded calmly and said, okay, I will go to ask for leave from Teacher Conan now. Black Zetsu nodded with satisfaction and said, we must be quick, because the three-tailed Isobu has been reborn in the Land of Water, and the Moon Eye project is about to start. Before the plan starts, the hidden danger of Uchiha Obito must be solved. No, if Uchiha Madara can really be resurrected, any hidden dangers about the Moonai project can be solved by Uchiha Madara. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, has the three-tailed Isobu been resurrected in the Land of Water? Yes. Black Zetsu nodded, and his voice became more gloomy. The one-tailed, two-tailed, and three-tailed beasts can be easily captured, but the four-tailed Jinchuriki is still in the hands of Uchiha Obito. We need the power of Kabuto Yakushi to get rid of Uchiha Obito. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but blink. He probably knew why Black Zetsu wanted to resurrect Uchiha Madara. If there is no four-tailed Son Goku, it would be useless for Akatsuki to capture eight-tailed beasts. They could only let the outer path demon statue absorb the chakra of the one-tailed, two-tailed, and three-tailed beasts. The plan would have to be terminated. As time goes by, they may face enemies coming to attack. After Black Zetsu left, Uehara Naraku gently hooked his fingers and sighed. Let me win over Kabuto Yakushi. Is this the way to win him over? Wouldn't it be too flawed? To be honest, I was a little worried. After thinking for a long time, Uehara Naraku decided to contact Kabuto Yakushi in advance and ask for his advice. After all, several subordinates in Akatsuki, Hoshigaki Kisame, Ringo Ayuri, and Hazuki Maingetsu are unreliable and almost brainless outside of battle. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Uehara Naraku summoned two coffins, one of which contained Uchiha Obito and the other contained Namikaze Minato. After the coffin lid was opened, two figures walked out. When Minato Namikaze faced Naraku Uehara, his face was still solemn, and Obito Uchiha still had an embarrassed expression on his face. Naraku Uehara waved his hand and ignored the complicated relationship between them. Senior Obito, please quietly drop the Four Tails Jinchuriki at the Akatsuki base tomorrow morning and write a sentence on the ground. What sentence? Obito Uchiha's focus was a little different. Normal ninjas usually pay attention to more important things, such as why he was asked to drop the Four Tails Jinchuriki at the door of the Akatsuki base, instead of asking him to write a sentence. Naraku Uehara curled his lips, looked at Obito Uchiha and said, just write a sentence. I will always watch you. Asshole. This is what Rin said before. Obito Uchiha's face immediately flashed with anger. I will always watch you. This sentence is a sentence that Nohara-rin has said to him since he was a child. Naraku Uehara asked him to write this sentence, and he must be threatening him with Rin's matter again. Uehara Naraku smiled and said, I just think this sentence is very appropriate. I believe that Senior Obito will definitely complete this task well, right? I know. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and was about to turn into a time-space vortex and disappear in front of Uehara Naraku. Obito. Namikaze Minato subconsciously pulled his arm, as if he wanted to stop his disciple and didn't want him to continue to do wrong things. Uchiha Obito clenched his fist, broke free from his teacher's palm, and whispered, I'm sorry, teacher, I have reasons to do this. Don't worry about it. Fourth Hokage. Uehara Naraku smiled and watched Uchiha Obito disappear, then turned to look at Namikaze Minato. I heard that your instant body technique is very fast, so please trouble your fourth Hokage to find Kabuto and convey my order to him. Under the control of the impure world reincarnation, Namikaze Minato had no way to refuse. The next second, his figure disappeared in front of Uehara Naraku. The infinite chakra of the impure world reincarnation body meant that he could use Flying Thunder God to travel all the time, and it would not take long for him to reach the base where Kabuto Yakushi was. Uehara Naraku put away the two coffins, touched his chin, and said to himself, it seems that I can keep Minato Namikaze by Kabuto's side in the future. In addition to helping him, we can also pass on information to each other at any time. As the caster of the impure world reincarnation, Uehara Naraku can completely bring his will to Minato Namikaze and speak with the help of his body. The third update is still being written, so you have to wait a while. I'll go to type first, and I'll add more today or tomorrow. Chapter 205. Of course Shippuden will resurrect Shippuden. Late at night. Inside the northern base, a sword of love fell to the floor, and a blonde man in a white divine robe instantly appeared beside the kunai and grasped the handle of the kunai. Kabuto Yakushi, who was still in the laboratory, suddenly heard the movement in the base and quickly closed his palms. to summon the impure world reincarnation team. Don't be nervous, it's me. A familiar voice entered Kabuto Yakashi's ears. Kabuto Yakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He understood Uehara Naraku's style of doing things very well. He immediately opened the door of the laboratory and looked at the fourth Hokage standing at the main gate of the base. He knew that Uehara Naraku was controlling this Hokage. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses, adjusted his hood, and asked respectfully, "Yes, Lord Naraku, I sent the fourth Hokage here late at night. Do you have any instructions? There is something I need you to help me with." Uehara Naraku touched his chin and said while controlling Minato Namikaze in the distance, "It may be because I controlled Uchiha Obito too much before, or it may be because you disguised yourself as Uchiha Obito too much before. Black Zetsu is now scared and dare not carry out the Moon Eye project. He wants you to resurrect Uchiha Madara and get rid of Uchiha Obito. It's my fault." Kabuto Yakashi directly put the responsibility on himself. Uehara Naraku chuckled and was very satisfied with Kabuto Yakashi's approach. "You are acting on my orders, isn't it still my fault?" After that, Uehara Naraku continued to talk about business. "I will probably rush to your location in the next few days to persuade you to join the Akatsuki organization and the Moon Eye project. What is your attitude?" "That depends on what Lord Naraku needs." Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and put forward two opinions. "If I join the Akatsuki organization, I can serve Lord Naraku better. If I'm outside, I can attract firepower for Lord Naraku at any time. It's really hard to choose." Uehara Naraku sighed faintly. Kabuto Yakashi laughed and continued, "In fact, it won't be particularly troublesome. If Black Zetsu asked me to join Akatsuki, he must want me to help him resurrect Uchiha Madara." Kabuto Yakashi slowly raised his head and looked at Minato Namikaze in front of him. It seemed that he could see through him and see Naraku Uehara, who was controlling everything behind the scenes. "It depends on whether Lord Naraku is willing to resurrect Uchiha Madara. This right is in the hands of Lord Naraku. If you are willing to resurrect Uchiha Madara now, then I will join the Akatsuki organization in the name of admiring the Akatsuki organization. If you don't want Uchiha Madara to be resurrected now, then I will refuse as an ally of Uchiha Obito." In this way, Lord Naraku will not arouse suspicion from others. As expected of Kabuto Yakashi, no matter how complicated the problem is, he has a solution. Uehara Naraku's eyes twitched involuntarily, and he exclaimed, "What a talent! Now is indeed not the time for Uchiha Madara to revive." "Understood." After Kabuto Yakashi chuckled and nodded, the white Zetsu coat covered his body like liquid, and the next moment his voice had become that of Uchiha Obito. "Naraku-sama, I will take care of it." "That's good." After Uehara Naraku nodded, he continued softly, "Prepare a ninja uniform for the fourth Hokage, and let him stay with you in the future. In addition to protecting you, he can also keep in touch with us at any time." "Yes." Kabuto Yakashi nodded. Uehara Naraku pondered for a while and continued, "There is one more thing. Tomorrow you will be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and revive Gale Light." "Ah." Kabuto Yakashi was a little confused. Even though he thought he knew his superior well enough, at this moment he couldn't understand what Uehara Naraku meant. Isn't Gekko Height a special Jonin? Or does he also hide some power that he can't detect? There is no special meaning. Uehara Naraku clasped his palms and whispered, "Tomorrow will be a new day, and the ninja world will undergo overwhelming changes starting tomorrow." Tomorrow, it's the beginning of Uehara Naraku's Shippuden. Early in the morning, the sky gradually brightened. At the gate of the Akatsuki base, a space-time vortex appeared, and after dropping a four-tailed Jinchuriki, Leoshi, it dropped a note. Soon the members of the Akatsuki discovered this, and some people recognized that this was the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Leoshi, who had long been missing in the ninja world. At the same time, they also picked up the note. This matter is not a trivial matter, so the Akatsuki held a morning meeting. As the leader, Tendo Pain frowned and spoke first. "The four-tailed Jinchuriki has long fallen into the hands of Uchiha Obito. Why would he return the four-tailed Jinchuriki now and leave such a sentence? 'I will always watch you'? What does this mean? Maybe he has been watching us secretly." Deidara scratched the back of his head and whispered, "Why does this sentence feel a bit like a love talk from a girl to a boy? You still understand these?" The red sand scorpion huddled in the scarlet flow amber and asked in a muffled voice. Deidara hugged his shoulders and snorted disdainfully. Who doesn't understand? I received love letters every day when I was a child. Enough. Tendo Pain interrupted their nonsense with a cold voice, turned to look at Zetsu. Zetsu, you have been tracking down Uchiha information in the past 2 years. You and Uchiha were once companions. What do you think is going on? Uchiha has set his sights on our plan. Black Zetsu's voice was extremely slow and extremely gloomy, because we need to collect the tailed beasts in order. Without the four tails, the other tailed beasts will have no value. So he returned the four tails, in order to use us to continue to complete the plan of reviving the ultimate weapon. Black Zetsu continued. Uchiha wants to use us as pawns, and after we revive the ultimate weapon, the Outer Path statue, we will seize the Outer Path statue. Black Zetsu looked at the faces of everyone present and concluded in a deep voice, no matter what Uchiha wants to do, we must collect the tailed beasts first. After we resurrect the Outer Path demon statue, Uchiha will no longer be a threat to us. Although Black Zetsu's words were still logical and very accurate, but in his heart, Black Zetsu was still cursing at Obito. Was this Uchiha provocation to him? The three-tailed Isabu had just been resurrected not long ago, and Uchiha had sent the four-tailed Jinchuriki back, so that the Akatsuki organization could collect the tailed beasts more smoothly. He even left a sentence, I will always watch you. Damn, I want to curse. Even if 1,000 years old and the quality is high, there will still be the desire to curse. According to Black Zetsu's cognition, he knew that Uchiha must be telling it this sentence. After all, only he knew Uchiha past. But it doesn't matter. The plan to collect the tailed beasts must not be stopped. The return of the four-tailed is always good news for Black Zetsu and the Akatsuki organization. Black Zetsu decided to let Uchiha go for the time being and try to collect the tailed beasts once. Black Zetsu immediately reported the resurrection of the three-tailed to Pain, and by the way, he also brought up the information that the Hidden Mist village had sent a large number of ninjas to be stationed near the three-tailed. Go capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki and the two-tailed Jinchuriki first. Pain immediately made a decision and announced Akatsuki's plan to capture the Jinchuriki. Because Uchiha may appear and disrupt our actions, the plan to capture the Jinchuriki this time must be cautious and foolproof. The people responsible for capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Scorpion, Deidara, Uehara, Naraku, Uehara, Nagato. The people responsible for capturing the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Hashigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, Hazuki Maingetsu, Momochi's abuser, Kakuzu, Hidden. The people left behind, Konan, Kagura Kimimaro, Haku, Ringo Ayuri. The person delivering the intelligence, Zetsu. Remember, there must be no mistakes this time. From this list of tailed beasts, it seems that there are far fewer people to capture the one-tail than the two-tail. Moreover, the one-tailed Jinchuriki is Gaara, the fifth Kazakage of the Sand Village. This identity is more important than the identity of the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yukato. Therefore, it is definitely more difficult to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki than the two-tailed Jinchuriki. However, the one responsible for capturing Gaara is Nagato himself, and he and Uehara Naraku can mobilize the six paths of pain to help at any time. This fighting force can almost destroy a country. The members of the second team were not very clear about this. For example, Kakuzu and Hidden had some opinions, but they were soon stopped by Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain stood on the head of the Outer Path demon statue, looking down at the figures in black robes with auspicious clouds filing out one after another, and said in a cold voice, "Go, let the world feel the pain." Chapter 206. Let them see the horror of Akatsuki. Outside the Akatsuki base, after Deidara and Hidden, two foul-mouthed guys, had a quarrel, the two teams rushed to their respective destinations. Deidara was still a little indignant. Looking at the members of Team 2 who were walking on the road, he grinned and sneered, HMPH, a bunch of trash. By the time they get to the Land of Lightning, we will have already caught the one-tail. After that, he threw down an ugly clay doll, patted his palms, and said with a smile, "Yo. C2 Dragon. Hey, look at my masterpiece of art. Let's fly directly to the Sand Village." The three of them looked at the ugly clay dragon with difficulty. After a moment of silence, Uehara Naraku said softly, 2 years ago, I also found a summoning contract in Orochimaru's base. Let me do it. Scorpion and Nagato cast expectant glances. Only Deidara became irritable, waving his fists. Hey, Uehara, do you look down on my art? This is a masterpiece that I spent a lot of time on. Uehara Naraku ignored Deidara and just closed his palms. 10,000 points of natural energy and chakra energy were instantly deducted. Uehara Naraku made a set of summoning seals with a serious face. Summoning technique. A huge summoning spell appeared under Uehara Naraku's palm. Just when the Red Sand Scorpion and Nagato were eagerly hoping that Uehara Naraku could summon some domineering summoning beast, nothing appeared on the spell. Ha 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 ha. Deidara slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. What? I thought it was an incredible guy because the name was so powerful. A huge shadow suddenly covered them. Deidara's smile suddenly froze, and he slowly raised his head to look at a huge dragon with an extremely terrifying appearance that suddenly flew in the air. This ancient dragon has 4 limbs like a wild beast, but a pair of wings allows it to fly. In terms of size alone, the ancient dragon is even larger than the Outer Path demon statue. What is even more frightening is the huge amount of chakra on its body. In everyone's perception, the ancient dragon's aura is so majestic that people dare not have the slightest thought of provoking it. This is the first time they have seen a summoned beast with such abundant chakra. On the head of the ancient dragon, there are a pair of ferocious horns strangely growing, and there is a blue light in its mouth that seems to be spewing out a blue flame at any time. If this ancient dragon can play a role in actual combat, it is probably that no summoned beast in this ninja world will be its opponent. The Red Sand Scorpion slowly turned his head and looked at Uehara Naraku and slowly said, Uehara, is that your summoned beast? To be honest, at this moment, the Red Sand Scorpion really had the urge to make Uehara Naraku's summoned beast into his own puppet. Unfortunately, this is more likely to turn against him. The Scorpion of the Red Sand owes Uehara Naraku a favor. It should be my summoning beast, right? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, looked at the ancient dragon flying in the air above, and waved his palm at it. The ancient dragon seemed to notice Uehara's actions, spread its wings, and glided in the air for a moment, and quickly stopped in front of Uehara Naraku. At the moment the ancient dragon fell, the strong wind brought by the high-speed movement blew everyone's body, forcing them to use chakra to absorb the soles of their feet to stand. Roar. The ancient dragon stood on all fours and roared to the sky. The huge sound wave almost instantly overturned the surrounding woods. Then the tail behind it, which looked thick and powerful, shook, and the tail hit Deidara's clay dragon hard and smashed it to pieces. It's over. Uehara Naraku, Red Sand Scorpion, Nagato, the 3 people's hearts trembled at the same time. After seeing the clay dragon being smashed by a tail, they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Deidara, the owner of the clay dragon. According to their understanding of Deidara, if someone dared to destroy his artwork, this little golden-haired guy would probably go crazy. Especially the Red Sand Scorpion. He knew how good Deidara was to his clay dragon. It was handmade by Deidara, and he would repair and supplement the clay dragon from time to time. It can be said that this is one of Deidara's favorite works of art. Now this handmade clay dragon was smashed by the tail of the ancient dragon. Deidara's mood can be imagined. The Red Sand Scorpion looked at his companion with a dazed expression and advised in a muffled voice, Deidara, the mission is the most important thing. Everything will be alright. Deidara laughed in anger, and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. Finally, he laughed wildly, as if he had lost his mind. How dare you, bastard, destroy my art, ahh. Deidara sat on the ancient dragon and pouted nonchalantly. Humph, Uehara, this doesn't mean I forgive you. Destroying my artwork is unforgivable. I just want to complete our mission faster than that bastard Fieden. Okay. Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at the Red Sand Scorpion and Nagato, and reached out to knock on the ancient dragon's head. Let's go. Roar. After the ancient dragon roared, it suddenly leaped into the air. Just as its huge body was falling, a pair of huge wings opened and slowly flapped, carrying it into the air. This was a bouncing Tikiaf. Fortunately, the people present were all ninjas who could use chakra to absorb the ancient dragon's body, so they were not thrown down by the ancient dragon. After taking off successfully, the ancient dragon began to flap its wings and soared, and its body quickly passed over the mountains and rivers, flying towards the direction of the sand village. Deidara stood on the head of the ancient dragon, spread his arms, and laughed wildly in the wind. Ha 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 ha. Sooner or later I will also be able to create such a big art. Uehara, Naraku, Red Sand Scorpion and Nagato looked at each other, too lazy to pay attention to the golden-haired psychopath standing on the head of the dragon. Red Sand Scorpion was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, Uehara, where do such summon beasts live? I want to catch one to make a puppet. Who doesn't want to have such a handsome summon beast? Red Sand Scorpion really wants to make such a huge puppet, so that he doesn't have to ride Deidara's clay giant bird every time in the future. Cough cough cough. Nagato coughed violently a few times, and said a little embarrassedly, well, I can transform it, and make it stronger. The group of summoned beasts in the animal realm were all transformed by Nagato himself. In terms of biotechnology, Nagato also has some unique interests. Uehara Naraku glanced at them, shook his head speechlessly and said, it's gone. I don't know where I lost the summoning contract I found in Orochimaru's base. After all, I don't usually use summoned beasts in battle. Anyway, Orochimaru was already half dead. It didn't matter, even if the blame was thrown on him. Listening to Uehara Naraku's words, Scorpion and Nagato shook their heads regretfully. Although the ancient dragon has not experienced a battle, even if it is just a melee, it is enough to exert great power, not to mention that it is very fast when flying. They set off from the Akatsuki organization base in the early morning. In the evening, they had already arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters outside the sand village. Scorpion looked down at the sand village in the distance and said in a muffled voice, I remember that there were several spies in the sand village. Their status should not be low. I will summon them now and let them take us in directly. Scorpion placed two spies in the sand village, one of whom was Yura and the other was Maki. Both of them were senior ninjas, and Maki even became a high-level official. However, after operating for a while, Scorpion suddenly said awkwardly, has the mind-bending sand manipulation technique been removed? As expected, how could my mother-in-law not notice the mind-bending sand manipulation after she came to power? Uehara Naraku looked up at the sky speechlessly. If I remember correctly, he used Shimura Danzo's identity to trade with Ibizo and sold out a spy of Scorpion. Obviously Chiyo and Ibizo took this very seriously. They should have tested all the Jonin in the village and helped Maki and Yura to remove the control of mind-bending sand manipulation. Deidara immediately suggested, why don't we just fly in? Anyway, there aren't any powerful ninjas in the sand village. Scorpion shook his head and said, the outer defenses are equipped with crossbows. If there is something in the air, it will arouse the village's vigilance. Well, it doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku spread his hands and looked at the ancient dragon under him and said, it should be completely immune to those little things. Why don't we just force our way in, defeat the sand village, and capture that little guy Gaara? Not bad. Nagato also nodded beside him. Uehara Naraku and Nagato are both powerful and even have the ability to defeat the sand village by themselves. Naturally, they don't want to waste time here. What's more, they have a powerful summoning beast like the ancient dragon. Nagato did not continue to ask for opinions, but just looked at Uehara Naraku and said softly, Uehara, just act. Okay. Uehara Naraku looked at the tiny sand village on the ground in the distance, patted the body of the ancient dragon, and ordered in a deep voice, let's go. Let me see your strength. Let those guys see the horror of Akatsuki. Roar. The ancient dragon roared to the sky. The next moment, the dragon flapped its wings and flew towards the direction of the sand village, crossed the outer defense line of the sand village, and cast a shadow covering the sky and the sun in the sand village. Thank you for the 50,000 reward from Gangzi Kainji. Finally, I also have 2 leaders. I will add 1 chapter today, and there will be 4 chapters tomorrow, just to give back to the book friends who have always supported the reward. Thank you for the reward from I don't know if I will still be a teenager after returning. Thank you for the reward from Ziobe Reader number 10. Thank you for the reward from Xiaoxiu. Thank you for the genuine support from all book friends. Thank you for your reward. If you want to give a big reward, you can give a reward from 8 PM to 12 PM, and you can also get a few monthly tickets as rewards. Chapter 207, The Terror of Zao. The sand village was a bit lively in the evening. At this time, it was just the end of a busy day's work. All the ninjas and villagers were leisurely waiting for dinner time. Everyone was in a good mood. Until a huge shadow fell on them. Everyone in the sand village stopped talking involuntarily and looked up at the shadow in the sky. What is that? A sand ninja stared blankly at the ancient dragon in the sky. In the world of the sand ninjas, the largest creature they have ever seen is the one-tailed Shukaku, and they have never seen a creature as huge as the ancient dragon. What kind of monster is that? Is there such a monster in the wind country? Why does it look bigger than the tailed beast? Go report to the Akatsuki. The faces of the sand ninjas gradually changed. After a while of arguing, they hurried to the direction of the Akatsuki's office. The sentries arranged in the sand village have also seen the ancient dragon. They are obviously more rational and immediately report to their superiors. In the office of the Akatsuki of the sand village, the 5th generation Akatsuki, Gaara, was still working overtime to handle government affairs. Although the management scope of the sand village was a little small, there were many things that went wrong. A shadow suddenly fell by the window, and the room suddenly went dark for a few seconds. Gaara was surprised and put down the pen in his hand and slowly walked to the window. What's going on? Gaara looked up and looked out the window. In Gaara's vision, a huge monster slowly took off over the sand village. After a moment, it suddenly sprayed a huge fireball towards the location of the Akatsuki's office. Boom. In panic, Gaara hurriedly manipulated his yellow sand defense, but the sloppy sand wall was instantly blown through by the huge fireball. The next moment, the entire Akatsuki's office was instantly reduced to ruins. The body of the 5th generation Akatsuki, Gaara, was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. There were already several wounds on his body, and blood was oozing down. Enemy attack. Finally, the first sand ninja shouted over. The shouts one after another resounded throughout the sand village. In just a few seconds, the alarm sounded throughout the village. Civilians rushed to the shelters, and the ninjas returned to their combat positions. Roar. The ancient dragon in the air opened its bloody mouth and roared again, and another huge fireball fell to the ground. Boom. More than a dozen ninjas gathered together were instantly blown away by the fireball. Facing a group of ninjas on the ground, the ancient dragon flying in the air was too easy to suppress them. It only needed to hit a group of enemies with a casual blow. The ancient dragon raised its head and roared, and another huge fireball fell in the sand village. In a blink of an eye, this quiet village was full of smoke. Because Uehara Naraku and his men drove the ancient dragon to fly very high, the speed of arrival was too fast, and the sand village had no time to discover it, and encountered this surprise attack. Facing such a flying behemoth, ordinary ninjas can't play any role at all. Roar. A sand village Jonin who barely jumped to a high place was about to launch an attack when he was killed by the roar of the ancient dragon. Maki, the Jonin of Sand Village, looked at all this and hurriedly issued orders. Quick, organize the long-range troops to counter-attack. Everyone attack the monster in the air, and the Enbu ninjas quickly go to the Akatsuki's office to rescue the Akatsuki. In fact, Gaara was fine. When he was hit by the first fireball explosion, he was only wounded in the arm and chest. After regaining consciousness, Gaara hurriedly controlled the yellow sand to sweep up. As the Akatsuki, he had to protect the village when the crisis came. Giant hand of sand. Under Gaara's control, a ball of yellow sand densely formed a giant hand of sand and grabbed the ancient dragon in the air. However, the ancient dragon just glanced at the attacking giant hand and swung its tail slowly, smashing the giant hand of sand to pieces. Crash. A ball of yellow sand fell to the ground, splashing a large piece of sand and dust. Roar. The ancient dragon opened its mouth again and spewed out a huge fireball. The fireball fell like a meteorite. Gaara quickly moved a large piece of yellow sand to block the top of the sand village, blocking the attack of the fireball for the villagers below. The yellow sand was blown all over the sky by the shock wave of the explosion. Fortunately, the explosive power of the fireball could be blocked by the air shield wall composed of yellow sand. Gaara barely breathed a sigh of relief and controlled the yellow sand to fly in the air, intercepting the fireballs ejected by the ancient dragon everywhere. Even if some fireballs in the distance could not be blocked. The core of the sand village, which was close at hand, would not be attacked again. That was enough. The next step was to counterattack. Sand mat. Gaara was slightly relieved and flew into the air with the sand mat under his feet. Facing an enemy that could fly, he could only find a way to eliminate this threat to the sand village by himself. To be honest, he was not very confident. However, such creatures also have certain weaknesses. Because of their huge size, they will become live targets for attack. If the fight continues, even if he cannot kill this ancient dragon, Gaara will be sure to drive it away. However, just after Gaara flew into the sky, he finally saw the real enemy. On the ancient dragon, there stood 4 people wearing black robes with auspicious clouds. Deidara, the rebel ninja of Iwagakure, and Scorpion, the rebel ninja of Sand Village, and 2 unknown enemies wearing hoods. Akatsuki. Gaara's face suddenly changed. As the 5th generation Kazekage of Sand Village, Gaara had already obtained some information about Akatsuki from Konoha's allies. Each enemy has extraordinary strength. Just one team of Akatsuki alone can make Sand Village exhausted. Now Akatsuki has sent 2 teams to attack Sand Village. They actually have such a huge monster. This ancient dragon can be used as the ultimate weapon to destroy a country. I didn't expect Akatsuki to bring such a monster to attack Sand Village. Since the end of the Grass Country incident, Akatsuki has been hiding. Unexpectedly, Akatsuki has been accumulating strength. Perhaps this giant dragon is what Akatsuki has found in the past few years. Gaara's face became extremely ugly. Facing 4 members of Akatsuki and a terrifying giant dragon monster, his chances of winning were pitifully low. A hooded man standing on the ancient dragon slowly walked up, looked at Gaara and chuckled, saying, "TSK, I didn't expect that the target would come to us on his own. It's amazing." Scorpion looked at Gaara flying up and said in a muffled voice, "A Kazekage actually dared to appear in front of us alone." There were a total of 4 people present, and 2 of them killed the Kazekage alone. Uehara, Naraku and Scorpion were both veterans who had killed the Kazekage. What's more, Scorpion was holding the human puppets of the 3rd and 4th Kazekage in his hands, and could fully exert his almost peak strength in this desert environment. To be honest, Gaara was a little unwise. If the 4 members present had attacked at the same time, the Sand Village could have gone to elect the 6th Kazekage. However, everyone present was prouder than the other. Especially Deidara, who was already proud to the point of being at Sundeer. "Leave it to me then." Deidara was playing with a clay bird in his hand, grinning. "Just let him experience my art." Deidara was a little depressed just now. After all, he had been driving the giant beast in the sky, and dropping a bunch of bombs was what he liked to do the most. But now he was overshadowed by the ancient dragon. How could this be? Isn't this a win without effort? Deidara couldn't accept it. It just so happened that the 5th Kazekage Gaara flew into the air by himself. This was simply a punching bag delivered to his door, and Deidara could just vent his anger on him. The Scorpion of the Red Sand stood beside Deidara, looking at Deidara with a confident face, and couldn't help but said, "Deidara, are you sure you can do it? Although the wind shadows are all useless, this one looks different. Let him go." Uehara Naraku chuckled, waved his hand boredly and said, "Anyway, as long as Deidara doesn't die, I can save him. You bastard." Deidara turned around and cursed. He also knew the meaning of Uehara Naraku's words. If there was a medical ninja like Uehara Naraku, it meant that he could let go and fight. A giant clay bird appeared at Deidara's feet and flew him to the direction of Gaara. The 2 of them instantly started a wonderful aerial duel. The only difference is, Deidara has teammates behind him, so he can let go and fight, but Gaara must find a way to deal with the ancient dragon flying in the sky. After all, the ninjas of the Sand Village not only can't provide any assistance to Gaara, but have become a burden to him. How can I fight Gaara? Of course, they risk their lives. Bow and crossbow troops. Maki stood near a group of bow and crossbow troops, commanding a group of ninjas to operate the outdated defensive weapons of the Sand Village, and said in an obscure voice, "Aim, shoot down all the enemies in the air." To be honest, Maki was a little desperate. That ancient dragon didn't look like they could be shot down by ordinary bows and crossbows. Even if they could cause a wound, it would probably be the same as a needle prick for the ancient dragon. But his disciple Gaara is still fighting. Are they going to give up just like that? They have to do something after all. Sand ninjas, look at the despair on your faces. Uehara Naraku stood on the head of the ancient dragon and shouted coldly, since you have lost the will to fight, do you still want to resist the coming of Akatsuki? Don't pay attention to him. Attack immediately. Maki urged all the crossbowmen to aim at the ancient dragon at the same time. In Maki's opinion, this dragon is much more troublesome than Deidara's clay giant bird. Crossbow arrows shot at the ancient dragon quickly. However, their attacks could not even penetrate the dragon's body and were blocked by its own scales. One after another, the huge crossbow arrows fell to the ground, and the hearts of the Sand Village ninjas sank a little bit. Maki quickly adjusted his thinking and ordered loudly, change the target, attack the white bird first, and help the Kazakage. Roar. Uehara Naraku was too lazy to pay attention, and controlled the ancient dragon to spray fireballs at the crossbow troops of the Sand Village, destroying these long-range troops that could threaten Deidara. The ancient dragon cleared all the crossbow troops, flew to the open space, and roared violently towards the Sand Village. Roar. The soul-stirring sound wave swept the entire Sand Village. Countless Sand Village ninjas who tried to rush towards the ancient dragon were all shaken away by the ancient dragon. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, Komeitachi. Even if some sand ninjas occasionally rushed over based on their own positions and released a bunch of ninjutsu on the ancient dragon, it had no effect on it at all. The ancient dragon slowly opened its mouth, and a huge fireball gushed out of it, leaving a deep gully on the ground of Sand Village, like a scar engraved on this great ninja village. It's so easy. Uehara Naraku sat on the ancient dragon, watching this summon beast wreak havoc in Sand Village, and watching his dark harvest stacking up crazily. All of this will become his capital to fight against the 6 paths level ninjas in the future. Next up is Deidara and that little Kazakage. The red sand scorpion looked up at Gaara and Deidara fighting in the air, and said slowly, I hope Deidara doesn't play too long. We still have plenty of time. Uehara Naraku looked at the sand ninjas who were rushing again, and were blown away by the wings of the ancient dragon, and said softly, it seems that there is nothing in the Sand Village that can threaten us, so let Deidara have some fun. The first update. 4 updates today. Thank you Shenzixi for the reward. Thank you all the genuine book friends for your support. Chapter 208 My hand is broken. Ha! Deidara shouted while standing in the air. A group of clay bomb birds surrounding Gaara flapped their wings a few times and then exploded around Gaara in an instant. Unfortunately, the explosion power of the clay birds was not enough to penetrate Gaara's sand shield defense, and Gaara could only barely pay attention to the threat of these small birds. Deidara, this guy, blew up a bunch of things with a laugh. Not only did he not hurt Gaara at all, but he was chased around by Gaara's giant hand of sand. This guy's really having fun. Uehara Naraku, Nagato and the red sand scorpion standing in the Sand Village were a little bored. They could only watch the sand ninjas attack the ancient dragon again and again, and then they were easily defeated again and again. Nagato frowned, looking at the group of sand ninjas who were knocked down around him, and couldn't help but ask, has the Sand Village always been so weak? The red sand scorpion was suddenly a little speechless. After thinking in silence for a moment, Scorpion finally found a reason. These little guys have not experienced a real war. If it was Grandma who was in power, she should be able to organize an effective counterattack. Scorpion's words really flattered his grandmother. According to the current situation of Sand Village, it was attacked by 2 teams of Akatsuki organization, especially with Uehara Naraku and Nagato. Not to mention his grandmother. Even if the first Kazakage, the second Kazakage, the third Kazakage and the fourth Kazakage came, it would be useless. Sometimes the slap in the face comes very quickly. Just after Scorpion finished speaking, 2 old figures appeared in Sand Village. They were Grandma Chiyo and Abizo. As Grandma Chiyo and Abizo, who came out of the mountains to stabilize Sand Village in times of crisis after the 4th Kazakage passed away a few years ago, they were regarded as saviors by the Sand Ninjas. Now that Sand Village has been attacked by Akatsuki organization, it has once again fallen into the crisis of national destruction. The Sand Ninjas finally couldn't help it, and sent people to ask the 2 retired old people to come forward. Granny Chiyo and Abizo were not vague. After seeing the ninja asking for help, the 2 old people immediately rushed to the Sand Village. They witnessed the rise and fall of the sand village with their own hands. How could they let the village fall into crisis? Granny Chiyo flew and landed on a high tower. The old lady in her twilight years looked solemnly at the scorpion on the back of the ancient dragon and said in a deep voice, "It's been a long time since we last met, my dear grandson, Scorpion." They should have felt that their Akatsuki organization had the upper hand. But after hearing what Granny Chiyo said, both Uhura, Naraku and Scorpion felt that their momentum had weakened a lot. Damn it, a teammate was called a grandson by the enemy, and they couldn't even refute it. Uhura Naraku glanced at the red sand scorpion beside him speechlessly, and turned to look at Granny Chiyo and a group of sand ninjas behind her. Okay, now Granny Chiyo is here, let's see how they organize a counterattack. Let me do it. The red sand scorpion stopped Uhura Naraku from operating the ancient dragon, and said in a gloomy voice, "To deal with Granny, this dragon alone is far from enough." After that, the red sand scorpion took out 2 scrolls from his body, one of which had 3 written on it, and the other had 4 written on it. A puff of smoke sounded. The human puppets of the 3rd and 4th Kazakage appeared beside the red sand scorpion, and rushed towards Granny Chiyo quickly under the chakra line in his hand. The 3rd and 4th generations. It's the 4th generation Kazakage. Every sand ninja couldn't help but look at the 2 human puppets. I didn't expect that the 2 Kazakages who would protect the village one day would become weapons in the hands of the enemy today and be used to attack the sand village. Sealing technique, open. Chiyo was not willing to show any weakness and opened 2 scrolls. On one scroll was written father and on the other was written mother. These 2 puppets, which looked obviously not good, appeared beside Chiyo, and she controlled them to face the puppets of the 3rd and 4th Kazakages. TSK. The red sand scorpion snorted coldly, and the gold dust around the 4th Kazakage and the magnets around the 3rd Kazakage quickly turned into thousands of roots. The black and golden thousands of roots densely covered the sky, and the next moment these thousands of roots shot towards Chiyo. Mechanical light shield seal. Grandma Chiyo instantly controlled the father and mother puppets to fall in front of her, turning into a shield to block the dense thousands of roots. HMPH. The red sand scorpion looked at the shield coldly and moved his fingers slightly and saw the 3rd and 4th Kazakages instantly flew into the sky and the gold dust and magnets gathered around them again. The next moment, the dense magnets and gold sand turned into a huge black gold wave, sweeping towards the sand ninja troops and Chiyo on the ground. It must be said that after having the 3 generation wind shadow puppets and the 4 generation wind shadow puppets, the strength of the red sand scorpion has been greatly improved. The 2 wind shadow puppets, both of which have the ability of magnetic escape bloodline, can play a role far more than 1 + 1 = 2. Even Chiyo and the sand ninjas can't survive in this wave of black gold waves. They can only retreat quickly to avoid being drowned. The chakra consumption is so high. After sighing, the red sand scorpion turned his head and looked at Uhura Naraku. "Hey, Uhura, go and urge Deidara to hurry up. I don't want to waste time here." Uhura Naraku looked at the red sand scorpion speechlessly. "Brother, we can understand that you want to let your grandmother go, but can you let her go a little more? You just exchanged 2 moves with Chiyo. If someone didn't know, they would think you attacked 2 countries." Senior Scorpion. Uhura Naraku rolled up his sleeves, walked slowly to his side, and clasped his palms. "You step back and rest first. Let me do it." Scorpion shook his head stubbornly and said coldly, "Are you looking down on me? I'm just impatient. You are still a little bit worse than the old lady. The puppet master is not as simple as you think. Even if he wants to let her go, there is a supervisor next to him." Scorpion gritted his teeth, flew up, controlled the puppets of the 3rd and 4th Kazakage, rushed up, and fought with Grandma Chiyo. Grandma Chiyo must not show weakness. Even if she can slightly stabilize the situation in the battle with Scorpion with her father and mother's puppets, it will not help the situation in the sand village. After all, her arrival is to save the sand village, not to lure out Scorpion, a terrifying member of the Akatsuki organization. White secret technique, the Tenkinmatsu. Granny Chiyo waved her hand and summoned the Tenkinmatsu, the 10 most powerful puppets in her hands, each with their own unique techniques. It's still the same. Scorpion of the Red Sand looked up at the Tenkinmatsu and suddenly opened the red amber on his body, revealing his true face. A young scorpion. If we go by age, Scorpion of the Red Sand should be over 30 years old this year, but he is still the same as when he was a teenager. Granny Chiyo revealed the truth in one sentence, and her body trembled slightly. You made yourself a puppet. Only in this way can eternal art be achieved. Scorpion of the Red Sand slowly opened a scroll. Yes, Scorpion of the Red Sand made himself a human puppet. It is because he became a human puppet that he can become immortal. However, this is something that puppeteers absolutely prohibit. Even making a human puppet out of someone else's corpse is already a forbidden technique, not to mention that Scorpion of the Red Sand made himself a puppet. Anyone present could tell that Granny Chiyo was very angry. Uehara Naraku sat on top of the ancient dragon, touched his chin, turned to look at Nagato, and asked, "Hey, if this happens, Senior Scorpion won't be able to marry and have children, and continue the family line. No wonder the old lady is so angry." Nagato looked at Uehara speechlessly. Is it time for them to discuss this? What does it have to do with us, whether Scorpion of the Red Sand can marry and have children? But speaking of it, Granny Chiyo was so angry. Maybe it was really as Uehara Naraku said, because the only grandson became a human puppet, and the family line would be cut off from then on. Nagato rubbed his forehead. Why did he have to think about those messy things? No, this wasn't messy either. Nagato patted Uehara Naraku's shoulder seriously and said in a deep voice, "Don't learn those messy forbidden techniques. Don't be like Scorpion. The future of Akatsuki still needs you to inherit." Uehara, in addition to realizing Ehiko's dream, Conan and I actually have the remaining wish to see you get married and have children. You are 20 years old this year, right? Don't talk about that. Uehara Naraku's face was wooden, and he slowly pushed his palm away. We are still in the Sand Village to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Be serious. Put away your dangerous thoughts. Nagato. It seems that only the two of them are the most leisurely on the entire battlefield. The battle between the Red Sand Scorpion and Granny Chiyo has completely entered a white-hot stage. Hundreds of puppets in red clothes were unsealed by him and flew out. Red secret technique 100 machines exercise. As if to prove his hard work, the Red Sand Scorpion directly used his proud forbidden technique. Hundreds of puppets instantly defeated the Sand Ninjas around Granny Chiyo and fought with the Chikamatsu 10 people. After a while, hundreds of red puppets suffered heavy losses. Scorpion's 100 machines and the Chikamatsu 10-man clan fought to a draw. Just as Scorpion of the Red Sand was about to continue to manipulate the 3rd and 4th Kazakage puppets to fight, Deidara in the air finally completed his mission. Deidara piloted the clay bird and landed on the back of the ancient dragon and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, come and help me heal my wounds. My hand is broken." There are 2 more updates. It's evening. Chapter 209. It's all Danzo's fault. Deidara's hand is still broken. This guy lives happily like a mentally retarded person. Even though his arm is broken, Deidara is still smiling happily. Why does this guy have such a good mentality? In order to defeat Gaara this time, Deidara can only use his small trick, paying the price of an arm, and blowing Gaara up seriously injured and dying. Uehara Naraku glanced at Gaara behind the clay giant bird. Fortunately, this guy's not dead, and then he looked at Deidara, the mentally retarded person. The left arm of the blonde young man was torn off by Gaara's yellow sand, so now Deidara's right hand is holding his broken left hand and waving happily at Uehara. Uehara Naraku's eyes twitched. Damn mentally retarded. His hand is broken, and he is still laughing. Uehara Naraku flew to Deidara's side, took over Deidara's arm, and said after a moment of silence, "Let me say first, I have never learned how to connect a broken limb." Deidara's smile froze on his face. The next moment, Deidara stretched out his right hand and grabbed Uehara Naraku's collar, trembling all over and cursing. "Asshole, didn't you say that, as long as I didn't die, you could save me? Didn't you save that bastard Hazuki Manayu who was dying? Now you tell me you can't do this kind of small surgery? Damn, what the hell? A medical ninja can't even reattach a limb. Are they kidding him?" Uehara Naraku pointed at Scorpion in the distance. He didn't care and just explained, "Scorpion Senpai should be able to do it, and Kakuzu Senpai should be able to do it too. They are both quite good at this kind of minor operation." I really can't. I have hemophobia. Find me a better excuse. Deidara let go of Uehara's collar with a curse and looked at the fierce battle between Scorpion and Chiyo in the distance in surprise and exclaimed, "Is that Scorpion's true body? Why does he look so young? Uehara, why don't you go to help?" "I can't help." Uehara Naraku spread out his palms and said softly, "Scorpion Senpai made himself a human puppet. His grandmother Chiyo saw that her grandson could not marry and have children for their family, so this is a family matter." Uehara Naraku talked nonsense seriously. Deidara nodded solemnly and actually believed it. This kind of thing. It seems that we really shouldn't interfere. "Hey, Scorpion, the mission is completed. Come back quickly." "Shut up, I know." Scorpion hurriedly manipulated the third and fourth Kazakage to fly above him, rolled up a ball of black and gold magnetic gold sand waves to lay a defensive wall. This defense is extremely strong and solid, no matter any sand ninjutsu or puppet weapons can break through. Taking this opportunity, Scorpion jumped onto the ancient dragon and began to scold Deidara, "You little brat, you made me wait for a long time." "Scorpion, don't be so old-fashioned." Deidara looked at Scorpion's young and handsome face, walked to Scorpion's side with a smile, took off his auspicious cloud black robe, and put it on him. Deidara even stretched out his fingers and touched Scorpion's hair out of curiosity. "He looks younger than me. He always looked so old before." Scorpion's true appearance was too deceptive. Even if Deidara wanted to treat him with the respect he used to treat him, he always felt a little out of place. After all, he was too young, and he looked only in his jeans. Scorpion put on his clothes and glared at Deidara coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Let go. Get out. Hey, be a little polite." Deidara put his hands up, puffed his lips and said, "You are so young. You can call me Deidara big brother in the future, okay?" "Shut up. Why are you so rude? Shut up, or I'll kill you. Why are you like this?" Deidara puffed his lips in dissatisfaction and said plausibly, "I've called you Dana for so many years. Can't you just call me big brother?" Scorpion suddenly didn't want to argue anymore. Deidara is just a stupid idiot. If it weren't for the fact that this kid had always respected him and always protected him, Scorpion would really want to sew up Deidara's mouth. But right now, Deidara needs to be sutured more. Scorpion glanced at the broken part of Deidara's arm and said coldly, "Uehara, let's go and find a place to connect this kid's arm. Can't you just call me Deidara brother?" Deidara pouted and sat cross-legged on the ancient dragon with his broken arm in his arms, looking unhappy. "Will calling me brother make you feel wronged?" Scorpion was silent for a while. The next moment, the chakra line in his hand suddenly popped out quickly and tied Deidara's mouth tightly in circles so that he could only whimper. The artistic duo finally stopped making trouble. The red sand scorpion turned to look at Uehara Naraku and Nagato. "Okay, let's go. There may be some pursuers. I'll leave it to you." "Okay, I won't let the sand village have pursuers." Uehara Naraku chuckled and nodded at the red sand scorpion, knocked on the head of the ancient dragon, and smiled and ordered, "Okay, take us away now. Before leaving, you can finally let loose." Roar. The ancient dragon let out a thunderous roar. The next moment, this summoned beast, which can almost be said to be the strongest in the ninja world, rose from the ground, leaped into the air, and flapped its wings to soar above the sand village. Grandma Chiyo saw the shadow of the ancient dragon in the air, pulled her puppet line, and tried to grab the ancient dragon's limbs. However, the ancient dragon didn't care at all. It broke the puppet line with a little force, and even turned its head, and sprayed a huge fireball, forcing Grandma Chiyo to fly away. "Don't even think about leaving. Lord Kazakage is on that monster. Take Lord Kazakage back. Go after him." A group of sand ninjas shouted and gathered into ninja teams, and were about to meet at the exit of Sand Village. But the ancient dragon did not choose to leave. Instead, it slowly climbed its height. After climbing to a high point in the sky, it raised its head and spit out a huge fireball. A huge fireball suddenly fell from a height of thousands of meters, and it happened to land in the center of Sand Village. The earth shook instantly, followed by a violent explosion. The majestic impact wave swept everything in Sand Village. One solid house after another was collapsed by the airwave in an instant. These buildings that were strong enough to resist the wind and sand could not withstand the impact of the fireball after it landed and exploded. No matter what level of ninja, they were all thrown backwards. Even the high defensive walls outside the sand village collapsed after the air wave, and the ninjas who were responsible for guarding here fell into the ruins one by one. After Uehara Naraku saw the ancient dragon defeat most of the ninjas in the sand village, his own dark harvest tripled his 3-dimensional attributes. This is so cool. It's so cool. Overnight, Uehara Naraku's 3-dimensional attributes, which were originally only more than 70,000, directly exceeded 200,000 through Dark Harvest. It has to be said that Uehara Naraku can harvest so much in the Sand Village, and this black pot should be borne by Konoha, Sand Village, and Uehara Naraku. After the end of the Third Ninja World War, the economy of the Sand Village was poor, so it had to reduce the ninja establishment, and began to move towards the model of cultivating elite ninjas. Of course, their elite training did not produce anything, so the military strength of the Sand Village has even been at the bottom among the 5 major countries. When the Grass Country incident happened, the Sand Village stood on the side of Konoha with a clear banner, and regained the mission and funding from the daimyo of the Wind Country. In order to maintain the reputation of the 5 great countries, and deal with the threat of the new genius Uehara Naraku from the Rain Village, the Sand Village began to slowly restore its ninja establishment. Now there are tens of thousands of ninjas in the Sand Village, and through the Dark Harvest, they directly provide Uehara Naraku with hundreds of thousands of 3-dimensional attributes. Life energy. 210,921 chakra energy. 209,790 natural energy. 208,790 life energy recovery. 108 points/second chakra energy recovery. 108 points/second natural energy recovery. 216 points/second skill cooldown reduction. 100% remaining gold coins. 6430 Dark Harvest. After defeating each ninja, you will get some power from the enemy, and each time you increase life energy by 10 points, chakra energy by 10 points, and natural energy by 10 points. The current cumulative increase in life energy is 149,630, chakra energy by 149,630, and natural energy by 149,630 points. This is fucking outrageous. The reward for defeating a 5-nation ninja village is simply too high. When the Kusagakure village was destroyed, there were only more than 10,000 people, but now the Sand Village has more than 100,000 people. Uehara Naraku touched his heart, which was beating a little faster. There are at least 80,000 ninjas in the ninja world. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but want to thank someone. That person was Shimura Danzo, who was killed by him early. If Uehara Naraku hadn't killed Shimura Danzo early, he wouldn't have obtained the god level passive skill of Dark Harvest. Uehara Naraku is on the road to becoming stronger and stronger, and the future of the 5 major ninja villages will become bleak. It's all Shimura Danzo's fault. There's one more. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. Go find the original one, and join the battle, to recapture the Wind Shadow. The Sand Village was filled with grief. The ancient dragon in the sky circled around the Sand Village and slowly floated above it. This scene made everyone in the Sand Village feel nervous. Are the people of Akatsuki going to completely destroy the Sand Village? But the members of Akatsuki did not seem to plan to do so. Uehara Naraku stood on the head of the ancient dragon, pulled his hood, looked down at the miserable state of the Sand Village ninjas on the ground, and said in a muffled voice, "Hey, people of the Sand Village, you can still breathe. What else do you want to do?" Grandma Chiyo gritted her teeth and looked at the murderer who destroyed the Sand Village. If she could, she really wanted to rush up and kill that guy now. However, the reality is that in this situation, it is obviously irrational to anger the enemy. If the enemy attacks again, the Sand Village will almost certainly be destroyed. Be gentler. Uehara Naraku continued slowly. I just want to confirm that you won't send people to hunt us down, right? It seems that we can't. After Uehara Naraku rode the ancient dragon around the sand village for a week, he whistled loudly and left on his own. This time, Uehara gained a lot from capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki. In addition to the Dark Harvest, he also got another very powerful reward. Side quest. Successfully break through the sand village. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the passive talent skill wind power is rewarded. Wind power. You can freely drive wind attribute chakra and use wind escape ninjutsu at will. It is one of the components of the Seeking the Way orb. Uehara Naraku was in a good mood when he left the sand village. But the people in the sand village must be in a very bad mood. Arsehole. Grandma Chiao looked at the dragon going away and clenched her fists. The village was full of wounded or dead ninjas who had completely lost their ability to resist and could no longer chase the ancient dragon. After seeing the monster leave, Chiao and Ibizo hurriedly commanded the Anbu who could still move and organized ninja rescue. She even personally went into battle as a medical ninja. Even though Chiao always advocated the self-reliance of the sand village, in this case, they certainly couldn't take back Gaara, and they couldn't even hold on. This stubborn old man had no choice but to succumb to reality. While treating the wounded in the village, Chiao said, Ibizo, ask Konoha for help. Yes. Ibizo nodded slowly. Fortunately, his sister has recognized the cruelty of reality. According to the current situation of the sand village, it is very difficult to rescue the Kazakage from the Akatsuki organization, let alone deal with the invasion of neighboring countries. If there is no support from Konoha, if the third generation Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure village, Anoki, invades, it can basically be declared that the sand village is extinct. They may not even be able to cope with the attack from the neighboring rain village. Fortunately, since the alliance between Konoha and Sand Village, there has been no friction between the two ninja villages, and they have also launched many cooperations, even including military alliances. For example, the 5th Kazakage Gaara, who was just abducted, and his sister Temari are still in the Sand Village, to discuss with Konoha to continue to jointly hold the next Chunin exam. And Konoha has been tracking down the intelligence of Akatsuki. Therefore, when the news that Sand Village was attacked by Akatsuki and the 5th Kazakage Gaara was captured by Akatsuki reached Konoha, the 5th Hokage Tsunade did not hesitate at all, and immediately sent the 3rd and 7th teams to the Sand Village for support. To be honest, Tsunade was a little arrogant. But these two teams should be the strongest teams in Konoha. The strength of Hatake Kakashi of Team 7 has improved, and the strength of Uzumaki Naruto has also greatly improved, after returning from training, barely able to control the power of the Four Tails. Daruno Sakura has also practiced the 100 healings technique, and they have added Sei, who is considered an all-round ninja. Needless to say, the strength of Team 3's Might Guy is very impressive. He has amazing power in his body. In just a few years, Hyuga Neji has been successfully promoted to a Jonin, and even with the support of the clan leader Hyuga Hinata, he has obtained many secret physical skills of the main family. As for Oakley, perhaps because he has no injuries, and is very diligent in his practice, he has become the 2nd liver emperor of Konoha. Now Oakley can easily open the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, and even the 7th gate of the Gate of Terror under extreme conditions. This strength is no less than most of the Jonin of Konoha. If it is a life and death battle between the 12 little strongmen of Konoha, without considering Naruto's release of the 9 tails, Rock Lee is still the strongest of the 12 little strongmen of Konoha. Reality is always so magical. The two strongest people in the same period of the year, one is a cheetah, and the other is a liver emperor. As for Tenten of Team 3, she is just a little luckier, and it seems that there is nothing special about her. In addition to Team 3 and Team 7, Tsunade also sent a team of Anbu to accompany them, consisting of Yamato and Yuzuki Yugeo. In Tsunade's opinion, the Slinoop is strong enough. However, after these Konoha reinforcements arrived at the Sand Village, they were still stunned by the scene in front of them, and they couldn't even imagine that this was the Sand Village after the invasion of the Akatsuki organization. The Sand Village was devastated. The originally peaceful village no longer existed, the outer defense line had become a ruin, and the village was full of broken walls and ruins, and even a few intact houses could not be found. The warehouse that was repaired urgently was temporarily listed as a hospital by Chiyo and others because there were too many injured people and there were not enough medical ninjas. The streets of the sand village were full of wounded people with bandages. No, strictly speaking, everyone was bandaged. Grandma Chiyo didn't sleep for several days and nights. When she had chakra, she used medical ninjutsu, and when she didn't have chakra, she had to force herself to perform surgery, bandages, and splints. The arrival of Hiruno Sakura really helped a lot. As Tsunede's disciple, her medical ninjutsu was much stronger than most medical ninjas in the sand village. Is this all caused by Akatsuki? Uzumaki Naruto stroked the broken earth wall outside the hospital, looked at this ninja village full of ruins, and clenched his palms when he saw the wounded everywhere in the village. Kankuro tied his arms and walked to the side of Uzumaki Naruto, nodded with a sad face. Yes, after the members of Akatsuki captured Gaara, they used a monster they raised to destroy the sand village. Hatake Kakashi pulled his forehead protector and asked in a low voice, the purpose of their attack on the sand village is to capture the Kazuki who is the one-tailed Jinchuriki? It seems so at the moment. Kankuro looked at Kakashi and nodded. Might Guy punched the earth wall and cursed coldly, those bastards. They actually want to destroy a village directly. No. Kanjuro shook his head, his face became uglier. According to our guess, in addition to capturing Gaara, they attacked the sand village just for fun. Maybe they just regarded the attack on the sand village as a game. Kanjuro slowly raised his head, looked at the destroyed home, wiped the tears that flowed from the corners of his eyes, and continued, because there were a total of 4 members of Akatsuki driving a monster that day, and 2 of them did not take action from beginning to end. This is the most terrifying part. The enemy just did it for fun, and even concealed at least half of their strength, and the sand village was completely unable to resist. 4 people. Hatake Kakashi rubbed his forehead and asked softly, except for Deidara and Scorpion mentioned in your intelligence, don't you have any information about the remaining 2 people? Not only is there no information, no one even knows their true identities. Kankuro shook his head and continued to answer, perhaps it's because they don't need to take action, because that monster alone is not something we can contend with. After that, Kankuro explained the battle situation at night in detail. The more the Konoha ninjas listened, the more frightened they became, especially after hearing that the members of the Akatsuki organization ordered the monster to drop a huge fireball to destroy the sand village before leaving. Sweat dripped down everyone's cheeks involuntarily. Sei felt a little breathless. A big ninja village can't even resist the attack of 4 members. Is this the strength of Akatsuki? Yeah. Hatake Kakashi nodded, stroked his forehead, and whispered, I still remember the feeling of fighting with those guys from Akatsuki in the land of grass. I had almost no power to resist, and they seemed to be enjoying a game. Tenzin shuddered involuntarily and stammered, if the enemy is so strong, do we really have any chance of winning? Not necessarily. Hatake Kakashi lowered his head and whispered, at least we know one thing, the members of Akatsuki left to the north. Maybe we can track them to the north, and we can ask for support from the Hidden Rain village, and invite them to jointly fight against the Akatsuki organization. Sei also nodded and said, Captain Kakashi is right. Konoha and the Hidden Rain village have always had an agreement to fight against the Akatsuki organization. Yeah. Hatake Kakashi echoed and continued, a group of rebel ninjas from the Akatsuki organization once defected to the ninja demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, and later they betrayed Hanzo again. The Hidden Rain village has always hated these rebel ninjas, and they must have a lot of information about Akatsuki. The Hidden Rain village. Uzumaki Naruto stroked the destroyed earth wall and thought of a person with a very kind smile, which made him unable to help but smile. Without further delay, let's go find that guy Uehara Naraku right away. He should be very strong now. Perhaps it was because Uzumaki Naruto only remembered Uehara Naraku. After all, Uehara Naraku was very kind when he was in Konoha, but unfortunately he assassinated the 3rd Hokage under the pressure of the Hidden Rain village, and there was a little estrangement between him and Konoha. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about this. He had long forgiven Uehara Naraku for assassinating the 3rd Hokage. To be honest, if it weren't for Uehara Naraku assassinating the 3rd Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto himself didn't know how to stay in Konoha. After all, the common understanding of the ninja world now is that the third Hokage fought for power behind the scenes, assassinated the fourth Hokage and his wife, and tried to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as a war weapon for Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto really didn't want to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe he would betray Konoha like Sasuke, or even join Akatsuki. Thanks to Uehara Naraku's assassination of the third Hokage, Tsunade was able to succeed the fifth Hokage, and Uzumaki Naruto was able to continue to stay in Konoha, and was able to pick up the past ties, and continue to get along with his teachers and friends. I don't know if Uehara Naraku will regret it. In fact, at that time, if Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive, he really had a great chance to induce Uzumaki Naruto to betray Konoha. Of course, there might be flaws. Uzumaki Naruto proposed to send someone to the Hidden Rain village immediately to find Uehara Naraku and ask him to help participate in the battle to recapture the Wind Shadow. This proposal was quickly agreed by most people. After all, the Konoha ninjas present could understand Uehara Naraku's helplessness for the benefit of the Hidden Rain village, and they had also enjoyed the life with Uehara Naraku. Only Hatake Kakashi, who had met Uehara Naraku later, sighed faintly, remembering that Uehara Naraku refused to give in for the benefit of the Hidden Rain village during the talks with the allied nations. At that time, Uehara Naraku was almost unrecognizable. As a ninja from a small or medium-sized ninja village, perhaps the pressure was too great, causing Uehara Naraku, who was originally able to maintain a pure heart and was very popular, to put on the mask he hated most step by step. Hatake Kakashi still remembered the innocent look of Uehara Naraku, and he let out a long breath and said, "I hope that Uehara guy won't change too fast." The extra chapter is completed. Thank you for the reward from Gangzi Kainji. Thank you for the reward from Zizajiu. Thank you for the reward from Shandi and Shengang. Thank you for the reward from that year of ruthlessness. Thank you for the reward from Link Xiang. Thanks to the book friend 2020090501164597 for the reward. Thanks to Musicizen for the reward. Thanks to Zindan Watcher for the reward. Thanks to Yeo Shenglan for the reward. Thanks to everyone for the reward, and thanks to all the genuine book friends for their support. Chapter 211. The Sand Village will be a loyal friend of Lord Uehara. The Konoha ninjas really dared to think. No, not only did they dare to think, they also dared to do it. After all, in the face of the terrifying strength of the Akatsuki organization, it is understandable that their first thing is to seek more help, and the most suitable one is Uehara Naraku. First of all, Uehara Naraku was born in the Hidden Rain village. He himself has no good feelings towards the Akatsuki organization, and is also the person who targets Akatsuki the most in the entire ninja world, because the Akatsuki organization not only betrayed the Rain country, but also lured his companions Kaguya Kimimaro and Haku to defect. Secondly, Uehara Naraku is quite powerful, and behind him is the ninja demigod Hands of Salamander. In the Grass Country incident, it is said that the Akatsuki organization, Hanzo of Salamander and Uehara Naraku had a big battle on the border of the Rain country, and the two generations personally took action to expel and kill the members of Akatsuki. Finally, Uehara Naraku is friends with them. Uehara Naraku has always had a good relationship with the Konoha ninjas present, and most of them are friends. Especially Might Guy and Rock Lee, even though they were beaten to a pulp by Uehara Naraku, they still recognized Uehara Naraku's actions for the benefit of their village, the base of Akatsuki. Because Uehara Naraku and his team had a relationship with the ancient dragon, they did not look for a suitable sealing location outside, but returned directly to the Akatsuki base. The speed of completing this task was too fast. Judging by this time, it was not even enough time for the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village to go to the Hidden Sand village. When Uehara Naraku and his first team caught the One Tail and returned to the Akatsuki base, the second team still had several days to go before reaching their destination, the Land of Lightning. This was very embarrassing. Originally, they were planning to seal the One Tail and the Two Tail together, but it was estimated that the Two Tail would have to wait for another day, so they could only seal the One Tail, Shukaku, first. When Tendo Pain summoned the members of Akatsuki to a meeting with the Phantom Body technique, Deidara looked at him arrogantly. TSK, you are such a useless piece of shit. So many people went on the mission, but we haven't even seen the Two Tails Jinchuriki yet. Hidden looked at Deidara angrily and cursed him viciously. Asshole, I'll cut you into pieces when I get back. I'll wait for you. Deidara made a face at Hidden and said with a grin, maybe when you come back, we've already caught the three tails. Trash, trash, trash. Idiot, idiot, idiot. I'm going to kill you. The two of them quarreled immediately. After Hidden finished scolding Deidara, he looked at the members of their second team with an ugly face. Except for him, why are the second team all trash? The speed of their second team was indeed not fast, and it was no wonder that Deidara mocked them. The gap between the two sides was too big. The members of the first team that captured the One Tails had already made a round trip, but their second team had not yet reached the Land of Lightning. This was indeed a bit of a gap. Scorpion glanced at the happy Deidara speechlessly. Why were they able to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki so quickly? Doesn't this guy have any idea in his mind? Although Deidara was the main force in capturing Gaara, Scorpion still felt that Deidara actually won without doing anything. After all, if Uehara, Naraku or Sasori were to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki, it might be easier, and he wouldn't have to bother sewing Deidara's arm. Catching a one-tailed Jinchuriki can also break a hand. Now he still has the nerve to mock others, thinking that he is not ashamed enough. Deidara noticed Scorpion's gaze and frowned. Hey, Scorpion, why are you looking at me like that? Your eyes are very rude. Scorpion shook his head with pity, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded child. After seeing Scorpion's eyes, Deidara's mood suddenly became more irritable. Hey, your eyes are even more rude. Okay. Tendo Pain coldly stopped everyone from communicating and said in a deep voice, since you haven't started the task of capturing the two-tailed beast yet, then help seal the one-tailed beast first. Akatsuki's illusionary body technique can also allow members thousands of miles away to help seal the chakra of the one-tailed beast. Pain summoned the 10 most powerful members, used the Phantom Dragon 9 seals to extract the one-tailed beast Shukaku from Gaara's body, and then sealed it into the body of the Outer Path Demon statue. The first tailed beast was successfully sealed in the Outer Path Demon statue. Akatsuki's great cause took their first step. When Akatsuki successfully sealed the first tailed beast, the chakra in the bodies of the members who participated in the sealing was consumed a lot, and they were all exhausted and panting. Konan found Uehara Naraku and gave him a message. Naraku, the messengers of Konoha and Sand Village have come to Rain Village. They invite you to track down Akatsuki together and take back the 5th Kazakage Gaara of Sand Village. All the members of Akatsuki cast doubtful glances. At this moment, all the members thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Kakuzu slowly raised his head, glanced at Konan, and then looked at Uehara Naraku. If I heard it correctly, it seems that the people of Konoha and Sand Village want to invite Uehara this brat to hunt us down. Yeah. Konan's expression was also a bit hard to describe. The things in the ninja world are too magical. The enemies of Akatsuki actually invited the future leader of Akatsuki to fight against Akatsuki. The Sand Village, which had just been captured by Uehara Naraku, actually sent people to ask Uehara Naraku to take back the captured Kazakage. Deidara rubbed his ears and turned to look at Konan. Hey, Konan senpai, is there really nothing wrong with my ears? Probably not. Konan rubbed his forehead. Ha 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 ha, are you making me laugh? Deidara covered his stomach and laughed wildly. Those idiots from the Sand Village in Konoha actually let Uehara help them take back the Kazakage. Uehara is the murderer who directly destroyed the Sand Village. Shut up, idiot. Scorpion of the Red Sand couldn't help but cover his forehead. He felt a little embarrassed that there were such a group of idiots and waste in his hometown. You are worthy of being senior Konan's disciple. Hashiga Kikasane grinned, revealing his full mouth of shark teeth, and chuckled as he began to praise. You were able to infiltrate the 5 great nations and even gain their trust. That's right. Hazuki Maingetsu also added in the praise. It's really scary. He is only 1 year younger than me, but he is so outstanding. Yes. Yes. Ringo Uayuri also echoed beside him. Uehara Naraku glanced at the 3 of them speechlessly. These 3 people were his loyal subordinates, and he would take every opportunity to praise them. What the hell is this praise? Who do you think he is? You have to praise him for such a small thing. Conan no longer paid attention to the others, but just said to Uehara Naraku, "Naraku, Konoha's copy ninja Hatake Kakashi and Sand Village's Temari are still waiting to see you outside the Rain Village. You can see that they seem very anxious. That's for sure. The 5th Kazakage has been captured. It would be strange if they were not anxious, right? If Uehara Naraku was caught one day, Conan and Nagato would definitely be anxious to death." Uehara Naraku slowly stood up, sighed and said, "Okay, Lord Pain, help me clean up the body of the 5th Kazakage Gaara. Maybe we will need it in a few days. Gaara's body is still useful. It's just right for Uehara Naraku to plan what a serious battle to recapture the Kazakages. This time, Scorpion must not be allowed to go to his grandmother to die. Scorpion is too lenient. The last time in the Sand Village, the puppets controlled by the 100 machines were beaten to a pulp by the Tenkin Matsu, and they will have to supplement him with funds to make new puppets. He is more lax than anyone else in fighting. He asks for more experimental funds than anyone else." After seeing Uehara Naraku leave, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but clench his fists, secretly lowered his head and cursed, "Kakashi, that idiot." Uchiha Itachi, who had been paying attention to Sasuke, couldn't help but frowned. He was really a little worried. Although Uchiha Itachi himself had penetrated into the Akatsuki organization, Uehara Naraku was equivalent to penetrating into the 5 major countries. This wave is a spy exchange. The problem is that Uchiha Itachi's superiors have all been cut off, and even Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knew the truth, are dead. As for Uehara Naraku, he himself is the spy superior. Outside the Hidden Rain Village, Hydrangea, who was in charge of patrolling and guarding, stood at the entrance of the village, prohibiting Hatake Kakashi and Temari from entering, and just helped them prepare a place to rest. When Uehara Naraku arrived at the entrance of the village, Hatake Kakashi and Temari each held a cup of hot water, staring at the heavy rain in the Hidden Rain Village in a daze. Uehara Naraku walked to Kakashi's side, stretched out his hand towards him, with an awkward smile on his face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Kakashi. Hanzo has been frequently harassed by assassins recently, and has issued an order prohibiting others from entering the Hidden Rain Village." Hydrangea stared at Uehara Naraku blankly. How could this guy lie to others, as if nothing had happened? According to the environment of the Hidden Rain Village, Hanzo's bones must have melted, so how could Uehara Naraku still mention Hanzo all the time? Well, we can understand. Hatake Kakashi nodded to show his understanding. Hanzo is a long-established ninja demigod. Can't he give any orders he wants in his own village? Uehara Naraku turned his head and glanced at Temari with a sad look on his face. "We in the Hidden Rain Village have been looking for traces of Akatsuki, so we got the news from the Hidden Sand Village. We express our sincere condolences for the tragedy that your country has encountered. Akatsuki is the enemy of the entire ninja world. We will not go along with Akatsuki, so we will never take advantage of the situation to start a war. If possible, I'm even willing to go to the Hidden Sand Village to assist you in your reconstruction work. Thank you so much." Temari shook Uehara Naraku's hand, and her face finally relaxed a little. Temari didn't really want to come to the Hidden Rain Village. After all, the Hidden Rain Village is a neighbor of the Hidden Sand Village, and the enemy most likely to take the opportunity to invade the Kingdom of Wind. Moreover, Uehara Naraku was the murderer of her father. Now Uehara Naraku admitted it in front of Hatake Kakashi. At least the Hidden Sand Village can rest assured and don't have to worry about the outbreak of an additional war. Hatake Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. If they want to track down the Akatsuki organization and find the location of the Kazakage Gaara, they need the Hidden Rain Village, which knows the Akatsuki organization best. The problem is that there are many conflicts between the Hidden Rain Village and the Hidden Sand Village. It would be good news if the Hidden Rain Village could put aside the past grudges and even unite with them. "I roughly know why you are here. In the face of fighting against the evil mercenary group Akatsuki, we, the Hidden Rain Village, have no choice but to do so, because we were bewitched by Obito and this terrifying organization was born step by step." After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he turned to look at Hatake Kakashi and sighed. "But Mr. Kakashi, to be honest, there are very few ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village who can deal with Akatsuki. After all of their members are fierce S-level rebel ninjas in the ninja world. except for our leader, Lord Hanzo, who can easily defeat the Akatsuki. I'm the only one left who can barely compete with the members of Akatsuki. After all, we are a small country. The last time we besieged Akatsuki, our ordinary ninjas suffered heavy losses. I understand what you mean. Hatake Kakashi sighed quietly, looked at the worried Uhura Naraku, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we have long known that Lord Hanzo will definitely guard the Hidden Rain Village to avoid revenge from the Akatsuki. Uhura, we mainly want your help." "That's good." Uhura Naraku nodded and breathed a sigh of relief, because our Rain Village launched a unilateral suppression in the Land of Grass a few years ago, causing heavy losses to the Akatsuki organization, so they probably hate us to the core, and Lord Hanzo cannot move lightly. After that, Uhura Naraku looked at Kakashi again, smiled and said, "I don't have any tasks during this period. I can leave a Rain Village at any time to support you, and it just so happens that I haven't seen my friends in Konoha for a long time." "That's great." A smile appeared in Hatake Kakashi's eyes. Although this guy has experienced some hardships in life, it seems that he has not changed much. Temari also breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully to Uhura Naraku and said, "If you can help us rescue Gaara, we will be very grateful. Anyway, Gaara is also my friend." After Uhura Naraku said this, he saw that Temari's expression was not right. It seemed that he always bullied Gaara when he met him in the past, and it seemed that he had never been friendly. Uhura Naraku quickly changed his words and said, "No fight, no friendship. Besides, the fight between the Hidden Rain Village and the Hidden Sand Village left a lot of pain for both of us. I have also done a lot of excessive things to the Hidden Sand Village." Uhura Naraku sighed and continued, "I will also do my best to make up for the wrongs I did to the Hidden Sand Village before. I hope that after our cooperation this time, we can forgive each other and let peace remain between the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Rain Village forever." Uhura Naraku's words are very skillful, but when Uhura spoke, his expression was very sincere, and he sighed sadly from time to time, and with some body movements, he looked very sincere. Not to mention Temari, the woman, even Hatake Kakashi, the cold-hearted ninja, was touched after listening to Uhura Naraku's words. Temari looked at Uhura Naraku, nodded vigorously at him, and promised, "From today on, I'm willing to promise on behalf of Gaara, who is still in the unknown, that the Sand Village will be a loyal friend of Lord Uhura Naraku." "Well, but I hope it is Lord Gaara's promise." Uhura Naraku rubbed his forehead and a smile appeared on his face. "So, in order to get Lord Gaara's promise, let's discuss how to find his location and rescue him from the hands of the Akatsuki organization." The first update. This chapter is too much to write. I will write it in the afternoon. As I was writing, I actually felt that Hanzo was still alive, and even felt that Uhura was a good person. It might be because I didn't eat breakfast in the morning. Thank you Tiamo Zayanayu for the reward. Thank you Yan Konjay for the reward. Thank you bookfriend 2018102412025767 for the reward. Thank you Darkstar Emperor for the reward. Thank you bookfriend 160,213,204,802,086 for the reward. Thanks to I don't know if I'm still a boy after returning for the tip. Thanks to Kuajio Onii-chan for the tip. Thanks to Zizagio for the tip. Chapter 212. Fortunately, Hanzo-sama supports me. The situation is quite urgent. Uhura Naraku could only rush into the Hidden Rain Village and explain his plan to Konan. In this battle to recapture the Kazakage, only Deidara, Sasori, and Nagato were at the Akatsuki base, unless they use the elephant turning technique to create a few more puppets. But that would be too much trouble. So this time Deidara was still responsible for transporting Gaara's body and finding an opportunity to return the Kazakage's body to them. As for intercepting other reinforcement, it could only be Nagato and Sasori. Before leaving, Uhura Naraku specifically instructed that Sasori must not act alone, lest this guy lose his life in a moment of impulse. Because Hatake Kakashi and Temari were anxious to rescue Gaara, they hurriedly took Uhura Naraku, the reinforcement, back to the gathering point of their group of ninjas responsible for chasing the Akatsuki organization. Uhura Naraku really wanted to persuade them not to worry. Really, there is no need to be so anxious. The Shukaku Ngara's body had been pulled out long ago, and the body was already cold. Uehara Naraku saw this with his own eyes, and the Akatsuki organization would definitely return the body to them, and this would be an operation that Uehara Naraku personally commanded. When the three of them arrived at the gathering point, Uehara Naraku looked at everyone. They were basically all his old friends, except Sei, who looked a little unfamiliar. Oh, and there was also Granny Chihio. This old lady probably had a big fight with her grandson, Scorpion, and thought she could still be useful, so she followed. Uehara, long time no see. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and stretched out his fist to Uehara Naraku, and greeted him warmly. Ha, Naruto has grown up. Uehara Naraku chuckled, and bumped his fist with him. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his fingers and smiled confidently. Now my strength has become very strong. If there is a chance, we can have a good fight. I'm looking forward to it. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a kind smile, just like a senior who saw the growth of his junior. Hiruno Sakura, who was standing next to Uzumaki Naruto, had also grown up a lot compared to a few years ago. She nodded politely and said, Uehara-senpai, long time no see. Sakura is much prettier than before. Uehara Naraku nodded rather casually. It was really hard for him to have any good feelings for this Hiruno Sakura who had ruined his plans several times in the past. It still makes me angry to see this woman. Hiruno Sakura's face just turned red, and just when she was about to say something humble, she saw Uehara Naraku's eyes looking at Sei. Hiruno Sakura. The compliment to her beauty just now was definitely perfunctory. I'm Sei. Sei stretched out his hand, squinted his eyes, and smiled at Uehara Naraku. I just joined Team 7 not long ago. Uehara Naraku also narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that he had met someone of the same kind, so he ruthlessly exposed Sei. I can't tell that you are a member of Team 7, because your smile is too fake. Sei, hey, I'm your junior. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but knocked on Uehara Naraku's shoulder and gestured with his hand. Go say hello to Gay and the others. The next moment Uehara Naraku turned his head and looked at Might Guy's Team 3, revealing a hearty smile. Mr. Gay, Lee, long time no see. Mr. Uehara. Rock Lee raised a thumbs up, showing his 8 teeth, shining in the sun. Long time no see. Might Guy also raised his thumbs up, smiled generously, and as usual, called Uehara's name wrong. Long time no see. Mr. Kitahara Naraku. I really want to have another passionate and hot-blooded battle. HMM. The smile on Uehara Naraku's face gradually became subtle. It would be great if Might Guy was by his side every time they fought, so that he could steal Might Guy's 8-gate ultimate physical skills infinitely. Now, Guy should be able to open the 8th gate and use Night Guy and Evening Elephant, right? Infinite Night Guy. Just thinking about it makes the picture too beautiful. Even Uchiha Madara can't stand the kicks from Night Guy and Evening Elephant. Tenton's mind was relatively simple. After seeing Uehara Naraku, he waved and handed him a glass of juice in a friendly manner. Senior, I remember that you like to drink iced juice very much. This is specially prepared for you. Thank you. Tenton is still so cute. After taking the juice, Uehara Naraku exclaimed sincerely, then looked at Tenton and greeted her. I remember that during the Chunin exam in Sand Village 2 years ago, our village's hydrangea was taken care of by you. It's okay. It's my duty. Tenton touched the back of his head embarrassedly and smiled. I also learned a lot from her. Uehara Naraku looked at Tenton in confusion. Huh? Is there anything else worth learning from hydrangea? I haven't even discovered it. Don't be fooled by her. Tenton. You will look stupid if you say that. Hyuga Niji's mind was relatively complicated. After seeing Uehara Naraku, he just nodded slightly at Uehara Naraku as a greeting. After all, Uehara Naraku injured the previous generation of the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, who can only move around in a wheelchair now. The Hyuga clan can only let the young Hyuga Hinata succeed him as the clan leader. Because Hinata's strength has always been weak, the burden of the entire Hyuga clan for the next few decades will fall on Hyuga Niji, the clan leader's cousin. To be honest, Hyuga Niji should probably thank Uehara. After all, it was because of Hinata's promotion that his cousin from the branch family had a chance to come to prominence. Okay, let's not waste time. Hatake Kakashi took out a map, put it on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Let's start discussing business now. How should we search for the location of Akatsuki in the 5th Kazakage? Uehara, do you have any information?" Some. Uehara Naraku nodded solemnly, and began to introduce the information about Akatsuki. In the past few years, members of the Akatsuki organization have often sneaked into the Hidden Rain village, but without exception, they were all repelled by Lord Hanzo. Occasionally, when I was ordered by Lord Hanzo to pursue them, I summarized the patterns of their escape, and they would retreat in 2 directions very frequently. Uehara Naraku stretched out his finger and drew a direction on Hatake Kakishi's map. One of the directions is to flee to the Land of Earth, which is also normal. After all, in the Land of Grass incident a few years ago, the 3rd Tsuchikage Noki of the Hidden Rain village had colluded with the Akatsuki organization. Uehara Naraku stretched out his finger and drew another direction on the map. The other direction is the bird country to the west of our own country. According to speculation, they may have a base in the bird country, and according to the information I got, Uehara Naraku slowly turned his head to look at Granny Chiyo, and asked in a deep voice, "Excuse me, has the Sand village been attacked by a terrifying giant beast with a strange appearance, limbs under its body and wings on its back?" "Yes." Granny Chiyo nodded grimly, and responded in a low voice, "The members of the Akatsuki organization rode that giant beast to attack the Sand village, causing us heavy losses. Then they may very well be in the bird country." Uehara Naraku touched his finger and whispered, "At least they also passed through the bird country. A few days ago, we had an intelligence unit directly under Lord Hanzo. We found such a giant beast landing in the mountains of the bird country, and there were several members of Akatsuki on it. Later, when the news of Akatsuki's Sand village came, I thought it should be the members of Akatsuki who attacked the Sand village. They were very likely to return to the Land of Birds on that giant flying beast. It was because of that giant beast that they could have such a fast speed." In the mountains of the Land of Birds, a light flashed in Temura's eyes, and she seemed to have found hope. "Then let's go to the Land of Birds to find the base of Akatsuki and find the whereabouts of Gaara." Granny Chiyo looked at Uehara Naraku in confusion. "Where is the location found by your intelligence unit, and why did they go to the Land of Birds?" Uehara Naraku smiled awkwardly. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Anyway, we have given up this idea. The Land of Rain is a small country after all, and Lord Hanzo also hopes that we can become a big country. So in terms of land, so you want to invade the Land of Birds?" Granny Chiyo's voice suddenly rose an octave. Uehara Naraku's expression also became extremely ugly. He looked at Granny Chiyo coldly and said, "What's the difference between the Sand village and us? You invaded other countries at will for a piece of land. You have done this many times in history. From the First Ninja World War to the Third Ninja World War, the Sand village almost always invaded Konoha or the Rain country. If it weren't for the 4th Kazakage of your village who wanted to occupy the land of our Rain country, I wouldn't kill him. What's more, we want to occupy the bird country in order to save the civilians there from the fight between your Sand village and the Rock village." Not long ago, Lord Hanzo had given up this idea and concentrated on defending the Rain country. "What qualifications do you have to blame us?" "Oh, yes, it's because you are a big country that you can invade other small countries at will, right? You can't even protect your own village, and even the leader of your own village has been captured. Do you still want to seize the land of neighboring countries?" Uehara Naraku's repeated questioning confused Granny Chiyo. Obviously, after hearing the accusation of Chiyo, Uehara Naraku became very excited, and people could hear that he was extremely indignant. The expressions of all the people present became a little solemn, and Hatake Kakashi and Temari looked a little embarrassed. After all, they were the ones who invited Uehara Naraku, but before the official action began, Uehara Naraku quarreled with Chiyo. "Okay." Uehara Naraku looked at Chiyo coldly and said in a deep voice, "Okay, then the ninjas from your big country ninja village go to rescue people. We little ninjas dare not have anything to do with you. Uehara. Uehara Senior. Uehara Sir." The group hurriedly stopped Uehara Naraku who wanted to leave. Hatake Kakashi looked even more embarrassed and explained softly, "Uehara, Sir Chiyo, now is not the time for everyone to have conflicts. The most important thing is to fight against the Akatsuki organization and rescue the 5th Kazakage, sir, isn't it?" "What the hell?" How come it turned into a big country discriminating against a small country while chatting? When did they say they discriminated against small countries? Why did the topic deviate so much? Weren't they discussing the intelligence of Akatsuki in a friendly and harmonious manner a few minutes ago? Hatake Kakashi felt a little headache. Not only Hatake Kakashi, but even everyone else felt a little headache. They didn't quite understand why the topic deviated so much and caused such a big conflict. Sorry, there's no need for that. Uehara Naraku looked at Hatake Kakashi and looked like he was going to get angry. You guys can't deal with it yourself. I have to go back to our own small village first. After saying that, he actually turned around and was about to leave. I'm sorry. Grandma Chiyo suddenly called out to Uehara Naraku loudly and slowly bowed to him. I'm too sensitive. I shouldn't have doubted you. Uehara senpai. Uehara. A group of people also hurriedly stopped Uehara Naraku. Uzumaki Naruto even directly persuaded Uehara. We have never thought about it that way. We have always regarded you as a friend. Yes, Uehara senpai. Sir Uehara. Temari bowed respectfully and said pleadingly, no matter what kind of conflicts we have had, haven't we chosen to forgive each other? Uehara Naraku was silent for a while, nodded and said, I'm willing to forgive, and willing to make my efforts for peace. I also hope that you can forgive my emotions. Maybe it's because my emotions are not good enough to say something that is considered a leak of secrets. The day before I followed Miss Temari and Mr. Kakashi to leave the Hidden Rain Village, I chose to continue to track down and hunt down the Akatsuki organization and oppose the Hidden Rain Village to take the opportunity to attack the Kingdom of Wind, which was insulted by the radical militants. Uehara Naraku sighed and said, if it weren't for Lord Hanzo's foresight to realize that a dangerous organization like Akatsuki would bring many harms, perhaps I would have been forced to resign by those radicals now. Granny Chiyo and Temari looked at Uehara Naraku in disbelief. Sweat dripped slowly down the cheeks of the two women, one old and one young, from the Hidden Sand Village. Obviously, they did not expect that someone in the Hidden Rain Village actually wanted to attack the Kingdom of Wind. But this is normal. Such a good opportunity for expansion. No ordinary rain ninja would let it go, right? Granny Chiyo slowly lowered her head and said seriously, I'm very sorry, Lord Uehara Naraku. I didn't know your situation in the Hidden Rain Village. I'm sorry, I didn't control my emotions well. Uehara Naraku shook his head, sighed and said, fortunately, my teacher still has some status in the Hidden Rain Village, plus his previous contributions in the Kingdom of Grass. Alas, each family has difficulties. Fortunately, Lord Hanzo is on our side. Chapter 213. I just haven't experienced such an interesting battle in a long time. After a quarrel and reconciliation, everyone obviously felt that the atmosphere had eased a lot. At least Grandma Chiyo had chosen not to look at Uehara Naraku with hostility, and even had some respect and appreciation. This young rain ninja had the unwillingness of being a ninja of a small country, and he could recognize the preciousness of peace. It is said that he was also very powerful. No wonder Maki once said that the 4th Kazekage wanted to surrender him, but it was a pity that the 4th Kazekage was not strong enough. Not only did he fail to capture Uehara Naraku, but he died at his hands. Then let's go to the Land of Birds and search now. Hatake Kakashi began to divide the search area for everyone present according to the terrain of the Land of Birds, and at the same time he was also responsible for taking into account the combat power. We are now divided into 2 teams. One team consists of me, Naruto, Sei, Sakura, Chiyo, and Temari. The second team consists of Kei, Lee, Niji, Tenten, and Uehara Naraku. According to Hatake Kakashi's understanding of everyone, his strength distribution is very reasonable, ensuring that each team can have a certain resistance after encountering members of Akatsuki. After planning all the routes for the 2 teams, Kakashi Hatake said in a deep voice, we will search along this route for a day, and then meet here. If Team 1 encounters the enemy, it will immediately move towards Team 2's search route, and Team 2 will do the same. If it encounters the same situation, if Team 1 does not show up that night, Team 2 will immediately go to support according to the previous route. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. There was no problem with the plan made by Kakashi Hatake. After the division, Naraku Uehara followed Might Guy's team to the south of the Land of Grass to search for members of Akatsuki. As for whether they could find them, of course, this is nonsense. How could they find them? According to the plan made by Naraku Uehara and Conan, Deidara, Scorpion and Nagato, who were responsible for the villains in the battle to recapture the Kazukage, should not have set out yet. Naraku Uehara will find an opportunity to report the route of action of Kakashi Hatake's team to Nagato. After all, they have Might Guy on their side. According to Uehara Naraku's estimation, if Might Guy explodes the 8th gate, he can kick Nagato to death. What about Shinra Tensei, Chibaku Tensei? Those techniques are really useless against Might Guy. Might Guy and Rock Lee's Team 3 were very dedicated during the search, but they actually still relied mainly on Hyuga Niji's Byakugan. As for Uehara Naraku, he would fly into the air from time to do some investigation, and then come back to get a glass of iced juice from Tenten. What's more, Tenten has a nice voice, looks very cute, and has no love-brained personality. It seems that he can chat with anyone. To be honest, this kind of life is a bit leisurely. At night, the 3 teams and the 7 teams that finished the search met in a small town. Everyone was in a bad mood because they found nothing this time. Uehara Naraku comforted them, saying that they would definitely gain something the next day. After all, the entire bird country is not big. If Akatsuki really had a base in the land of birds, they would definitely find out that 2 powerful ninjas were active in the land of birds, and they would definitely alert the enemy and force Akatsuki to show up. The facts were exactly as Uehara Naraku said. The next day, Might Guy and his group searched along the established route, and Hatake Kakashi and his group finally found the trace of Deidara, a member of Akatsuki. Chiyo recognized Deidara, who had invaded the Sand village, at a glance, and said in a deep voice, "That guy captured the 5th Kazukage." Understood. After nodding, Hatake Kakashi assigned the work in a deep voice. "Say, you are responsible for tracking. We will follow your tracks closely. Temari, you go find Gay's team and let them move closer to our position." Understood. "Yes, Captain." Say waved his hand and drew a flying bird on the scroll, and in a deep voice, he put his hands together and made a seal. Super Beast fake painting bird in the clouds. The next moment, Say rode on the flying bird and rushed in the direction of Deidara. Team 7 and Chiyo were jumping under Say and Deidara's flying birds, chasing Deidara's position. A chase began. Deidara stood on his clay giant bird and looked at his flying bird with some regret. "It's a pity that there is not enough time. Otherwise I will definitely be able to mold a dragon as big as Uehara's summoning beast." Although Konoha and Tsunagakure ninjas were chasing him from behind, Deidara was not panicked at all, because they would soon reach their rendezvous point, where he would have 2 reinforcement. Soon, Deidara's speed dropped sharply. Say, who was riding on the bird in the painting in the sky, slowed down his speed at the same time, and fired a flare at Hatake Kakashi, indicating that he had caught up with the enemy. Kamu. Hatake Kakashi finally found an opportunity, and when Deidara's speed dropped sharply, he was about to use the Kami Sharingan to absorb Deidara's body. However, a dazzling light interrupted his action. A laser cannon shot out from the depths of the forest and hit their feet directly, and everyone flew backwards involuntarily. At the same time, a black magnetic wave and a golden sand wave surrounded them from both sides, trying to bury the team chasing Deidara in the magnetite. "There is an ambush." Hatake Kakashi's face changed, and he instantly controlled the Kamu to change his position, absorbing a large amount of magnetite, and strived for a breakthrough. Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Daruno Sakura, and Chiyo Grandma hurriedly jumped out of the gap and escaped the encirclement of the magnetite. Chiyo Grandma's face was extremely ugly. She slowly took out her puppet scroll and said in a deep voice, "One of them is Scorpion. The identity of the other person is unknown." Hatake Kakashi pulled his ninja forehead protector and whispered, "But I have seen him take action in the land of grass." Although he only took action once, his strength must not be underestimated, because he may be Obito's partner. It's not Kakashi's fault for thinking too much about this. After all, Nagato usually appears wearing a hood, and he always acts with another hooded person. In the few times they met, Hatake Kakashi found that the 2 hooded ninjas rarely took action. They were like the top leaders of the Akatsuki organization, supervising the battles of other members. The identities of the hooded ninjas were not ordinary. They must be stronger than ordinary members. As expected, Shura rode. Nagato slowly walked out of the forest. An arm inexplicably grew out of his back. This arm gradually turned into a series of missiles and fired at the people of Konoha. Earth style, earth flow wall. Hatake Kakashi quickly closed his palms. A tall wall with a dog's head carved on it appeared in front of the missiles, instantly blocking all the missile attacks, and the entire wall instantly became tattered. However, Nagato's attack did not stop at all. The mechanical arm continued to transform and turned into a laser cannon again, directly shooting through the defense of the earth flow wall. Hatake Kakashi was directly hit by the laser cannon. Teacher Kakashi. Just when everyone was panicking, they saw that Kakashi turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Just an ordinary shadow clone. The next moment, the figure of Hatake Kakashi suddenly appeared under Nagato's feet. The white-haired ninja waved a kunai and stabbed Nagato's neck. Interesting. Nagato, who was hidden under the hood, curled the corners of his mouth. His palm quickly blocked Hatake Kakashi's kunai and punched Kakashi's arm. In just a few seconds, Nagato directly broke Kakashi's defense with physical skills and grabbed Hatake Kakashi's neck with one hand. Although Nagato has only recovered for a few years, it does not mean that he is behind in physical skills. After all, he is a genius recognized by Jiraiya himself. No, or rather, an all-rounder. Hatake Kakashi ducked to avoid Nagato's palm, and when he was about to attack again, he was kicked in the lower abdomen by Nagato, and Kakashi was about to be kicked out. This floor is too bad. The next second, Nagato suddenly retracted his foot, chuckled and said, "Is it a lightning clone? Where is the real you? It doesn't matter. Of course behind." Hatake Kakashi flew out of the ground again, with lightning flashing in his hand, about to pierce Nagato's chest, lightning style, Reikiri. There was no panic on Nagato's face, but his whole body shook violently, and a powerful repulsive force directly knocked Hatake Kakashi out. No matter whether it was Kakashi's lightning clone or his real body, they were all knocked away by Nagato in one move. Nagato looked at Hatake Kakashi flying backwards, and suddenly stretched out his palm. A gravitational force appeared from his palm, which directly attracted Hatake Kakashi, and made him fly towards him involuntarily. What's going on? Hatake Kakashi's forehead was covered with sweat. In the last second, he was directly knocked away by an inexplicable force, and his body seemed to fall apart. In the next second, he was inexplicably pulled back. His body was completely out of his control. Hatake Kakashi's heart was shaken, but he could only watch his neck being captured by the enemy. After seeing this scene, Sei relied on his air advantage and dived directly towards the position of Nagato and Kakashi, wanting to save Kakashi directly. However, a black magnet senbon shot directly through the giant bad under Sei, forcing Sei to turn over and land to avoid the attack of the senbon. The red sand scorpion slowly walked out and stood beside Nagato. Although it's not the first time I've seen you take action, every time I see you take action, I will be a little amazed. You are worthy of being valued by the leader. Nagato pinched Kakashi's neck, threw him to the ground, and slowly sighed. I just haven't experienced such an interesting battle for a long time. Chapter 214. If you don't achieve any results, I will eat your puppet. This was the first time that Nagato took a fight seriously. In the past, when Akatsuki was on a collective mission, Nagato would always casually fire a few laser cannons to support, and everyone thought that Nagato was a long-range auxiliary ninja. Today, Nagato took the initiative to show his skills. He showed a fighting ability far beyond others. In just a few seconds, he beat the man with all kinds of tricks, Hatake Kakashi, without any chance to fight back. Now Kakashi can only lie on the ground like a dead dog and spit out blood. Nagato looked down at Hatake Kakashi on the ground and said in a cold voice, "Some people say that Konoha's copy ninja Hatake Kakashi is a ninja who can fight any enemy on equal terms. Now it seems that it is inevitable that I have let him down a bit. Hatake Kakashi, Konoha's balanced ninja. No matter how powerful the enemy is, Hatake Kakashi will not fight particularly badly, and he may even find a chance to win. No matter how weak the enemy is, Hatake Kakashi will not fight particularly well, and he may even capsize in the ditch." These were all told to Nagato by Uehara and Naraku. When Nagato heard this, he thought it was too ridiculous. However, Uehara Naraku said so confidently, so Nagato could only choose to believe Uehara Naraku unconditionally. He really had a little expectation for Hatake Kakashi and wanted to see how weird this enemy praised by Uehara Naraku was. Now it seems that Hatake Kakashi is nothing worth paying attention to. Teacher Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto in the distance ran towards Hatake Kakashi first and raised his fingers to start making seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto appeared densely in the forest, rushing towards Nagato and the red sand scorpion. Shura Road. Nagato quickly summoned 2 mechanical arms and saw that the 2 arms turned into 2 terrifying multi-barreled machine guns in an instant, shooting a bunch of bullets at Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones. Da 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 da. One by one, the shadow clones were shot into smoke by the machine gun. No shadow clone could force its way to Nagato and Scorpion on the fire blockade formed by the 2 machine guns, and even survival became extremely difficult. Uzumaki Naruto looked at his shadow clones being destroyed like grass and was completely dumbfounded. Hey, Sakura, what kind of weapon is that thing? Naruto, come back first. Hiruno Sakura was also dodging stray bullets in a panic. Fortunately, Chiyo set up a machine light shield in time, barely creating a safe breathing place for them. According to Chiyo's cognition, it was probably a rather strange mechanical weapon, and the power of the hidden weapon fired was similar to that of the Senbon. The entire forest was riddled with holes from the machine guns. After Uzumaki Naruto's thousands of shadow clones were destroyed one by one, Nagato slowly made the 2 machine guns disappear. It seems that this technique is effective. Scorpion stood beside Nagato in amazement. Ever since Nagato summoned 2 machine guns, Scorpion has been staring at Nagato manipulating the machine guns to kill people everywhere, and he was completely confused. What kind of weapon is this? No, what kind of hidden weapon is this? Damn, have times changed again? Scorpion recalled the time when they worked with Nagato and Uehara Naraku, and it seemed that these 2 guys could always come up with some new things. If Nagato's 2 machine guns could be installed on his puppet, it would definitely be very interesting. Rasengan. A figure suddenly emerged from the grass on the ground, holding a Rasengan in his hand and about to press it on Nagato's body. It was Uzumaki Naruto who was secretly using his shadow clone to cover his lurking. Nagato frowned, slowly stretched out his palm, and grabbed the Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's hand, and whispered, "Hungry Ghost Path." The next moment, the chakra of the Rasengan was directly absorbed by Nagato. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head and looked at his empty wrist in amazement. Wait, how is this possible? In this world, nothing is impossible. Nagato turned over and kicked Uzumaki Naruto away and said calmly, "Distracting in battle is not a good habit. Naruto." Hiruno Sakura hurried forward, hugged Uzumaki Naruto, saved her teammates, and said in a deep voice, "Naruto, don't be too impulsive." Sei took this opportunity to break free from his restraints, use the substitution technique to instantly appear next to Kakashi, and rescued their captain. All of this, the members of Akatsuki did not stop them. It's just that the pressure brought by the members of Akatsuki themselves is great enough. Now the strongest member of this team, Hatake Kakashi, has directly lost his combat effectiveness, leaving only the young generation and the old woman Chiyo. That hooded guy is very strong. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Nagato in the distance and said solemnly, "He is stronger than I imagined. In my opinion, the pressure he brings is not much less than the pressure Uehara once brought to us." When they fought just now, Naruto felt that he had no power to fight back at all, and the enemy just made light of it. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, as if looking for an excuse. The feeling of fighting him and die is like when we met a strong opponent like Uehara in the Chunin exam 4 years ago. Hiruno Sakura's face suddenly became extremely ugly. They have become stronger after 4 years. Could it be that they have met another enemy who can beat them up? This is not good. Granny Chiyo moved her fingers slightly, controlling her 2 puppets, and said in a deep voice, "Let's fight and retreat next, and move closer to the other team first. I'll cover you, and you little guys should move quickly." "Granny, how can this be? Let me cover you." "Stop arguing." Granny Chiao looked coldly at the two figures in black robes with auspicious clouds in the distance, then glanced at Deidara in the air, and whispered, "We can only meet up with the other team first, and then make plans. These enemies don't seem to take us seriously at all." "Yeah." Sei also nodded at the side, and said softly, "Perhaps the only gain is that we have found the trace of Akatsuki without a doubt, but since we have found it, we must never let go easily. We must meet up with Team 3 as soon as possible." "No." Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists suddenly, his face extremely firm, and said, "If we lose the trace of Akatsuki this time, we don't know when we can find them next time, so when can we save Gaara?" Hiruno Sakura looked at her teammates nervously. "Naruto. Don't worry, Sakura, I won't put myself in danger." Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand and said softly, "You guys step back a little, the rest of the battlefield is left to me." Huh. Granny Chiao looked at him in surprise, and couldn't help but said, "Although I don't know what technique you are going to use, let me assist you in the attack." "Granny." Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, and stopped Granny Chiao's thoughts. "Next, I may have to use the power of the Nine Tails, and there may be trouble. It is better to stay away from me. After all, I'm not proficient in this trick." "Understood." Granny Chiao nodded, still controlling her two puppets, and said softly, "Then I will find a way to lure away that kid Scorpion, so that his puppets won't cause you any trouble. Leave the enemies in the air to me." Sei glanced at Deidara, who was still flying slowly around the area in the air, took out a thick paintbrush, and used thick ink to draw a flying bird in his scroll. Super Beast fake painting cloud bird. A giant bird carried Sei up into the sky. He just turned back and said coldly, "Next, I will entangle the blonde ninja in the air for a while, and the ground is left to you, Naruto." "Yes." Uzumaki Naruto nodded heavily. Hiruno Sakura stretched out her hand to treat Hatake Kakashi and whispered, "Kakashi teacher's injury is very troublesome. I will protect him." While speaking, Hiruno Sakura suddenly raised her head and said, "But Naruto, is there really a reason to do this?" "Yes." After Uzumaki Naruto nodded, a ball of red chakra appeared on his body, and a tail appeared behind him. This scene instantly alerted Nagato and Sasori. "That is the chakra of the Nine Tails." "Such violent chakra." Nagato moved his fingers and whispered, "It seems that the power of the tailed beast can be used. If I was not afraid of delaying the little guy's plan, I really want to catch the Nine Tails now. After all, this is the most difficult tailed beast to capture." The Scorpion of the Red Sand smiled lightly and said, "You people, from the leader to you, you really dote on him. We can only decide now, and he is the one who will dominate the future. TSK, I'm not interested in listening to those things about raising children." Scorpion of the Red Sand controlled the puppets of the third and fourth Kazekage to float beside him. He glanced at Chiao, who was eyeing him covetously, and said coldly, "It seems that I have to start a big battle with my mother-in-law again." "No, you and Deidara exchange opponents." Nagato interrupted Scorpion with a cold voice and continued, "Conan has already told you that if you can't make any use of the puppets that were made with the money allocated to you by the organization, then you will eat all the scrapped puppets." Scorpion's figure paused, and he snorted coldly, "No problem." I don't know if this guy meant that there was no problem with this battle, or that it was okay to swallow the scrapped puppets after the battle. The next moment, Scorpion controlled the fourth Kazekage to create a sand mat that appeared under his feet, and took off with his body and the puppets. Scorpion agreed to Nagato and immediately went to exchange opponents with Deidara. Deidara in the air was slightly dissatisfied after seeing the red sand Scorpion. He opened his mouth and began to mutter, hey, I don't want to deal with such a troublesome opponent as the puppet master. Do you want me to just use 18 and Garuda to blow up that old woman? No need to try hard. The Red Sand Scorpion is indeed a senior water release manager of the Akatsuki organization. The water release skills are simply spoken out, you just need to delay time. Anyway, what the three of them have to do now is to delay time. Delay until Uehara, Naraku and another team of Konoha ninjas arrive. Coincidentally, what Konoha has to do is also to try their best to delay time. Delay until Uehara, Naraku and their other team of companions arrive. Okay. Deidara nodded reluctantly, flew to the ground with the clay giant bird, and threw a string of clay spider bombs. The whole air was resounding with Deidara's cheerful voice. Ahahahaha. Art is explosion. Drink. Idiot. After cursing, Scorpion couldn't help but frowned and felt that something seemed to be wrong. Deidara is his cherished teammate and Granny Chiyo is his relative. Is it really okay for these two people to fight? Unfortunately, time doesn't allow Scorpion to think. Except for Hiruno Sakura, who is helping Hatake Kakashi with his treatment. Everyone else has already chosen their opponents and fought each other. I can finally copy a book review. I'm so happy. It's a pity that the one with swear words was swallowed. Thanks to book friend 2020801003127855 for the reward. The remaining 2 updates will be at the old time of 5:30 in the afternoon. Chapter 215. Why would they believe Uehara Naraku? When Team 7 was fighting with Chiyo, Team 3 and Uehara Naraku, Hyuga was in charge of investigation. Rock Lee and Might Guy were restless, and they walked upside down beside them. Only Uehara Naraku and Tenten drank juice, ate snacks and chatted together. Uehara Naraku also knew Tenten's preferences. He knew that Tenten liked female ninjas like Tsunade, and he also knew that Tenten liked ninja tools. The two chatted very happily. Does Uehara-senpai like Tsunade-sama too? Tenten sipped the juice, and a look of longing appeared on her face. Yes, how could there be anyone in the whole ninja world who doesn't like Tsunade-sama? Besides, Uehara-senpai is also a medical ninja like Tsunade-sama. Uehara Naraku nodded seriously. Tsunade's personality is very bad, and she often offends people when she speaks. She always acts like she is the best in the world. She is addicted to gambling and drinking. There are countless shortcomings in that woman. But Tsunade is beautiful. But Tsunade is pretty and has good skin. But Tsunade is pretty and has good skin and a plump figure. Among all the female ninjas in the entire ninja world, it is almost impossible to find anyone who can stand next to Tsunade and not be outdone by her. That woman is really too pleasing to the eyes. Tenten lowered her head and sighed, muttering, it's a pity that I don't have the talent of a medical ninja, and I can't learn from Tsunade-sama. Well, don't worry about it. Uehara Naraku pulled the little balls on Tenten's head and said softly, anyway, her medical ninjutsu is just so-so. Instead of learning from her, you might as well study it yourself. No. Tenten pouted and refuted a few times, and then said a little frustrated, but I don't care anymore. I have found the ninjutsu that suits me. Yeah. Uehara Naraku rubbed her head, chuckled and comforted. If you get the right ninja tools, maybe your strength will surprise everyone in the future. Well, this is a very outrageous little girl. Tenten's outrageousness is the kind of outrageousness that is beyond the cognition of the ninja world. In the ninja world, some people like to cheat, some like to work hard, some like to spend money, and there is also the so-called European emperor. Mr. Gay. Mr. Uehara. A sharp female voice disturbed the tranquility of the forest. A young female ninja suddenly emerged from the dense bushes and appeared in front of Team 3 and Uehara Naraku, panting and saying, Mr. Gay, Mr. Uehara, we have encountered the enemy of Akatsuki, and we really need your support. It was Temari who rushed to ask for help. Everyone showed a look of surprise on their faces. Might Guy quickly gathered all the members and moved towards the route of Team 7. After a flash of surprise on Uehara Naraku's face, he asked Temari solemnly, which members of the Akatsuki organization did you meet? There are 3 members in total. Temari responded with a very ugly face. These 3 members of Akatsuki participated in the attack on our village and the kidnapping of Gaara. After that, Temari introduced the Akatsuki members. In addition to Deidara, the former rebel ninja of the Iwagakure village blasting team, there is also the S-rank rebel ninja of our village, the Red Sand Scorpion, and a ninja wearing a hood whose face cannot be seen. Not good. Uehara Naraku's expression changed instantly, and he said in a deep voice, Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion are okay, but among all the members of the Akatsuki organization, the members who wear hoods to hide their identities are the most powerful and can even compete with Hanzo for a period of time. The title of the ninja demigod Hanzo of the Salamander is enough to bluff people. After all, not everyone has seen how strong the ninja demigods are. People's concept of ninja demigods still remains in the Second Ninja World War. At that time, Hands of the salamander mercifully spared Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, and gave them the title of Konoha's 3 ninjas. Anyway, they must be very strong. Then we have to hurry over. Might Guy's face also became a little solemn, and he turned to look at Uehara Naraku. Circuit Uehara Naraku, only your ninjutsu can fly here. Please go to support Kakashi first. We will be there soon. Yes. After nodding, Uehara Naraku flew into the air, approaching the route of Team 7, looking for the location of their battle. Since the land of birds is not large, with his air advantage, Uehara Naraku quickly found the place where Team 7 and Nagato and the other 2 were fighting fiercely. The battle between them has entered a white-hot stage. Or rather, it has entered a unilateral white-hot stage. Because Chiyo is powerless against Deidara, even if she secretly sets up some seals and chakra binding formations, the seal spells will be directly destroyed by the clay bombs that Deidara throws everywhere. Deidara had such a strong air advantage, and he was still able to fight with Chiyo. He was really acting hard. As for the red sand scorpion, he played Sei in the palm of his hand. He could easily pull out one of the 3rd Kazekage and the 4th Kazekage, and Sei had no chance to fight back. The most intense one was undoubtedly the brothers Nagato and Uzumaki Naruto. The blood red chakra coat on Uzumaki Naruto had condensed into substance, and the 4 chakra tails were shaking back and forth behind him. Now he had entered his strongest 4-tailed form, and even Nagato could vaguely sense the difficulty. Nagato's face was a little solemn. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who was moving fast and had strong attack power, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "The Ninetales is worthy of being the strongest tailed beast. Its chakra and strength are definitely far beyond an order of magnitude compared to all the tailed beasts." Nagato inexplicably remembered what Uehara Naraku once said. During the Konoha Chunin exam, Uehara Naraku saw with his own eyes the power displayed by the Ninetales when it ran away. So Uehara Naraku had always advised him not to try to capture the Ninetales easily, because it was the most powerful tailed beast in the ninja world, and its power was no less than that of all the other tailed beasts combined. Facts have proved that Uehara Naraku was right. Even if the Ninetales now only released the power of 4 tails, Nagato still felt a little troubled. Its movement speed and attack ability were too strong. Nagato didn't know Uzumaki Naruto actually only had half the chakra of the real Ninetales, who made the legendary 6 Paths Sage so biased. Boom. An energy cannon landed directly around Nagato, forcing him to fly to avoid it. The Ninetales energy cannon was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even Nagato's body could not withstand such power. However, Nagato really had no way to deal with it. It just had to wait for a suitable opportunity. This opportunity came soon. A figure slowly flew over from a distance. Deidara and Scorpion flying in the air almost spoke in unison to remind Nagato, saying the secret code they had prepared in advance. "Hey, their reinforcements are here. That bastard Uehara Naraku from the Hidden Rain village is chasing us." I don't know if he wanted to scold Uehara on purpose. Anyway, this news immediately reached Nagato's ears. This is the signal that Nagato is about to suppress Uzumaki Naruto. Nagato looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the distance, who was emitting scarlet evil chakra, and suddenly stretched out his palm. A gravitational force directly pulled the Ninetales towards him. Nagato ducked to avoid the claws of the Ninetales, and his arm hit the Ninetales' lower abdomen directly. He shouted in a low voice, "Hungry Ghost Path." The chakra coat on Uzumaki Naruto's body gradually melted, and the chakra on the Ninetales' coat was quickly absorbed by Nagato into his body. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto's reason gradually became completely clear. Uzumaki Naruto's first thought was to continue to attack Nagato, and he wanted to hit Nagato in the face with a punch, but the next moment he was kicked away by Nagato. Nagato suddenly closed his palms, and the chakra in his body increased instantly. He shouted fiercely, "Wind style, fierce wind palm." A strong hurricane blew towards Uzumaki Naruto. Hurricanes cut open Naruto's body like sharp blades. As a genius ninja who can master various chakra nature changes at the age of 15, Nagato has a deep attainment in wind style ninjutsu. A C level wind style ninjutsu in his hands seems to be more powerful than some fierce B level or even A level ninjutsu. Not only did Uzumaki Naruto suffer from the attack of the fierce wind palm, but Chiyo and Sei in the air were caught off guard and were all affected by the powerful hurricane released by Nagato. The three combatants were immediately blown away by the strong wind. Even Hiruno Sakura, who was hiding behind, could only hold on to Hatake Kakashi tightly to maintain her body balance. Just when a group of people couldn't hold on, a voice rescued them like a clear spring when they were thirsty. Wind style, wind barrier. A wind wall fell to the ground, blocking all the invading strong winds. Hiruno Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of joy on her face. This is Senior Uehara's ninjutsu. Our companions are here. Hey, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, are you all okay? No. After Hiruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto responded, they hurriedly waved to Uehara Naraku. We are here. Yeah. After Uehara Naraku responded, he landed between them and the members of the Akatsuki organization with a solemn face, looking at the Akatsuki members opposite who were wearing auspicious cloud black robes. Deidara landed on the giant clay bird with a chuckle, looking very satisfied. He chuckled and said provocatively, "Ahahaha. Isn't this the kid Uehara? We have 3 of us here now." The figure of Scorpion of the Red Sand also slowly fell from the sky. After seeing Naraku Uehara, he asked with a relaxed look, "Kid Uehara, we used to have a very good relationship. Why don't you join us?" "That's right." The hooded Nagato slowly closed his palms and persuaded in a deep voice, "Naraku Uehara, that despicable Hanzo is not worthy of your loyalty. Why don't you join our organization? The leader has always liked you very much." HMPH, shut up. I won't associate with you bunch of rebellious ninjas. Naraku Uehara clenched his fists and snorted disdainfully, then turned to Hiruno Sakura and others behind him and said, "You guys protect yourselves. As long as we hold on for a while, we can wait for Mr. Gay support." Yes. Team 7 and Lord Chiyo were very convinced of his words. At least from the conversation between Uehara Naraku and these members of Akatsuki, Uzumaki Naruto, Chiyo, Sei and Hiruno Sakura could hear what they meant. Uehara Naraku was obviously a ninja that even Akatsuki had to deal with seriously. This was normal. After all, everyone present had collected intelligence about Akatsuki. Akatsuki was established because Hands of the Salamander followed the instigation of Uchiha Obito and gathered a bunch of traitorous ninjas. Uehara Naraku also helped to recruit traitorous ninjas, but in the end, these traitorous ninjas betrayed Hanzo and joined Uchiha Obito. Just thinking about it makes me sad for Hanzo of the Salamander. Konoha Ninja and Chiyo thought they could understand the feelings of Hanzo and Uehara Naraku, the Hidden Rain ninjas. After all, the people they worked so hard to recruit ended up being picked by others. As for Deidara, Sasori and Nagato, it was a bit puzzling. They also heard Uzumaki Naruto, Chiyo and Hiruno Sakura responding to Uehara Naraku's words in unison. Obviously, these people trusted Uehara Naraku very much. It's really incomprehensible. Are the intelligence of these 5 great ninjas really okay? They actually believe that the future leader of Akatsuki is their companion. Uehara Naraku Ayoshi looked at the members of Akatsuki and said in a serious tone, "Hey, Deidara, where is the 5th Kazekage? Tell me, or you can't leave here easily today." Ha 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 ha, just you? After Deidara laughed arrogantly, he patted the giant clay bird under him and shook his head at Uehara Naraku provocatively. "The Kazekage is in my hand. If you have the ability, come and grab him. No need to waste time talking to him." The red sand scorpion glared at Deidara and said in a cold voice, "Uehara Naraku, you are the only one now. If you get out of the way, we can spare your life." "Uehara Naraku, as long as you get out of the way." Nagato slowly stood between the two of them, spread out his palms and said, "Let us capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and we can let bygones be bygones." "That's really unfortunate." Uehara Naraku stood still, his chakra and aura rising little by little. "Nine-Tail Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto is my friend. If you want to catch him, you have to get past me first." Uehara. Uzumaki Naruto was a little touched. "Don't talk, Naruto." Uehara Naraku's eyes gradually tightened, staring at the giant clay bird under Deidara, and whispered, "Deidara, that idiot, was very proud in the past, and disdained to lie. Maybe the 5th Kazekage is in the clay bird under Deidara." Uehara is right. Granny Chiyo also responded. When Gaara was captured, He was put into the clay bird by that guy. Chapter 216 Uhura Naraku. Our Akatsuki organization is paying close attention to you. Naruto, Sakura, Chiyo-sama, say, if they want to surround and kill us, and want to capture Naruto, we will hold our ground, and wait for help or move closer to Mr. K and his men. Uhura Naraku glanced at the positions of the Akatsuki members. His eyes became more serious, and even his voice became slightly louder. If they want to retreat, I will be responsible for entanglement of the strongest ninja among them, and you will find a way to rescue the 5th Kazekage from Deidara's hands, or also entangle them. Understood. Uzumaki, Naruto and others nodded. Uhura Naraku is indeed a very strategic ninja. Both the members of the Akatsuki organization and the Konoha ninjas believe this very much, so they will act according to Uhura Naraku's plan. This is probably the pinnacle of life, right? The wisdom of one person manipulates the battle between the two sides. Uhura Naraku secretly gave himself a thumbs up. As expected, Nagato immediately understood Uhura Naraku's message, looked down at Deidara and Scorpion beside him, and said in a deep voice, since Uhura Naraku is here, maybe there are other reinforcements behind him. Let's retreat first. Okay. Understood. Scorpion and Deidara were about to turn around and leave. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of others. Uhura Naraku flew towards Nagato, and shouted in a deep voice, action now. Yes. Uzumaki, Naruto, Sei and Hiruno Sakura rushed towards Deidara almost at the same time, but Deidara seemed to have been alerted, and flew into the air with the clay giant bad under him. Super Beast fake painting cloud bird. Sei could only quickly draw a flying bird. Unfortunately, Uzumaki, Naruto and Hiruno Sakura could only look at the direction where Deidara flew away and throw shurikens. The two of them had almost no long-range attack ability. Fortunately, when Uhura Naraku rushed to Nagato, he noticed the movement here, raised his hand, and released a flame towards Deidara's position. Don't be too presumptuous, Uhura Naraku. Nagato watched the flame knock Deidara's bird down from the sky, and couldn't help but yell, and fought with Uhura Naraku. The two seemed to have never officially fought each other. The more Nagato fought, the more surprised he became. He couldn't help but smile quietly. Haha. It seems that, after I laughed at your physical skills, you spent a long time practicing physical skills. Of course. Uhura Naraku almost couldn't hold back his smile, but he still forced a hint of anger and said, I don't want to disappoint my teacher, so I have worked harder than anyone else over the years. After blocking Nagato's fingers, Uhura Naraku punched him in the chest. Everyone praises me as a genius who climbed out of the common people, but I worked hard to get the teacher's recognition. Don't use the word genius to erase my efforts. Nagato was stunned. At this moment, he couldn't tell whether what Uhura Naraku said was true or false. After all, many people have seen Uhura Naraku's efforts in the Hidden Rain village over the years. He has been practicing diligently from morning to night, and when he has nothing to do, he will practice hand seals alone. Whenever members of Akatsuki or a ninja occasionally met Uhura Naraku, he was almost always practicing hand seals alone, or it could be said that Uhura was studying his own ninjutsu. To be honest, Uhura Naraku's hand seal speed really didn't live up to his efforts. Fortunately, Uhura Naraku chose another path. Even though his hand seal speed was not fast, his ninjutsu was very powerful. Uhura Naraku has been with them since he was 12 years old. At that time, they had not yet occupied the Rain Country. Konan loved him very much, and was almost reluctant to let him stay alone in a strange base. Every time Konan went out on a mission, she would take Uhura with her in the name of training him. Uhura Naraku did not disappoint Konan's expectations. He performed every mission very beautifully, even at the risk of his own life, desperately trying to get Konan's recognition, and become a member of Akatsuki. In fact, Konan had already recognized his strength. It's just that the Akatsuki organization's path is too dangerous, and the future is very bleak. At that time, Nagato was also in danger, and every time he used the Samsara, his vitality would be reduced. The appearance of Uhura Naraku added a ray of light to their lives. Later, they killed all their enemies of the year, occupied the Rain Country and the Hidden Rain Village, and made the entire Rain Country no longer have wandering orphans. Akatsuki's plan was on the right track. The hidden rain village gradually became stronger, and Nagato's life was temporarily relieved. Most of them were done by Uehara Naraku. Did he try his best just not to disappoint his teacher? Nagato couldn't help but quietly look at Uehara Naraku's face, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The 12-year-old child back then is now 20 years old. In 8 years, who knows how much effort Uehara Naraku has made in secret? Not only Nagato has this feeling. Even Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura, who were still fighting fiercely next to them, couldn't help but look at Uehara Naraku after hearing what Uehara Naraku said. Because they also have an impression of what Uehara Naraku said. When Uchiha Sasuke was once called a genius, he also said those words to others with disdain. He worked hard to do it. How can the word genius be used to erase a person's efforts? At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's favorability towards Uehara Naraku rose rapidly. Hiruno Sakura's favorability towards Uehara Naraku soared rapidly. Uehara Naraku punched Nagato's shoulder, which made Nagato wake up from his daze. He waved his hand and subconsciously released a repulsive force. Shinra Tensei. Uehara Naraku suddenly crossed his arms across his chest, and at the same time he also removed all his strength, and did not resist. Because Shinra Tensei has a weakness. If the opponent's strength is stronger than the caster will be knocked out. Uehara Naraku is really not sure. If Nagato is pushed out by the reaction of Shinra Tensei, it will be really fun. Sure enough, Uehara Naraku flew backwards. However, he did not give up his ability to resist at all. He put his hands together and formed a seal to release a super large-scale water-style ninjutsu. Water-style, roaring waves. A huge tsunami rose from the ground of Uehara Naraku and swept towards the position of Nagato and others. The first to suffer were Chiyo and Scorpion. The two had to give up the fight and go with the flow. Until Nagato slowly stretched out his palm, stroked the incoming tsunami and whispered, "Hungry ghost path." The huge tsunami was absorbed by him in an instant. Uzumaki Naruto shouted to Uehara Naraku, "Uehara, ninjutsu has no effect on him. I suspect he also has the ability to absorb chakra. I know he has this ability, but how can I attract his attention without a powerful ninjutsu?" Uehara Naraku responded loudly, and after watching Nagato casually absorb the chakra of the roaring waves, he flew towards his position again. Even if Nagato and Uehara Naraku each held back, the excitement of the battle far exceeded the imagination of others. The physical duel alone amazed everyone. Hatake Kakashi had no power to fight back in Nagato's hands, but Uehara Naraku fought Nagato almost evenly. Unfortunately, Uehara Naraku was still helpless against Nagato, and even exhausted at the end of the battle, and could not stop Nagato from supporting Scorpion and Deidara. But Konoha Ninja and Chiyo may not have no results. At least under the combined efforts of Uzumaki Naruto, Sei and Hiruno Sakura, they broke through Deidara's bomb blockade, and found Gaara from the clay giant bird shot down by Uehara Naraku. But, 5th Kazekage Gaara has become a corpse. I don't know whether this battle to recapture the Kazekage should be called a success or a failure. Humph. Nagato swept everyone away with a palm and said coldly, "Since you want a corpse, then take it back. Arsehole." Uzumaki Naruto looked at Nagato and others with a ferocious face. Hiruno Sakura and Chiyo's faces were also a little ugly. Scorpion of the Red Sand snorted coldly, looking at the body that was snatched away with displeasure. 5th Kazekage, that is the material I want to use as a puppet, and it is the 3rd collection I want. Granny, you shouldn't have come. Scorpion. Chiyo slowly clenched her fists, looked at Scorpion of the Red Sand, and said word by word, "The Sand Village is my home. Anyone who hurts the Sand Village will not be let go. For the village I'm willing to sacrifice everything I have, even kill my relatives. This is the darkness of the ninja village." Scorpion of the Red Sand looked at Chiyo's grandmother and snorted coldly, and said with disdain, "You can sacrifice your relatives for the village. Have you forgotten the original intention of your establishment of the village, which is to protect them?" Chiyo's face was struck by lightning. However, Chiyo reacted the next moment. She shook her head, held Gaara's body in her arms, and said coldly, "Mr. Uehara, Naruto, Sakura, Mr. Sei, let's go." "No." Deidara roughly took out a clay bomb. Uehara Naraku stood in front of them, blocking Deidara's plan to chase. He looked at Nagato, the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara, and protected Chiyo and Naruto and others step by step as they slowly retreated. Nagato spoke to stop Deidara, and said in a deep voice, "Deidara, retreat. Since this kid Uehara Naraku has appeared here, he will definitely not take risks easily. There must be reinforcement behind him." This sentence is a reminder to Deidara and Uehara Naraku. The corners of Uehara Naraku's mouth twitched. It seems that Nagato is still worried that he is in danger. As a spy, he naturally has to respond to intelligence. Uehara Naraku snorted coldly and said, "You really know me well." "Of course." Nagato pinched the ring on his hand and said in a deep voice with a hint of meaning, "Uehara Naraku, we in Akatsuki are paying close attention to you, so we will never miss any information about you, little brat." Humph. Uehara Naraku leaped onto a big tree, clenched his fists, and looked at Nagato and said, "Don't worry, guys from Akatsuki, after I return to the Hidden Rain village to gather people, we will have a chance to see each other again soon." This goodbye sounded a bit hateful. After watching Uehara Naraku and the others getting farther and farther away, Nagato waved his hand and said, "Okay, go back and report to Conan. Uehara will be back soon." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Sasuke has made great progress. The plan was completed. This ending was a happy ending for everyone. At least for the members of Akatsuki, the difficult task of acting was finally completed. Returning Gaara's body was much more difficult than catching Gaara. Scorpion asked with a puzzled look on his face, "I don't quite understand. With the power of Uehara, is it necessary to mix with those ninjas from the 5 major countries and even make friends with them? They are all our prey. Is this necessary? That depends on what Uehara thinks." Nagato hid his smile under his hood and shook his head calmly. Let Uehara do whatever he wants. When Nagato fought with Uehara Naraku this time, he was quite touched. Since Uehara Naraku has grown up, he always has his own ideas. If Uehara Naraku can gain the trust of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, it may help them to capture the Ninetales in the future. As the strongest tailed beast in the ninja world, the power of the Ninetales is definitely not as simple as what we saw today. Even if something goes wrong with Uehara Naraku, it doesn't matter. Nagato believes that with his current strength, he can cover for Uehara Naraku. When Nagato was still a little touched, Deidara was a little dissatisfied with Nagato and shouted loudly, "Hey, you guy. You are just a rookie of 2 years. Don't talk like a leader in front of us seniors. Who do you think you are?" Nagato thought for a while, and suddenly felt that Deidara would die sooner or later, and the dead are the greatest, so there is no need to bother with this happy and funny guy. After thinking for a second, Nagato nodded politely to Deidara and said, "Yes senior, I remember. Scorpion of the Red Sand. Deidara." Obviously, this newcomer seems to be very polite, but the two of them feel that they have offended someone they shouldn't offend. Okay. As the most senior, Scorpion felt that he should be a peacemaker. Since Uehara has finished the work we were asked to do, let's go eat hot and fried eggs. This is Deidara's favorite food. As expected, Deidara was immediately attracted by Scorpion's words, and excitedly put his arm around Scorpion's shoulder. Ahahaha. As expected of Scorpion-dan, you really understand me. Let's go quickly. Yeah. Scorpion nodded, but felt something strange on his shoulder. It was obviously the tongue on Deidara's palm that was licking his clothes. Scorpion immediately glared at Deidara with an ugly look. "Idiot, let go of my shoulder." "Don't mind it senior." Deidara laughed and let go of his palm, and quickly molded a new clay giant bird as a mount. "Let's go now." Deidara knows how to liven up the atmosphere. Where this guy is, the air is always full of joy. While the Akatsuki organization was enjoying the delicious food, the Sand Village and the Konoha Ninja had a sad farewell. After everyone reunited, everyone assumed that the rescue had failed. After all, what Sand Village needed was a living Kazekage, not a dead body of Gaara. Temari cried bitterly while holding her brother's body. As a sister, she couldn't accept the reality of seeing her brother's body, especially since her biggest wish was to take good care of her 2 brothers. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know how to start, and the group could only watch Temari crying over Gaara's body in silence. Temari, get out of the way first. Granny Chiyo sighed, moved Temari's shoulder away, sat down next to Gaara, clasped her hands together, and said with a slight tremor in her body, Sand Village, we can't lose another qualified Kazekage. Granny? Temari was pulled up in confusion. She looked at Granny Chiyo in surprise, and she couldn't quite understand what Granny Chiyo meant. Uehara Naraku sighed in his heart, watching Chiyo slowly make hand seals. He had already recognized what those hand seals were. Forbidden technique, reincarnation. Being able to transfer one's life to others. The old woman finally took her old path, and sacrificed herself for the future of Sand Village. Perhaps this was what she was truly willing to do. Granny Chiyo slowly made her hand seals, while whispering her own story. My son and his wife died after the Ninja World War. Scorpion could not bear the pain of losing his parents, so I learned a forbidden technique. This forbidden technique is called Jisui Tensei, which can transfer one's life to others, and can also exchange all of one's chakra for the revival of their souls. Originally, I wanted to use this forbidden technique to reverse life and death and revive Scorpion's parents, so that he would not be obsessed with searching for his parents. Unfortunately, before I could, Scorpion had killed the Sandaime, and defected from the village. Now it seems that it's time to use it. Granny. Temari suddenly stretched out her palm, and wanted to rush towards Chiyo. After all, this old woman had been taking care of, and raising them after the death of the fourth Kazekage. The relationship between the three siblings and Chiyo is like that of a grandparent and grandchild. Don't stop me. Chiyo's arms were exceptionally strong. She looked down at Gaara's face beside her and even smiled. Although I didn't train that little Kankuro to be a qualified puppeteer, I trained little Gaara into a qualified Kazekage. Granny. Temari looked at Chiyo crying and subconsciously agreed. It's Kankuro who is not smart enough. It doesn't matter. Grandma Chiyo smiled. She comforted Temari with her eyes and said softly, in my old age, I was able to raise and take care of you three siblings. This is the bond between us. Don't be sad about my passing. Grandma Chiyo slowly made her last hand seal, slowly reached out to cover Gaara's chest, and whispered, Gaara is of great importance. There is no more suitable Kazekage in the village now. No one in the Sand Village can replace Gaara. Because the current Sand Village is too weak, the only ninja who can be selected from the whole village is Gaara, and there is really no successor. Chiyo used her life to replace Gaara's life. It is inevitable that she must leave a future for the Sand Village. Otherwise, the Sand Village may not last until the next generation of Kazekage, and it is very likely that the title of the 5 great nations will be replaced by other ninja villages, especially since the genius of the neighboring Rain village is right next to them. Before I leave, I have 2 more words to say. Please pass them on to Gaara for me. Granny Chiyo slowly turned her head to look at Temari, and whispered her last words. The covenant between Sand Village, Konoha and Rain Village cannot be abandoned. Gaara should not be soft-hearted to those ninjas who have ulterior motives. You must make Sand Village strong again, and the future peace of the ninja world depends on you young people. Granny Chiyo raised her head, and looked at the sad-looking Konoha ninjas. Her vitality gradually began to decline rapidly, and the chakra in her body also rapidly declined. Kisui Tensei, start. Uehara Naraku stretched out a palm, and fell on her body, and the star infusion injected a huge amount of chakra and life energy into Granny Chiyo's body. However, this could not change her death. Once Kisui Tensei started to work, it would continuously extract her chakra and life, and even if Uehara Naraku infused her with more chakra and life energy, it would be useless. The only thing that could be done was to delay her death. Granny Chiyo felt the energy that Uehara Naraku injected into her body, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She looked at Uehara Naraku tremblingly. I didn't expect that your medical ninjutsu would be so powerful. It is not inferior to that of Tsunade-sama, and can almost bring a person back to life. Just don't waste your precious power on an old man, like me who is about to die. I just want to give you some time to say some last words. Uehara Naraku shook his head, laughed at himself, and spread his hands and said, anyway, I'm also a friend of the Sand Village. Although I didn't play any role here in the battle to recapture the Kazakage, it was Lord Chiyo who saved the Kazakage in the end. No, if it weren't for you, perhaps we would not be able to recapture the body of little Gaara. This time it is really thanks to you and everyone in Konoha. Granny Chiyo looked straight at Uehara Naraku, who had a sad and mournful face, then turned around to look at the many Konoha ninjas present, and suddenly smiled. Before leaving, when I see you young people, I feel that the future of the ninja world has new hope. Uehara Naraku listened quietly to Granny Chiyo's praise. I don't know if this old woman will be uneasy in heaven after knowing that he will not become hope in the future, but will become the despair of the ninja world. No, or it was not at all. According to Kabuto Yakashi's temperament, he would dig graves wherever he saw them. It is estimated that Kabuto Yakashi may not let go of Granny Chiyo, who can use puppets and poison. Uehara Naraku looked up at Granny Chiyo and sighed in his heart. He was really looking forward to seeing her again. He wondered if Granny Chiyo would hate himself for not being able to see clearly. Granny Chiyo didn't know what Uehara Naraku was thinking. She was still earnestly admonishing Temari. The future of Sand Village depends on you. The future of the ninja world also depends on you young people. After that, Granny Chiyo's body gradually died. Temari stared blankly at Granny Chiyo leaving with a smile. For a moment, she didn't react. After a while, she burst into tears. Granny. Many Konoha ninjas felt bad. They didn't expect that they saved a Kazakage, but a ninja who had devoted his life to Sand Village was sacrificed. Just as everyone was feeling sad, Gaara on the ground gradually gained a little more life. He slowly opened his eyes and subconsciously stroked his belly. What's going on? Didn't I already? It was Lord Chiyo. Uehara Naraku looked down at Gaara, and after seeing the resurrection of the Kazakage, he frowned and responded. It was Lord Chiyo who saved you from the underworld with his own life. Uehara Naraku. Gaara's face suddenly changed. What do you want to do here? Just as Uehara Naraku was wondering if his identity had been leaked somewhere, was he going to kill everyone present? Or was he going to see how shocked they were when they knew their identity? It shouldn't be. When the one tail was pulled out and sealed, Gaara was unconscious the whole time. Just as Uehara Naraku was daydreaming, Temari hurriedly grabbed her brother's arm and whispered, Gaara, this time it was Uehara Naraku who saved you from Akatsuki. Don't let the hatred and fear of the past blind your eyes. Gaara. Gaara's mind was a little confused for a while. At this time, he didn't know what expression he should use to treat Uehara Naraku. After all, this guy had been bullying him since he was a child until the Chunin exam. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to understand Gaara's feelings very well. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder and said, although Uehara has a very bad personality and always bullies us who were weak before, his nature is actually not bad. Uzumaki Naruto put his arm around Gaara's shoulders and continued to comfort him. I guess this guy may be afraid that we will be too strong when we grow up, so he can only bully us when we are young. Gaara, don't mind those things. When we were young, we are all adults now. Gaara. Uehara Naraku. Konoha ninjas. Although Uehara also felt that what Uzumaki Naruto said made sense, he still felt that something was wrong. However, Temari quickly told Gaara the whole story. The young Kazakage put aside his past grudges and took the initiative to extend his palm to Uehara. Uehara Naraku was also unambiguous. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he shook Gaara's hand. This time, the handshake brought hope of peace back to the Sand Village and the Rain Village. It was outrageous. Just when everyone thought that the mission was over perfectly, Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, it's a pity that we are at a disadvantage this time. We didn't catch a member of Akatsuki and get information about Sasuke. Sure enough, the Konoha ninjas came to support not only to save Gaara, but also to take the opportunity to get information about Sasuke. Sasuke is also a member of Akatsuki. To be frank, the current Uchiha Sasuke is very strong. Perhaps because of Uchiha Itachi's inadvertent guidance and teaching, Uehara Naraku even thinks that the current Sasuke is probably stronger than Sasuke at this time in history. I do have some information about Uchiha Sasuke. Uehara Naraku thought of the Sasuke who was still working tirelessly to assassinate Uchiha Itachi, and whispered, maybe you don't know, but Uchiha Sasuke is not the proud boy I used to know. It is said that he single-handedly conquered a country half a year ago. What? Everyone's face was full of disbelief. Logically speaking, shouldn't conquering a country be done by an S-level rebel ninja? When will their friends be able to do this? Sasuke is really promising. No, he has become too evil. A lingering fear appeared on Naraku's face. He whispered, if you meet Sasuke, be careful, because after the last time I met him, I feel that I'm far from his opponent. The Sharingan is worthy of being the first bloodline in the ninja world. The first update. The next 2 updates will be at 5:30 PM. Thank you Yan Wei for the reward. Thank you Uehara and Zyaksuzi for the reward. Thank you for the reward of Luabahacha. Thank you for the reward of Wayurenwashi. Thank you for the reward of Bingan Chitu. Thank you for the reward of book friend 2020801003127855. Thank you all for the reward. Thank you all for the genuine support. Chapter 218 We can unite and ask Unoki to hand over Akatsuki's list. What Naraku said was a bit scary. Naraku, who had defeated the combined forces of Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi, and had defeated Jiraiya in Sage Mode, actually said that he was no match for Sasuke. What does this mean? The hooded Akatsuki member who just hung up Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto in the tailed beast state, was only barely able to compete with Naraku, but now Naraku thinks that he is no match for Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi covered his eyes, as if he had thought of something, and whispered, did Sasuke open the Mangekyou Sharingan? Unless Uchiha Sasuke obtained the Mangekyou Sharingan, his strength could not have been improved to the point that even Naraku was afraid of. Of course. Because Hatake Kakashi never thought that Uehara would lie. Maybe Hatake Kakashi thought that Uehara would not lie to them about Sasuke. Naraku slowly lowered his head and whispered, Sasuke's eyes are very scary, just like when I met Obito and Uchiha Itachi. Well, it doesn't matter. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists suddenly and said confidently, no matter what Sasuke becomes, I will bring him back. Ha, you are really motivated. Naraku patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder, but sighed and persuaded softly, Naruto, I'm just worried that Sasuke may not be willing to recognize you. I also wanted to win back Kimimaro and Haku, but they attacked me without mercy. Sasuke won't. After Uzumaki Naruto said this with a solemn oath, he suddenly felt that it seemed inappropriate to say this now. It was a bit like criticizing Naraku's former teammates. However, Naraku didn't care and sighed softly, I hope so. Naruto, maybe you are different. Ahahaha. Uzumaki Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly and promised seriously, if I meet Kimimaro and Haku, I will also help you persuade them. I will tell them that you, Uehara, have been waiting for them. Naraku suppressed his impulse and slowly lowered his head. His voice sounded a little sad. It's okay, don't worry, we have actually parted ways a long time ago. If Uzumaki Naruto saw Kaguya Kimimaro and Haku and asked them to turn back, I guess the 2 little guys would be confused. Naraku's status in Akatsuki in the Hidden Rain village is not low. He even dares to refute what Pin said. Except for Conan, almost no one dares to provoke him. After talking about the defection of each other's teammates, the atmosphere suddenly became a little depressed, and everyone seemed to be in a bad mood. Uehara, do you have some detailed information about Akatsuki? It would be best if you have information about Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto said with a serious look on his face, we may come to the land of birds again soon. Next time, we must wipe out this evil organization. HMM. Naraku couldn't help but lower his head and said in a deep voice, it has been difficult for us to find Akatsuki's traces recently, but the only thing we know is that if Uchiha Sasuke goes out, his brother Uchiha Itachi will definitely go out with him. The power of the 2 Uchiha is very terrifying. Is that so? Uzumaki Naruto began to think with his head down. The people in Team 7 all began to think with their heads down. After all, the Uchiha Sasuke they knew almost wanted to chop Uchiha Itachi into 7 or 8 pieces. How could it be possible that after so many years, his relationship with Uchiha Itachi has improved? Don't think too much. Naraku patted Naruto on the shoulder and whispered, if our people find out about Sasuke or Uchiha Itachi, I will pass it to you immediately. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Senior Uehara. Thank you. After the people in Team 7 thanked him, Gaara, the Kazakage of Sand Village, also made a promise and wanted to help. So far, the battle to recapture the Kazakage has ended. Everyone buried Chiyo in the Sand Heroes Cemetery. Because they had recaptured the 5th Kazakage, they also accepted the grand welcome of the Sand Village ninjas. To be honest, Uehara Naraku's mood was a little subtle. I really want to see what expressions these sand ninjas will show after they know that he is the culprit who destroyed the Sand Village. There is no doubt that the expression must be very interesting. But now, they are still very grateful to Uehara Naraku. A murderer who killed the 4th Kazakage helped to recover the 5th Kazakage of Sand Village. This moment can be said to have wiped out the grudges between them. Some sand ninjas even thought that Uehara Naraku's style was very noble. After all, it was the 4th Kazakage who led the invasion of the Land of Rain. Kankuro held his bandaged arm and bowed to Uehara Naraku earnestly to thank him. Thank you. If it weren't for you putting aside past grudges and helping to recover Gaara, it would be an unimaginable loss for a sand village that has lost its Kazakage. He learned what happened from Temari. If Uehara Naraku hadn't provided them with information about Akatsuki, they would never have been able to find the location of the Akatsuki members. If Uehara Naraku hadn't sacrificed himself to entangle the strongest enemy of the Akatsuki organization, they would not have been able to take back Gaara's body from Deidara, and there would have been no chance for Chiyo to perform her own reincarnation. Strictly speaking, Uehara Naraku is really a great benefactor of the Sand Village. Maki also took the initiative to step forward and bowed respectfully. We apologize for our past hostility towards you. Thank you for saving Lord Kazakage. It doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku shook his head and said solemnly, after all, it was us who wrongly trusted Uchiha Obito, which led him to develop an evil monster organization like Akatsuki. Now Akatsuki has become a cancer in the entire ninja world. Every time they take action, it will cause great harm to the peace of the ninja world. After lying dormant for a few years, they began to stir up trouble everywhere in the ninja world. I didn't expect that they would threaten Lord Kazakage this time. We have been fighting against Akatsuki in the past few years to make up for the mistakes we made in the Hidden Rain Village. We underestimated Uchiha Obito's ambition. After saying that, Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at Hatake Kakashi and the Konoha ninjas who were embarrassed next to him, and continued softly, Mr. Kakashi, we believe that Uchiha Obito will not give up easily. He will definitely continue to send members of Akatsuki to stir up greater waves in the ninja world. Once he said this, it was just an old way of shirking responsibility. Hatake Kakashi felt a little ashamed. After listening to what Uehara Naraku said, he didn't think that the Hidden Rain Village had made any big mistakes. Instead, he thought that they, Konoha, had a bigger responsibility. Who made Uchiha Obito a traitor to Konoha? And he was also Kakashi Hatake's former teammate. Even Uchiha Obito became the most dangerous person in the ninja world because Kakashi didn't protect Rin well. Hatake Kakashi felt a little guilty. Of course, on the surface, Kakashi still had to maintain Konoha's image. He said softly, Your Excellency, the 5th generation has also been sending people to track down the information about Obito and Akatsuki. Unfortunately, our Enbu is active mostly in our own country. We dare not involve the area of the Hidden Rock Village in the north, so as not to cause a conflict between the two countries. The blame was directly pushed onto Inoki. After all, Inoki did hire members of Akatsuki in order to give the Hidden Rock Village an advantage in the Grass Country incident, and the money he paid must have been high. In the battle for the Land of Grass, more than a dozen S-rank rebel ninjas went out together. It is not justifiable to have less money. Uehara Naraku followed Hatake Kakashi's words and directly put the blame on Inoki. We have also speculated that, after being expelled by us, Uchiha Obito may have received the support of the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. Yes. Hatake Kakashi also continued, Konoha also has similar speculations, or has sufficient evidence. In the Land of Grass incident, Inoki almost undisguisedly used Akatsuki to achieve his own goals. In the Land of Grass incident, Akatsuki swept away the Konoha ninja forces, and the ninjas of the Hidden Rock Village followed closely and occupied the entire Land of Grass. Konoha could only attack the Hidden Rock ninja to regain the land. This went back and forth. If Konoha had not given most of the land of grass to the land of rain, in exchange for the deterrence of the ninja demigod salamander Hanzo to the Akatsuki organization, perhaps Konoha would still be stuck in the quagmire of the land of grass. Gaara hugged his arms, looked at this and that, and said in a deep voice, perhaps our 3 ninja villages can unite to test the pressure, and ask the 3rd Sachike Jinoki to hand over the list of members of Akatsuki and all their information. This is purely taken for granted. How could the 3rd Sachike Jinoki surrender so easily? Wouldn't that greatly reduce his majesty? Gaara, the Kazakage, is really too young. To put it another way, even if Inoki is willing to give in for the sake of the interests of Iwagakure and hand over the list of Akatsuki, where can he get the list? In the end, won't he still have to insist that he has no collusion with the Akatsuki organization? Hatake Kakashi's expression was a little complicated. He whispered, I still need to report this matter to the Hokage-sama. After all, it is a matter of great importance. And if we really unite to encircle and suppress Akatsuki, the Hidden Mist Village can also help. This is serious. The Hidden Mist Village's hatred for Akatsuki is almost undisguised. After all, the 4th Mizukage was controlled by Uchiha Obito and implemented the inhumane blood mist policy, which seriously damaged the Hidden Mist Village. Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded solemnly, looked at Hatake Kakashi and Gaara and said, the same goes for me. I must go back and report this to Hanzo-sama before making a decision. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he sighed and said, after all, we will face the threat of the Iwagakure village directly. If we anger the 3rd Sachike Jinoki, no matter how strong Hanzo-sama is, he will not be able to defeat the tens of thousands of ninja troops of the Iwagakure village. Chapter 219 Let me see your strength Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara is really young. After seeing Hatake Kakashi and Uehara Naraku say that they would report the matter to the leaders of their respective villages, Gaara was even a little eager. Hatake Kakashi thought that Gaara's proposal might have a certain degree of feasibility, so he decided to return to Konoha immediately to report the matter to Tsunade. Uehara Naraku thought that Gaara's proposal was impossible to achieve and was simply nonsense, but he also had to return to the village under the name of reporting to Hanzo. They could only part ways. Uzumaki Naruto smiled when they parted and waved to Uehara Naraku eagerly, looking forward to the time when they could meet again. The next time we meet again, it may be when I bring Sasuke back. At that time, we, the friends who once participated in the Chunin exam together, will be able to reunite. Yes. Uehara Naraku also responded with a friendly smile. Uehara's face was very happy, and as for what he was thinking in his heart, it is estimated that the Konoha ninjas on the opposite side could never guess it. Even if their imaginations broke through the sky, they could not guess what Uehara was thinking. Well, Uehara thought that, when their Akatsuki organization gathered all 7-tailed beasts, they would let Sasuke catch the 9 tails, but they would not let Sasuke catch the 8 tails, so as to avoid being deceived and beaten again. It was not worth it. Before that, the problem of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke had to be solved. The battle between the 2 brothers might be imminent. Uchiha Sasuke has grown a lot recently. He probably feels that his chances of winning are very low, so he wants to be patient for a while. But people like Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kisame know that Sasuke's chances of winning are 100%. Besides, Uchiha Itachi's health is not very good. If Uchiha Sasuke wants to be patient for a while, he may starve his brother to death. This is also because Uchiha Itachi does not want anyone to treat him. In name, he is worried that someone will explore his secrets, but in fact, he is afraid that he will become lively, and what if he accidentally kills his brother Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi has wanted to die for a long time. Perhaps on the night of the extermination, Uchiha Itachi had already wanted to die, but his brother had not grown up yet, so he suppressed his will. Uehara Naraku had already planned that after Uchiha Itachi died in the battle, he would use Uchiha Itachi's eyes to threaten Sasuke to catch the 9 tails, otherwise he would sit and watch Sasuke's eyes become blind. However, before that, he needed to find a way to solve the hidden danger. Uchiha Itachi had a crow transplanted with the Katamatsukami Manjaki Sharingan. That crow was a big trouble. Uehara Naraku had to find a way to get rid of the crow, and it would be best if he could actively induce Uchiha Itachi to expose the crow. According to Uehara Naraku, Uchiha Itachi was moved by Uzumaki Naruto's will to get Sasuke back, so he hid the crow in Uzumaki Naruto's stomach as a backup plan in case Uzumaki Naruto could not persuade Sasuke to turn back. Of course, the crow was not used on Sasuke later, but instead allowed Uchiha Itachi to get rid of control after his resurrection. That crow didn't have a good ending either. In order to prevent Katamatsu-kami from falling into the hands of others, Uchiha Itachi used Amaterasu to burn the crow alive into nothingness. Before the brothers' duel, we must find a way to destroy Uchiha Itachi's Katamatsu-kami Mangekyou Sharingan. Uehara Naraku touched his chin, still lost in thought. What should he do to make Uchiha Itachi hand over the Katamatsu-kami Mangekyou Sharingan? Should he turn himself into Naruto? I guess it's not very reliable. Although Shinsenghu Onma's transformation technique is powerful and ordinary ninjas can hardly see through it, once attacked, his true form will be revealed. Is it necessary to find a way to let Uzumaki Naruto come forward and lure out Uchiha Itachi's Katamatsu-kami Sharingan? It seems possible. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and tapped his arm with his fingers, thinking about his plan. Why not just make it clear directly and threaten Uchiha Itachi with Uchiha Sasuke's life first, or deceive him once, and don't let him leak any of my information. Leak the information about Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke to Konoha in the name of the Hidden Rain Village, and let Konoha send Uzumaki Naruto to hunt down Sasuke and Itachi, and leak Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts to Naruto, so that the two of them can meet. If Uchiha Itachi entrusts the crow with Katamatsu-kami's Sharingan to Uzumaki Naruto, then Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke will be allowed to fight each other. Otherwise, we can only take a gamble by directly threatening Uchiha Itachi with Uchiha Sasuke's life. That eye of Katamatsu-kami is too threatening. Uehara Naraku quickly finalized his plan. We must get rid of the Katamatsu-kami Sharingan hidden by Uchiha Itachi first. Otherwise, if Uchiha Itachi keeps it and refuses to use it, who knows what kind of illusion the Katamatsu-kami Sharingan will use on whom. If the Katamatsu-kami is used on Uehara, wouldn't it be fatal? Although it is estimated that Uchiha Itachi will not pay attention to a small figure like Uehara Naraku, but just in case. After Uehara Naraku easily gets rid of Uchiha Itachi's Katamatsu-kami Sharingan, he can play with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke at will, and can use these two pairs of brothers at will. After all, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, these two people must be related to the progress of Uehara Naraku's main task. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Uehara Naraku must arrange all the people involved in the main line properly, so that it fits the identity of the big black hand behind the scenes. Uchiha Sasuke is actually very easy to be used. It is enough to throw dirty water on the Konoha high-level officials on the night of the Uchiha clan extermination. When Uehara Naraku returned to the Akatsuki base, Kakuzu, hidden, Uchiha Itachi and others had just captured the two-tailed Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. I have to say that it is so comfortable to go out together. It is as easy as catching a kitten for a group of people to catch a two-tailed Jinchuriki. They completed the task easily and comfortably. Everyone performed their duties along the way and did not encounter any troubles. It was just that it was too easy to capture the two-tailed Jinchuriki. It was a little uncomfortable. Everyone felt that the task of capturing the Jinchuriki was not as exciting as the task of attacking the Konoha camp. The members of the Akatsuki organization gathered together and put the two-tailed Matatabi into the outer path demon statue. At the same time, Black Zetsu also reported the information about the three-tailed Isabu in time. It was more concerned about the progress of the plan to collect the tailed beasts than any member of the Akatsuki organization. After the one-tail Shukaku and the two-tail Matatabi were sealed into the outer path demon statue, Black Zetsu directly hoped that the Akatsuki organization would capture the three-tailed Isabu like a model worker. This is the location where the three-tailed Isabu was reborn. After Black Zetsu handed over a map of the Land of Water, he said sinisterly, the Hidden Mist Village has strictly protected the place where the three-tailed was reborn. There are at least thousands of ninjas defending nearby. The Hidden Mist Village has blocked the area around the three-tailed and prohibited all unrelated personnel from approaching. Ha 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 ha. Do they think they can protect the three-tailed like this? Deidara had just helped seal the two-tailed, and his body was still a little weak, which still did not affect his lively personality. Then let us go again. In a few days, we can catch the three-tailed directly, don't you think? Uehara. What? Uehara Naraku's thoughts were a little impure. Maybe because his brain was always thinking about how to operate to provoke a fight between the Uchiha brothers now. He didn't listen carefully to Deidara's call. Deidara's hot temper could no longer be contained, and he shouted, I say, let's go to the land of water, to catch the three-tailed Isabu and eat seafood. To be honest, Deidara really likes going out on missions with Uehara Naraku's team, because Uehara Naraku and Nagato don't quarrel. Along the way, basically whatever Deidara wants to say, Uehara Naraku will even chat a few words, and they also like explosions. They are also of the same age, so they have a lot of common topics. The most important thing is that Uehara Naraku's summoned beast, the ancient dragon, is very cool. Okay, opportunity waits for no one. Uehara Naraku nodded and looked at Deidara with a bit of disgust, but I don't want to take you with me this time. The last time you captured the one-tailed Jinchuriki in the sand village, you were too slow. Asshole, what did you say? Deidara's expression froze, and then he waved his hands angrily. I just helped you, and you actually despise your companion like this. I have been working very hard. Okay, I'll take you flying. Uehara Naraku glanced at Tendo Pain, who was sitting on the top of the outer path demon statue, and said softly, this time I also want to act with a team of Hashigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. After all, Mr. Itachi's Sharingan is very helpful for us to capture the tailed beasts. Okay. After Tendo Pain nodded, he ordered in a deep voice, after you capture the three-tailed Isabu, you don't have to bring it back directly. Find a suitable position on the spot to perform the illusion body technique. We will work together to seal the three-tailed Isabu into the outer path demon statue. Actually, it's okay to bring it back, right? Deidara scratched his head and turned to look at Uehara Naraku. I think it's safer to bring it back and seal it. It's alright. Uehara Naraku answered perfunctorily. Deidara looked at Uehara Naraku and puffed his mouth in anger again. Is this man still okay? He thought that their relationship had improved. There is still a half-dead four-tailed Jinchuriki Leoshi in the Akatsuki base. After the three-tailed is captured, it's time to capture the five-tailed. This collection is really too fast. In fact, the most time-consuming thing for Akatsuki is to seal the tailed beasts. It takes several days to use the illusion dragon 9 seals to seal the tailed beasts into the outer path demon statue. After the seal was over, most people's physical strength and chakra consumption were very huge, and they needed a period of rest. Kakuzu stood up slowly and said in a muffled voice, since we are not needed for the task of capturing the three-tailed beast this time, I will go and kill a few people to replenish the organization's funds. This time, we have spent a lot of money on the road, and we can't just sit back and eat up all the money. Uehara Naraku's eyebrows jumped, and he looked up at Kakuzu. He remembered the story of Kakuzu and Hidden, and asked softly, what is Kakuzu's goal? Look around. Kakuzu looked at Uehara Naraku and said casually, whether it is a bounty of tens of thousands of teals, hundreds of thousands of teals or tens of millions of teals, I will not miss it. This guy's really good at being the boss. Even Uehara Naraku couldn't help but admire him. Kakuzu is worthy of being the financial director of the Akatsuki organization. He was really embarrassed to take Kakuzu's position in the past few years. After all, when Uehara Naraku was an accountant, he only knew how to collect money, but Kakuzu was earning money outside. Kakuzu touched the bounty booklet that he always had in his hand and said softly, I got the news this time. The land with a bounty of 30 million ryo is in the fire temple. Yeah. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Hazuki Maingetsu. You don't seem to have any missions recently, right? Then accompany Kakuzu senpai on a trip? To be honest, Uehara Naraku was still a little worried about Hazuki Maingetsu and Momochi's abuser, feeling that the two of them could not protect Kakuzu. Kaguya Kimimaro and Haku were even less likely. The fire temple was not a place to get entangled, especially because it was likely to attract a large number of Konoha Anbu to round up, and Konoha was as curious about the information of the Akatsuki organization as a cat smelling blood. Before Hazuki Maingetsu could speak and continue thinking with Uehara Naraku, Kakuzu was a little unhappy. Why should they go with me? It will cost more money if they go. Uehara Naraku. This guy really wants money over life. Which is more important, money or life? Uehara Naraku looked at Kakuzu unhappily and said, "The land of fire is very dangerous, and Konoha has been looking for us. But didn't you, little brat, just deal with Konoha ninjas a few days ago?" Kakuzu snorted coldly and said confidently, "Of course money is the most important thing in this world. I have many lives, but it is very difficult for me to make money." Uehara Naraku closed his eyes and sighed. "What you said makes sense. Then let Mr. Itachi, Kisame, Maingetsu Hazuki and Ringo Uehara go with you." Hey, didn't you hear what I said? It's no use for these guys to go. I can deal with that guy named Jalu by myself. Kakuzu glanced at Uehara Naraku and said dissatisfiedly, "And didn't you ask Kisame and Itachi to capture the three tails together? I think the newcomers of the organization should be trained." Uehara Naraku's fingers froze, and he looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said softly, "Uchiha Sasuke, can your Sharingan control the tailed beasts?" Uchiha Sasuke slowly lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "I can't confirm it, but with my own strength, I can easily defeat a tailed beast." "Sasuke can't do it yet," Uchiha Itachi said in a cold voice, giving Uchiha Sasuke a big embarrassment. Uchiha Itachi ignored Sasuke's ugly face and continued, "So let Uchiha Sasuke go with me to assist Kakuzu Sr." Clang. Uchiha Sasuke drew his ninja sword on the spot. However, the next moment, Uehara Naraku appeared beside Sasuke, pressed his ninja sword back, chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter. We are watching anyway. Even if Sasuke is in danger, I can save him." Uehara Naraku patted Sasuke on the shoulder and continued with a smile. "The last time I acted with Uzumaki Naruto, he has become very strong now. I must also check the future talents of our Akatsuki. After all, Sasuke has studied in our Akatsuki for 3 or 4 years, right? He can't be worse than Uzumaki Naruto, a ninja who grew up in Konoha, right? Otherwise, why did I work so hard to bring you back? Mr. Itachi hated you joining the Akatsuki back then. He thought that your talent and strength were too poor, and you were useless in the Akatsuki. Do you think you can be of any use in the Akatsuki now?" Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes as he spoke, looking at Uchiha Sasuke with a kind smile. "I tried my best to get you to join the Akatsuki back then. This time, I will also be your examiner in the capture of the three-tailed beast. If you can pass the exam, I will apply to Lord Pain to let the idol Ringo Uehara become your teammate and allow you to become a formal member of Akatsuki." Uehara Naraku's palm fell on Uchiha Sasuke's back again, and he chuckled and continued, "If you can't play any role in capturing the three-tailed beast this time, and your performance is not as good as Uzumaki Naruto in my eyes, then I can only let Mr. Itachi kill you and let him vent his anger." Uchiha Itachi, "Don't worry, I will catch the three-tailed beast Isabu with my own hands and let you recognize my strength." Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth hatefully, and his first thought at this moment was that he must exert enough strength to be recognized by Uehara Naraku. The next second, Uchiha Sasuke continued in a deep voice, "When I capture the Nine Tails in the future, I will personally take action and bring Uzumaki Naruto back. After the Nine Tails is sealed, I will start a life and death battle with Uchiha Itachi, so that you can see my revenge with your own eyes, and kill Uchiha Itachi, the man who destroyed the clan." "Very good." Uehara Naraku clapped his hands lightly, glanced at Uchiha Itachi next to him, chuckled and said, "You don't have to wait until you capture the Nine Tails. As long as you show enough strength, when you capture the Three Tails, Lord Pain will agree to the brotherly duel between you." Uehara Naraku stared at Uchiha Itachi's face, stared at Uchiha Itachi's clenched palms, and chuckled. "Mr. Itachi, do you have any opinions?" "No." Uchiha Itachi slowly closed his eyes and shook his head. Now is not a wise time, but Uehara Naraku took the initiative with Pain as his backer, so Uchiha Itachi could only agree temporarily. Uehara Naraku's gaze passed over Uchiha Itachi and slowly stopped on Hoshigaki Kisame. The shark-faced man grinned slightly. Chapter 220 How deep are you hiding? Hoshigaki Kisame is Naraku Uehara's first subordinate. Naraku Uehara never doubts the loyalty of Hoshigaki Kisame. This guy will never make any mistakes in serious matters, and he is still closely monitoring Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, Kisame is a good hidden guy. Before it was Uchiha Obito, and now it is Black Zetsu. Everyone thinks that Kisame is loyal to them. Naraku Uehara took a look at everyone present, chuckled and said, since it seems that no one has any objection to this distribution, let Kisame, Mr. Itachi, Ringo Airi and Manzuki Hazuki, the 4 official members, go to assist Kakuzu Senpai and Hidden to collect funds. Naraku Uehara is like the one who issues orders. Tendo Pain seemed not to care about his actions at all, and even nodded to Uehara Naraku in approval, and added softly, then the members who capture the 3-tailed beast are Uehara, Nagato, Momochi's abuser, Deidara, Sasori and Uchiha Sasuke. No problem. Deidara was very satisfied with this arrangement. Scorpion also nodded dully. The artistic duo may feel very comfortable to carry out the mission with Uehara Naraku. After all, Uehara Naraku's personality is actually quite easy to get along with. Even if he is very powerful, he will not show contempt or disdain to other companions. Kakuzu expressed a different opinion and said unhappily, I said, we are just going to kill a few people to exchange for the bounty. We don't need so many people. Be careful. Tendo Pain glanced at Kakuzu and said coldly, when has Uehara's plan ever gone wrong? Kakuzu, do as he says. Kakuzu frowned, sighed, and said helplessly, really, the little brat has grown up, and is he finally going to put pressure on the old employees? He really has the right to say such things. Kakuzu and Sasori were both early members of the Akatsuki organization. Uehara Naraku and Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization at the same time, and Kakuzu watched Uehara grow up little by little, since he was a teenager. Kakuzu really likes this little guy. Uehara Naraku killed the 4th Kazekage and let the Red Sand Scorpion use the 4th Kazekage to refine gold. Then he got the Grass Country, which directly made the Akatsuki organization rich. Kakuzu's attitude towards Uehara can be imagined. Whoever can make Kakuzu-sama earn money is Kakuzu-sama's friend. Whoever can make Kakuzu-sama earn a lot of money is Kakuzu-sama's benefactor. So the relationship between the two is pretty good. And when Uehara Naraku was an accountant before, he was very generous when allocating activity funds to Kakuzu, basically with high standards, high benefits and high treatment. Kakuzu-sama is so mercenary. What's more, Uehara Naraku is also a very easygoing person, without the airs of a genius or arrogant attitude. It was only this year that he began to take on the responsibility. When the members of Akatsuki met Uehara on weekdays, he was almost very kind to every member. To be honest, if possible, Kakuzu sometimes really wanted to kill the idiot with low IQ, Hidden, and let Uehara Naraku be his teammate. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill Hidden. Konan would not agree to Uehara and Kakuzu partnering up. It's just that the relationship between the two is really okay. Therefore, after hearing Kakuzu's complaints, Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and whispered, hey, Kakuzu Senior, I'm worried about your safety. I spied on the news of Konoha ninjas before, and they are chasing us madly. Humph, I won't be afraid of them either. It's better to be careful after all. Uehara Naraku sighed and advised softly, Mr. Itachi, Kisame and the others will cooperate with you in secret. With so many helpers, we can also collect more activity funds for the organization. We have been dormant for a long time, and we are indeed short of money. I see. After Kakuzu finished speaking in a muffled voice, he muttered and complained, it's obvious that there is not much money in the organization, but it is still extravagant to let so many people act together. Young people just don't know how to be frugal. Uehara Naraku. What he said really sounds like an old man at home. But this old guy is really enough. He really doesn't care about his life for money, right? You can do it. When Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, sent people to hunt down Kakuzu Hidden and the others, she realized the value of his arrangement. And the most important thing this time was to let Uchiha Itachi take the opportunity to meet Uzumaki Naruto. Then take a few days to rest. Tendo Pain looked at everyone present and said softly, after everyone has rested, each of you will perform your own tasks. Yes. Sealing the tailed beasts is a hard job, and everyone did not object to Tendo Pain's opinion, and each returned to their own residence. When Uehara Naraku looked at Scorpion of the Red Sand, he suddenly called him, Senior Scorpion, I have something to tell you. HMM. Scorpion slowly turned his head and looked at Uehara Naraku. When everyone else left, and only Deidara was left, Uehara Naraku's expression gradually became complicated. He whispered to Scorpion, Mr. Chiyo has sacrificed. It's better to tell Scorpion this news earlier. Scorpion of the Red Sand will know it sooner or later, and at that time he may have a grudge in his heart. After all, the members of the Akatsuki organization basically know that Grandma Chiyo is his grandmother. Scorpion fell silent. After a long time, he finally said, I know. Deidara was the first to raise his confusion. He asked in confusion, we were just acting. We didn't do anything too harsh, did we? It's a forbidden technique of exchanging life for life. Uehara Naraku shook his head and explained in a low voice, Miss Chiyo used her life to exchange for the resurrection of Gaara, the 5th generation Kazakage of Sand Village. It really fits her personality. Scorpion of the Red Sand shook his head gently and sighed in a low voice, for that decayed village, is it worth it? It was the same when she was a child, and it was the same when she grew up. Her vision is still so narrow, and she always values the future of that dilapidated village more. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm the only one who is heading towards eternal art. If we meet again, for the sake of each other's position, as a member of Akatsuki, I might kill her, and as a consultant of Sand Village, she might kill me. Scorpion did not show too much sadness. After becoming a human puppet, Scorpion rarely showed his emotions. After hearing the news of Chiyo's sacrifice today, Scorpion was able to stop and say a few words, which was a rare thing for him. Family affection, after all, occupies a very large weight in Scorpion's heart. After Scorpion finished talking about his attitude towards Chiyo's sacrifice, the atmosphere among them became a little heavy. Hey, Scorpion, eternity is not art. Deidara suddenly put his arm around Scorpion's shoulders and said loudly, explosion is the real art. Even if life is short, as long as it does not live up to its existence, it proves the meaning of its existence. This is the so-called art of explosion. Shut up. Scorpion glared at Deidara, but this time he did not push his teammates away. The partner system of Akatsuki organization members seems to be successful. Although everyone has always disliked their teammates, they always appear at the most appropriate time. Occasionally there will be simpets. Most members are actually very serious. Uehara Naraku looked at Scorpion, whose mood had improved a little, and said softly, if Scorpion Senpai wants to go to the tombstone of Chiyo-sama, he doesn't have to participate in the mission of capturing the three-tailed beast this time. I will explain to Lord Pain that, although we are opponents of Chiyo-sama, I have to say that I still admire her will very much. She is a respectable opponent. This sentence is persuasion, but in fact it is also a test. If Scorpion is so depressed again, then Uehara Naraku will have to give him psychological counseling. After being silent for a while, Scorpion suddenly took out a scroll and handed it to Uehara Naraku, saying softly, I heard that she has been teaching a new generation of puppeteers in the past few years. Unfortunately, she is not as old as before, and the puppets she makes are definitely not sophisticated enough, otherwise she would not fight with the puppets I made when I was a child. Uehara, you are a spy who has infiltrated the camp of the Great Ninja Village. If you have a chance, please help me hand this scroll to that little guy of the new generation, so that the puppet inheritance of the Sand Village will not disappear. This should be the last thing I do for her. Okay. Uehara Naraku nodded. It was just handing a scroll to Kankuro. It was really not a big deal. Uehara Naraku asked curiously, what's in here? Could it be the puppet of the 4th Kazakage? No. Scorpion shook his head gently and said, you gave it to me. I can't give someone else a gift that someone else gave me. These are actually what my grandmother taught me. I don't need them anymore. Now I just return them to their original owners. After that, Scorpion added softly, if you have a chance, you can help me get back the 2 puppets that my grandmother left behind. Although I made them when I was 10 years old, they are mine after all. Scorpion was talking about the 2 puppets of his father and mother. Obviously, Scorpion would never let the 2 puppets he made be used by people outside their family, not even Kankuro. Okay, let me take a look. Uehara Naraku sighed and whispered, maybe one day you will have the chance to take the 2 puppets back. Okay. Scorpion nodded, glanced at Deidara who was puffing his mouth next to him, frowned and said, okay, let's go. Deidara nodded hurriedly. Uehara Naraku looked at Scorpion leaving with Deidara, sighed slightly, and glanced at his system panel. Side quest. Let Scorpion survive. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward is the puppet Clockwork Spirit. Clockwork Spirit. Unseal a puppet girl Oriana who has been controlling the puppet to fight. She has her own combat wisdom and skills. The user can infuse her with chakra to drive the puppet girl. The minimum infusion of chakra is 10,000 points. This task is very cruel and demanding to complete. After Grandma Chiyo died, the system prompted Uehara to complete the task. Perhaps the system assumed that Grandma Chiyo would definitely be the murderer who killed Scorpion. As for the reward Uehara Naraku received, it was also generous. This puppet can completely replace him to perform some things that are not suitable for showing up. A puppet that no one knows about is always much safer, and its combat effectiveness is not low. It takes at least 10,000 chakra points just to drive it, which means that this is a puppet that can perform at the level of Cage, which is enough in this ninja world. The most important thing is that this puppet does not need to use chakra lines. Rather than saying that the Clockwork Spirit is a puppet, it is better to say that it is a robot. After returning to his residence, Uehara Naraku did not waste time. He tapped his fingers on his desk and simply summoned Uchiha Obito in the state of reincarnation. After Uchiha Obito returned the Four Tails Jinchuriki last time, he was stuffed back into the coffin by Uehara Naraku. After seeing the light of day again this time, Obito was even a little dissatisfied and said, "What dirty work do you want me to do again?" "No, I want you to meet an old friend." Uehara Naraku chuckled a few times and ordered him, "Go find Hoshigaki Kisame and let me use your body to convey his orders to him." Hoshigaki Kisame? Uchiha Obito frowned, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. "Wait, is that Kisame your man? When did this happen?" "A long time ago." Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Obito strangely. "Don't you know about this? Why do you think Kisame was able to join Akatsuki? And after I killed you, why can he still survive and live well?" This was said as a matter of course. It makes people want to beat him to death. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but want to kill himself again after hearing this. Obito couldn't help but clench his fists with mixed feelings in his heart. What the hell is going on? Damn it, no wonder he was played to death by Uehara Naraku. Hoshigaki Kisame was trained by Uchiha Obito himself. Ever since Obito controlled the 4th Mizukage, he has been carefully using Kisame, and even used him as a member of the Moon Eye project. Hoshigaki Kisame did not disappoint him. Since Uchiha Obito was still alive, he has been secretly passing on information about Uchiha Itachi. Unexpectedly, this spy who Obito thought was planted in the Akatsuki organization has always been loyal to him. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the man of Uehara Naraku, the little bastard. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth in hatred and stared at Uehara Naraku angrily. "How many things have you hidden over the years?" "Well, let me think how to describe it." Uehara Naraku spread out his palms and chuckled. "If one day, when the ninja world under the well opened the lid I placed on the wellhead, they saw the sun and the moon in the sky and thought they saw the whole world." Uehara Naraku confidently clenched his palms again. "In fact, they don't know that the world outside the well is mine, and the sun and the moon are also mine. Thank you for the Dark Star Emperor's reward. Thank you for being too good. Thank you for the reward from Flying Chocolate. Thank you for the reward from number 1 Ziffy. Thank you for the reward from Metaverse 27. Thank you all for the reward, and thank you all for the genuine support." Chapter 221 Hoshigaki Kisame. "Mr. Itachi, I know everything about you." Too arrogant. Even Uchiha Obito was the behind-the-scenes controller of Akatsuki, but he was not as arrogant as Uehara Naraku. Why doesn't this guy fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the moon? Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Obito's expression and chuckled. "TSK, judging from your expression, you are just a frog in the well of the ninja world. Go and do something." Uchiha Obito cursed in his heart and turned into a vortex of time and space and disappeared. After a while, his figure appeared in Hoshigaki Kisame's residence. Kisame was a little surprised when he saw Uchiha Obito wearing a mask. Wasn't this guy killed by Uehara? Why did he show up again? "Kisame, it's me." Uehara Naraku's voice appeared in Uchiha Obito's mouth, and he whispered, "In order to avoid waste, after I killed Uchiha Obito, I pulled his soul back from the underworld and resurrected him. Now this guy's my puppet." After being shocked for a while, Hashiga Kikisame grinned and said, as expected of Lord Uehara, even the dead can't escape your control. No need to say more about this nonsense. Uehara Naraku manipulated Uchiha Obito and continued, when you go to the land of fire this time, I will let Uchiha Obito follow you quietly. In case Uchiha Itachi rebels, you, Yuri and Mansuki may not be able to take down Uchiha Itachi. Mr. Itachi shouldn't dare, right? Hashiga Kikisame frowned and responded softly, in the past few years of getting along, Mr. Itachi has not concealed his secret care for Uchiha Sasuke in front of me. Besides, will anyone in Konoha believe him? What if he secretly leaked my information? Uehara Naraku said in a muffled voice, after all, what I have done recently is too harmful to peace. Even if Uchiha Itachi doesn't dare to rebel directly for Sasuke, I don't want to see him leaking information secretly. Hashiga Kikisame. Finally one day, Lord Uehara also realized that what he has been doing is not a human thing, and it is easy to force people into a desperate situation. Lord Uehara has really grown up. Since you know that what you are doing is not a human thing, then you should be a little more restrained. Look at today's meeting. He clearly knew that Uchiha Itachi was a brother con, but he still forced his brother in front of Uchiha Itachi. This is clearly trying to force them to death. Before you leave, go and threaten Uchiha Itachi. Uehara Naraku didn't care about that. He just continued, if my information is leaked by anyone deliberately or accidentally, I will feed Sasuke directly to the three-tailed Isabu. Hashiga Kikisame nodded and asked in confusion, Lord Uehara, this will only force Mr. Itachi to target us, right? No, he won't. Uehara Naraku chuckled and explained, because Uchiha Sasuke's life is in our hands, that guy won't be willing to take risks. He must make his brother stronger to protect himself, because he knows the code to make Sasuke stronger. The Mangekyou Sharingan is far from enough. What about the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, which will never go blind, and can even activate the eye technique of the complete Susanoo? This is the power that Uchiha Madara once used to conquer the ninja world, and compete with the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Itachi didn't dare to take risks with Uchiha Sasuke. After all, as long as Uchiha Sasuke opens the Mangekyou Sharingan, and then transplants Uchiha Itachi's eyes, he can get the legendary eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. At that time, Sasuke will definitely be the top figure in this ninja world. Uchiha Itachi has already arranged a path for his brother. How could he risk Uchiha Sasuke? Hashiga Kikisame sighed faintly and said, just because you are worried about leaking information, you have to go through so much trouble. Why not just kill Mr. Itachi? Or don't let him go to the land of fire to perform the mission together? He must go. Uehara Naraku interrupted Hashiga Kikisame's words decisively. If Uchiha Itachi didn't go to the land of fire, how could he leak the whereabouts of the Katamatsukami Sharingan? This is the main purpose of Uehara Naraku letting Uchiha Itachi go to the land of fire. As long as the Katamatsukami Sharingan is solved, Uchiha Itachi will no longer be a threat from now on, and he only needs to quietly walk into the end of his life. As for why I didn't kill him, Naraku Uehara used Uchiha Obito's body and said in a deep voice, we haven't squeezed out his last value yet. I still need to make him the last bit of nourishment for Uchiha Sasuke to become stronger. Anyway, we all know that this is what he wants, right? Well, I know. Hashiga Kikisame nodded helplessly. His boss ordered him to do so. What else could he do? Do you know why I asked you to make the interests clear to Uchiha Itachi? Naraku Uehara chuckled and said contemptuously, because he will soon be a dead man. A person who is about to reach the end of his life does not need to be too afraid. His life and death are in my hands. Hashiga Kikisame. How sad. Hashiga Kikisame couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Obito in front of him. If you count carefully, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke have always been played in the palm of Naraku Uehara. I really don't know why Lord Uehara likes to use and deceive Uchiha so much. Is it because their clan is very powerful and has value that can be used? Late at night, Hashiga Kikisame knocked on Uchiha Itachi's door. After entering, the first words that Hashiga Kikisame said made Uchiha Itachi's heart tighten. I'm sorry, Mr. Itachi, I'm really sorry to disturb you so late at night, but someone wants to use my mouth to threaten you. If any information of our organization is leaked, Uchiha Sasuke will be torn into pieces. Uchiha Itachi slowly loosened his palm and said calmly, "It's just killing Sasuke. What does it have to do with me? Anyway, I will kill him sooner or later. No need to pretend." Hashige Kikisame sat in front of Uchiha Itachi, and every word hit Uchiha Itachi's heart. Mr. Itachi killed a whole clan, just to save Uchiha Sasuke's life. Why bother to be so stubborn about this? There are very few people in the Akatsuki organization who know about this, and unfortunately, I'm one of them. Who told you? Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Itachi's palm clenched again, as if he could explode at any time. This feeling of being caught in a weak spot is very uncomfortable. Uchiha Itachi prefers to take one step and plan 3 steps, use his wisdom to hide behind the scenes, do everything flawlessly, and let those who think they can control him, until the final moment comes, they find that they have lost control. Now others don't care about those messes, and directly grab Uchiha Sasuke's life to threaten him, which makes it difficult for Uchiha Itachi to operate. When the time comes, Uchiha Itachi still wants to try to turn the tables, so he doesn't hesitate to reveal the biggest secret in his heart to Kisame. But I saved Sasuke's life at the beginning, just because my Sharingan's pupil power is about to run out, so I need Sasuke's eyes to let me regain the power of the Manjaki Sharingan. Pachi. Hashige Kikisame couldn't help laughing out loud. He waved his hands and apologized repeatedly. Sorry, I really couldn't help it." Uchiha Itachi's face suddenly looked very bad. Was he seen through? Or what? Inexplicably, he felt like a clown. Obviously, the Hashige Kikisame in front of him has always behaved like a very standard ninja, who only rigidly follows the orders from his superiors. However, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi had a vague feeling that this guy Hashige Kikisame saw through everything about him. Uchiha Itachi looked at Hashige Kikisame with an ugly expression, and after confirming this idea in his mind, he asked, "You know everything? Or have you always known it?" 2 sentences, with 2 meanings. One sentence means that Hashige Kikisame only discovered it recently, and the other sentence means that Hashige Kikisame had seen through his mind a long time ago. If it is the first one, it's okay. If it is the second one, then Uchiha Itachi really feels that he has always been a clown in Hashige Kikisame's eyes. "Sorry, I always knew it." Hashige Kikisame grinned, revealing his mouth full of shark teeth. Uchiha Itachi's heart was pounding, and his face became more and more ugly. At this moment, he finally stopped hiding his expression, and said in a deep voice, "So you have been secretly watching everything between me and Sasuke, and you are actually laughing at me in your heart, right? Damn, I'm so angry." Uchiha Itachi thought about how he tried his best to avoid Hashige Kikisame every time, and tried to secretly let Uchiha Sasuke copy his ninjutsu, and suddenly felt that he was a joke. Every time Uchiha Itachi provoked Sasuke, he would beat and insult Sasuke as a waste, thus inspiring Sasuke's hatred and unyielding will. The bastard Hashige Kikisame must be hiding and laughing beside him. I really don't want to endure this. Uchiha Itachi felt that his life in the past few years was like a circus clown, performing jokes for Hashige Kikisame every day, without stopping every day. How could this happen? Uchiha Itachi was not feeling well, and he couldn't even suppress his anger. He was an Uchiha, a very proud person. All the ninjas in the ninja world should be the ones that the Uchiha can manipulate at will, but how come he has become a laughingstock? Moreover, every time Uchiha Itachi secretly taught ninjutsu to Sasuke under the surveillance of Hashige Kikisame, he still had some contempt for Kisame in his heart. Unexpectedly, he was a huge joke in Kisame's eyes. Shame, anger. These words are far from enough to describe Uchiha Itachi's mood. He felt as if he was stripped naked and thrown under the light to be judged by Hashige Kikisame. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, looked at Hashige Kikisame, and questioned word by word. "So you know all this, but you always humiliate Sasuke in front of me. Are you deliberately provoking and testing me?" Hashige Kikisame was asked this question unexpectedly. Why did he ask this question? Shouldn't Mr. Itachi feel too ashamed at this time? Hashige Kikisame is feeling great. Before, every time Uchiha Itachi secretly tried to make Sasuke learn ninjutsu, he probably despised him in his heart for being a useless shark man who couldn't even find out such a thing. Now you know, right? He, Hashige Kikisame, knows everything. but he didn't say anything, just quietly watched you two brothers having fun. The mood was so good. It was like taking a cold shower in cold water on a hot day. The comfort was simply indescribable. As a result, when Ashigaki Kisame was secretly happy in his heart, he was asked this question by Uchiha Itachi, and he didn't know how to answer this. How to say it? Tell the truth? If Ashigaki Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi and said calmly, "What if I just speak up for Mr. Itachi?" Ashigaki Kisame looked straight into Uchiha Itachi's eyes, not afraid of the scholar Sharingan at all, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Itachi, do you really want to sacrifice yourself for a little kid? Your talent and strength are very high, and you are one of the two strongest people I have ever seen in my life. You should have a bigger stage in this ninja world. As long as you are willing to kill Sasuke, the disease is just a small trouble that is easy to solve. You will have the opportunity to truly see the truth of this world." Ashigaki Kisame was telling the truth. He really wanted to persuade Uchiha Itachi to surrender. Uchiha Itachi was the most recognized ninja in Ashigaki Kisame's heart, and Uehara Naraku was his most recognized boss. If Uchiha Itachi was willing to surrender to Uehara Naraku, then Uchiha Itachi would definitely have a bigger stage. Everyone under Uehara Naraku was equal, and he would also give them considerable rewards, including a long life, so that his subordinates would have no worries. Ashigaki Kisame learned the truth and gained powerful strength. Maingetsu Hazuki was reborn and was able to secretly protect and guide his brother. Ringo Uiori was also cured of his illness. If Uchiha Itachi had joined Uehara, according to Uehara Naraku's appreciation of Uchiha Itachi would probably have gained more, and the safety of his brother Uchiha Sasuke would definitely not be a concern. For example, Maingetsu Hazuki's brother Suigetsu Hazuki was so arrogant in the ninja world, and always made trouble for his brother. Why was he okay? Isn't it because there was a guy named Kabuto Yakushi who was secretly protecting him? As long as you are willing to surrender to my boss. Ashigaki Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi. His face became extremely serious. "Mr. Itachi, although the adult sometimes has some bad tastes and treats this world as a game, but the adult is very generous to his own people. The adult will heal your body and protect your brother. There is nothing in this world that the adult can't do. He is the god of this world. There are no gods in this world." After Uchiha Itachi shook his head calmly, he suddenly tentatively and calmly said, "Kisame, your boss is not Uchiha Obito, right?" Ashigaki Kisame curled the corners of his mouth, looked at Uchiha Itachi, and showed a playful smile. "Mr. Itachi, you already know enough today. After your trump card is mastered by others, are you sure you want to continue asking?" Chapter 222 Uchiha Itachi, please take good care of Sasuke for me. In the ninja world, the more someone knows, the more dangerous they are. Uchiha Itachi doesn't think so. He believes that he must know enough to perfect his next plan. A person who is secretly spying on him, and Sasuke is too dangerous. Especially this person actually saw through his mind, and used his feelings for Sasuke to threaten him. How can he not be on guard against such a thing? Ask. Of course he has to ask. He must continue asking. Uchiha Itachi looked at Ashigaki Kisame. He wanted to continue asking, wanting to find out from Ashigaki Kisame's words who was the mastermind behind him. "I should have seen that person, right? What you have seen is never all of him." After Ashigaki Kisame finished speaking, he chuckled and added, "Mr. Itachi, if you know enough, you and your brother will be in danger. If I don't know this, wouldn't Sasuke be in more danger? At least the threats that can be seen can be avoided, right?" After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, he began to think about and analyze Ashigaki Kisame's words. At least he could determine the target, because the person standing behind Kisame was someone he had seen. No, that's not right. This is a bit difficult to analyze, because there are too many people who meet the criteria. Everyone may have another side of themselves, and it is very difficult to simply analyze it. The person hiding behind Kisame must be hiding very deeply. Someone who has never been exposed. Instead of analyzing the ultimate black hand, it is better to analyze Kisame's companions, so that there may be a chance to find someone who meets the criteria. Return to 1. Uchiha Itachi subconsciously thought of Naraku Uehara's teammate in the organization, the guy who spoke very little, but never took action. He was given a title called Gyai by Pain. Because that guy always wore a hood, never revealed his true face, and never really took action. Undoubtedly, this person is the most suspicious. If you ask like this, will Kisame admit it? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe there is only a false answer. The most difficult thing for Uchiha Itachi is that he doesn't know anything about the man named Gie. He only knows that he is Naraku Uehara's teammate. Uchiha Itachi thought for a while, suddenly glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame, and whispered a name, Naraku Uehara. Hoshigaki Kisame subconsciously tightened his heart. Is the performance between them very obvious? Uchiha Itachi actually guessed Naraku Uehara's identity directly. To be honest, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't expect it. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi suddenly continued, Uehara Naraku. In fact, he has also become your chess piece, right? No matter who he suspected, Uchiha Itachi would not think that Uehara Naraku would be the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, this is too unreliable. Uehara Naraku relies on the favor of Konan and Bean. Almost everyone knows that Uehara Naraku will likely become the leader of the next generation of Akatsuki. And Uehara Naraku is also quite arrogant. Look at Uehara Naraku's performance at the meeting. He showed superficial respect to the old people in the organization, but directly suppressed the newcomers in the organization. He bullies the weak and takes advantage of his power. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a mastermind behind the scenes. Besides, how could a mastermind behind the scenes be friends with the genin of the 5 major national ninja villages and participate in the childish Chunin exam? Therefore, Uchiha Itachi believes that Uehara Naraku is also a chess piece. Maybe Uehara Naraku doesn't know the truth at all. Maybe Uehara Naraku may know part of the truth, but Uehara Naraku is at most a chess piece. After all, when Uchiha Itachi joined Akatsuki, Uehara Naraku was his peer and joined Akatsuki on the same day. At that time, Uchiha Itachi, 13 years old, Uehara Naraku, 12 years old. The two fought under the instigation of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi relied on the illusion advantage of Sharingan and sold a flaw to defeat Uehara directly. To be honest, Uehara Naraku was quite weak at that time. Facing a member of Uchiha, he didn't even know to avoid the sight. It is estimated that Uehara didn't know the function of Sharingan at that time, but only knew that Sharingan was very famous. Over the years, Uehara has made rapid progress. Perhaps he has the qualifications to become a chess piece. His personality has also changed a little with the growth of his strength. Uchiha Itachi thinks that Uehara Naraku is very likely a chess piece. It's no wonder that Uchiha Itachi is thinking about it. After all, a kid who saw through the reason why he created the Night of Genocide couldn't be a 12-year-old kid at that time, right? Hoshigaki Kisame's heart relaxed immediately, and his mouth curled up with a look of amazement, as expected of Mr. Itachi. Uehara Naraku is too naive, and is always easily exploited. After Hoshigaki Kisame finished speaking, he wanted to throw some dirty things on Uehara Naraku. How should I describe Uehara? We didn't treat him as a qualified chess piece. When he was in the Akatsuki organization, Uehara Naraku was a member who would do anything to fulfill the organization's mission. When he was in the Hidden Rain Village, Uehara Naraku was a guy who colluded with Konoha for the Hidden Rain Village. Even he himself didn't know how to choose. As long as someone persuades him, he will break his previous promise. This is a genius who has no ninja way of his own. He will be exploited by others in a moment, and will also break his promise in the next moment. He can't be called a chess piece at all. I understand. Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly. Uehara Naraku is a guy who can be used. If possible, maybe we can consider using Uehara Naraku to pass on information about the Akatsuki organization to Konoha. As long as Uehara Naraku is more involved with the group of ninjas in Konoha, he might reveal his flaws. Ringo Uayori and Kizuna Maingetsu are your companions. Uchiha Itachi immediately proposed to names. After all, there are 4 people from the Hidden Mist Village who have joined the Akatsuki organization. 3 of them have a good relationship, but Momochi's abuser is the only one who is subconsciously excluded by them. Wait, does that mean that Momochi's abuser may also be the mastermind behind the scenes? Because Momochi's abuser is their boss, they are unwilling to talk to Momochi's abuser, so as not to reveal flaws, and Momochi's abuser is also wrapped in bandages, so his true face cannot be seen clearly. Uchiha Itachi subconsciously began to have a headache. If you want to find the real mastermind who knows and sees through him, it is not something that can be found out in just 1 or 2 sentences. You must find a way to find it out as soon as possible. Uchiha Itachi knocked on his desk and whispered, "I will pay attention to protecting the secrets of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Will you help me protect Sasuke?" This was also a test and an inquiry. Uchiha Itachi wanted to use this to test that the person who captured the three-tailed Jinchuriki might have Hoshigaki Kisame's companions and superiors. If Hoshigaki Kisame agreed to protect Sasuke, then the person who captured the three-tailed Jinchuriki must have Hoshigaki Kisame's accomplices or even superiors. For example, Momochi's abuser, who Uchiha Itachi suspected. "Don't worry." Hoshigaki Kisame grinned at Uchiha Itachi and chuckled. "It seems that we can only make this deal. Mr. Itachi really doesn't want to join us? To be honest, I'm very tempted." Uchiha Itachi looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and whispered, "But before joining an unknown group, I should at least know your purpose, leader and existing members, right?" "Then there is no way." Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi with regret, sighed softly and said, "In fact, recruiting Mr. Itachi is my selfish desire. I can't bear to see a ninja like Mr. Itachi disappear. I can only report to my boss after Mr. Itachi agrees. After all, in the eyes of my boss, Mr. Itachi is a very troublesome person. He may not like Mr. Itachi to join us, and I need to spend a lot of effort to convince him to agree to accept Mr. Itachi and your brother." Hoshigaki Kisame said this as if their small group was quite remarkable and there was a VIP threshold system. However, it was indeed remarkable. Uchiha Itachi looked at Hoshigaki Kisame in surprise and seemed to be unable to react for a while. It turned out that Hoshigaki Kisame had been recruiting him. Was it Kisame's own idea? His superiors actually didn't agree or even know about it? What does this mean? Uchiha Itachi's brain turned quickly and he immediately realized a terrible fact. That is, the person behind Kisame probably thought that Uchiha Itachi had no value in existence or simply foresaw that he was about to die. Yes. Since that person could see through that he exterminated his clan to protect his brother and did a series of things for his brother, how could he not see through the possibility of Uchiha Itachi's death? The person behind the scenes didn't leave him any place at all. It's not that Uchiha Itachi boasted, but he knew his strength and could definitely be among the best in the entire Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi himself is not a worthless person. It's just because the person behind the scenes knew that Uchiha Itachi wanted to die, so the person behind the scenes simply gave up on him. But Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame who was sitting in front of him, looking at this teammate who had been together for many years. But Hoshigaki Kisame didn't want to see Uchiha Itachi's death, so he took the initiative to recruit Uchiha Itachi to join them. This is an extremely dangerous move. Either Hoshigaki Kisame knew that these things didn't matter and would not have any impact on the people behind him, or Hoshigaki Kisame risked being executed by his superiors. Uchiha Itachi couldn't tell. Uchiha Itachi knew one thing clearly: his teammates wanted to save him. According to what Uehara Naraku said at the meeting, when Sasuke returns with them after capturing the three-tailed beast, the two Uchiha brothers will have a life and death duel. Uchiha Itachi was actually ready to die. It's just that before he died, Hoshigaki Kisame saw through it all early on, so he wanted to help him. "Thank you, Kisame." Uchiha Itachi stared at Hoshigaki Kisame, and after a moment of silence, he continued, "I have seen my own destiny, I have seen through what kind of person I am, and I have found the path I want to take." Uchiha Itachi rejected Kisame straightforwardly. On the night of the genocide, Uchiha Itachi had already prepared an ending for himself in advance, and would never change it for anything. Even though he admired Kisame as a teammate very much. "Mr. Itachi." Hoshigaki Kisame's face suddenly became ugly, and he grinned and showed an ugly smile. "I took a big risk, can't you consider it? After all, I don't want to lose my partner." "Sorry, Kisame." Uchiha Itachi stretched out his hand on Hoshigaki Kisame's shoulder and whispered, "In fact, you should know, right? The person standing behind you didn't reserve a place for me at all." Hoshigaki Kisame's figure froze for a moment. Uchiha Itachi looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and continued, "You have to forget the unnecessary words you said to me tonight, and I will forget them too, understand?" Don't put yourself in danger. I know. Hashiga Kikisame stood up, revealing a mouthful of shark teeth. Then let's do this. Remember, Mr. Itachi, you must never leak the organization's intelligence to anyone. This is the price we pay for protecting Sasuke. If you leak it, even if it's just a clue, we have a way to find out the source of the intelligence. We are not without spies in the 5 major countries. I remember. Uchiha Itachi nodded, and when he looked at the tall figure of Hashiga Kikisame who was about to leave, he suddenly said, "Wait, Kisame, if the person behind you wants to win over Sasuke, I hope you can take good care of Sasuke." After a moment of silence, Hashiga Kikisame nodded and said, "Even if Sasuke is not Mr. Itachi's favorite brother, he has been my teammate for several years. I will not sit idly by. Then I'll be relieved." Uchiha Itachi nodded. After Hashiga Kikisame left, Uchiha Itachi suddenly covered his mouth, and drops of blood oozed from his fingers. His body was about to collapse. So when he returned to the Land of Fire this time, he had to find a way to plan Sasuke's future. Sarutobi Hiruzen died, Shimura Danzo disappeared, and no one knew about Uchiha Itachi's past. If Sasuke's location was not found in Konoha, perhaps entrusting him to his friend Kisame might not be a bad idea. The 3rd update is here. So nice. Do you like the bond of Akatsuki? It shouldn't have changed the character setting. Chapter 223 Black Zetsu. There are some things you don't need to know. Hashiga Kikisame completed his mission. When Kisame returned to his room, he reported to Uehara Naraku through the impure world reincarnation of Uchiha Obito, and conveyed every detail of his conversation with Uchiha Itachi to Uehara Naraku. At the end, Hashiga Kikisame's face showed some regret. Mr. Itachi is really a good teammate. Lord Uehara, can we only watch him walk towards death step by step? Kisame, you did a good job this time. Uehara Naraku would not be stingy with his praise for his subordinates, and he did not blame Hashiga Kikisame for helping him to recruit Uchiha Itachi. Uehara looked at Kisame, who had a somewhat sad face, and sighed, "But you don't have to worry too much. Under my control, there is no boundary between life and death. Even if Uchiha Itachi dies, you two still have a chance to meet again. Otherwise, look at the example of Uchiha Obito. Even if he dies, I can pull him back from the underworld." Uchiha Obito. Hashiga Kikisame. Lord Uehara, can't you be a serious person? A living person and a dead person, how can they be the same? It's just that Uehara Naraku's original intention was to comfort him, and Hashiga Kikisame had no choice but to nod to show that he was comforted. Hashiga Kikisame was still a little curious. When Uchiha Itachi was reincarnated by Uehara Naraku in the future, he found out that the mastermind behind the scenes was actually Uehara Naraku, that is, the first dancer he eliminated. How would Mr. Itachi feel at that time? It really makes people curious. Uehara Naraku tilted his head in his room and controlled Uchiha Obito to continue, but Uchiha Itachi rejected your recruitment, which is also a lack of face for me. His courage is greater than his brain. Shouldn't he be taught a lesson before he dies? Hashiga Kikisame was stunned, and with an embarrassed look on his face, he persuaded, "Lord Uehara, Mr. Itachi's life has been very pitiful. Uchiha Itachi was almost forced to death by you, Lord Uehara. Instead of giving him a way to live, can't you let him go well? Although Uchiha Itachi will be resurrected soon after his death as a tool in Uehara Naraku's hands. What a sad life." Hashiga Kikisame felt a little sad. Even though Mr. Itachi possessed the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan, he did not really see his own destiny clearly. "I'm teaching him a lesson for his own good." Uehara Naraku tilted his head and issued his own order against Uchiha Itachi. "After you come back from the Fire Country, Uchiha Obito or Kisame, go tell Uchiha Itachi some truths." "What truths?" Hashiga Kikisame asked in surprise. Could it be that Lord Uehara can no longer hold back and wants to step forward? Of course not. It's not the right time yet. Uehara Naraku chuckled, looked at Hashiga Kikisame and said, "The truth I want to tell him is, of course, the truth that is controlled by us. The truth of a dark Konoha. I guess Uchiha Itachi will definitely find a way to contact and test the Konoha ninjas when he goes to the Fire Country this time. He will definitely try to send his brother back to Konoha. When Uchiha Itachi comes back, let him experience despair. Let Uchiha Itachi know that Uchiha Sasuke actually has only one way to go, and that is to join us and become our future pawn. Hashiga Kikisame asked with interest, shouldn't we let Uchiha Sasuke become our companion? Why do you have such an idea? There was some disgust in Uehara Naraku's voice, and he said extremely unhappily, do you think Uchiha Sasuke will be willing to be someone else's subordinate? He is obviously not that strong, but he thinks he is very great. Will he be willing to be my subordinate? It seems so. Hashiga Kikisame pushed his forehead with a headache. That brat Uchiha Sasuke always looks down on others, even though he has suffered enough lessons. The pride born in Uchiha still makes him not know how to be humble. Okay, that's it. Uehara Naraku's will disappeared in Uchiha Obito, leaving only the last words. Kisame, then you just wait a few days to go to the Fire Country to assist Senior Kikuzu in the mission. Obito, you are responsible for secretly monitoring Uchiha Itachi. Okay, I understand. Only Hashiga Kikisame and Uchiha Obito were left in the room. The two former subordinates and superiors met again in this way of separation. Hashiga Kikisame grinned and chuckled. Sir Obito, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect that we are companions again now. Hashiga Kikisame, you. Uchiha Obito looked at Hashiga Kikisame with gritted teeth. When did you join the team of that brat Uehara Naraku? It was a long time ago. Hashiga Kikisame's answer was exactly the same as Uehara Naraku's. But Hashiga Kikisame added, about 8 years ago, when Lord Obito still called himself Uchiha Madara, he gave me an order to find Lord Uehara and teach him a profound lesson. As a result, I saw that Lord Uehara was extremely talented, possessed great power at the age of 12, and was not like those guys who hid their heads and showed their tails. So I decided to offer my loyalty to Lord Uehara on the spot, and then I became a spy planted by Lord Uehara. Uchiha Obito, what you said sounds like the truth. Where is the ninja character of this guy Kisame? Where is your loyalty to me? After meeting Uehara Naraku, did you throw your loyalty to your former boss to the wind? Those are all in the past, and I don't want to mention them. Hashiga Kikisame looked at Uchiha Obito and smiled, then continued slowly, now we are all companions under Lord Uehara, we must get along well. Uchiha Obito was almost pissed off. He sullenly turned into a vortex of time and space and disappeared. I'm going to monitor that guy Uchiha Itachi. In fact, it would be better for him to be angry here. If Uchiha Obito appeared in Uehara Naraku's room, he would find that Uehara Naraku was really not a human being, and it was too unfair for him to be a human being. Because Black Zetsu happened to find Uehara Naraku. Therefore, Uehara, who had just temporarily left Uchiha Obito's body with his will, could only start to throw dirty water on Obito again. Senior Zetsu. Uehara Naraku was also unambiguous and directly started to throw dirty water on Obito. Although Uchiha Obito did not show up when we collected the one tail and the two tail, we still have to be extra careful with him. That's right. Black Zetsu's voice was very solemn. Originally, Black Zetsu had been worried about the elusive Uchiha Obito, so he said directly, so this time, when you go to the land of water to capture the three tails, you can look for the whereabouts of Kabuto Yakushi and see if you can bring him back. After that, Black Zetsu's voice hesitated again. Some time ago, when you went to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki, the white Zetsu that I placed next to Kabuto Yakushi to monitor him disappeared. I suspect that he might have taken him away as an experimental material, so I have no way to find his whereabouts for the time being. Uehara Naraku. Well, his subordinates are quite promising. It is estimated that Kabuto Yakushi also used the white Zetsu coat that he controlled to search in reverse, and found a white Zetsu that was monitoring him, and simply used the white Zetsu that was monitoring him as an experimental material. Uehara Naraku nodded casually and agreed. As for whether he could find Kabuto Yakushi, it was not an easy task. After all, Kabuto Yakushi was the successor of Orochimaru, but he was slippery and hard to catch. After talking about the troubles of Uchiha Obito and Kabuto Yakushi, Black Zetsu looked at Uehara Naraku and continued, in addition, there is another thing, that is about the two brothers Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Huh? What's the matter? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, looked at Black Zetsu with some curiosity and said, won't Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke start dueling after we seal the three tails? I think you shouldn't make your relationship with them too stiff. Black Zetsu looked at Uehara Naraku's curious expression and smiled sinisterly. After all, after the life and death duel between the brothers, the strength of the winner will increase rapidly, and they can also become our pawns. Uehara Naraku was a little speechless. There are quite a few people who are eyeing Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, but it is normal for Black Zetsu to target them. After all, Black Zetsu knows the difference between the Mangekyou Sharingan and the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, so Black Zetsu has always been very concerned about those Uchiha who have brothers. In history, the Pacific War between the Uchiha brothers was simply wonderful and full of ups and downs, and the explanations of the two gold medal commentators, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Maybe, this time the battle between the Uchiha brothers will still be explained by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, but this time there may be more viewers. Senior Zetsu. Uehara Naraku looked at Black Zetsu and asked this question curiously. Why does the strength of the winner between the Uchiha brothers increase rapidly? This is the secret of the Uchiha clan. A sinister smile appeared on Zetsu's face, and he said in a cold voice, maybe Itachi or Sasuke in the future may be stronger than you. It's too long to talk about it, so we won't say it anymore. Black Zetsu interrupted White Zetsu and said softly, only a few people know about this. It is useless for people other than the Uchiha clan to know it, so there is no need for you to know about it. Uehara Naraku. Damn, the relationship has faded again. With Black Zetsu's attitude towards his own people, who would be willing to work with him? No wonder the only two people left in the Moon Project are spies undercover beside him. As expected, even after living for 1,000 years, Black Zetsu still hasn't learned the art of commanding subordinates. In this life, he can only be an ordinary think tank, and will always be a vassal of others. Uehara Naraku looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu merging into a pitcher plant and disappearing in front of him, and couldn't help but curling the corners of his mouth. Just because he is not Uchiha, you refuse to tell him the truth? This guy really thinks he is in control of everything? In the next few days of rest, the members of Akatsuki who like to connect privately connected everywhere, and those who like to stay at home stayed at home to rest until the official mission was launched. Capture the three-tailed Isabu, Uehara Naraku, Deidara, Akagisa no Scorpion, Momochi's abuser, Uchiha Sasuke. Earn funds for the organization. Kakuzu, Hidden, Hashigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Hazuki Mangetsu, Ringo Ayuri. Intelligence personnel, Zetsu. Stay at the base, Nagato, Pain, Kagura Kimimero, Haku. 2 updates in the afternoon, the old time, 5:30. Thank you for the 5,000 reward from Oriole Kikuju. Thank you for the reward from the Dark Star Emperor. Thank you for the reward from Baben ZCY. Thank you for the reward from Metaverse 27. Thank you for the reward from Nicholas Wan Fugi. Thank you for the reward from Huayu Unshin. Thank you for the reward from Otsutsuki Fuchin. Thank you for the reward from the white-haired foot-picking man. Thank you for the reward from the author. You are so hot. Thank you for the reward from the blank 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 white old friend. Thank you all for the reward. Thank you all for the genuine support from the book friends. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Sasuke's Examiner. Before leaving, Deidara had a quarrel with Hidden as usual. Deidara was half mentally retarded plus funny, while Hidden was a pure idiot plus fool. So of course Deidara could not win the quarrel with Hidden, because Hidden would lower Deidara's IQ and then use his rich experience to win the quarrel. After losing the quarrel this time, Deidara's eyes slowly moved to look at Uehara Naraku, which made Uehara Naraku's heart jump. Hey, Uehara, where is your summoning beast? Deidara puffed up his mouth, stared with wide eyes, and described Uehara's ancient dragon with gestures. It's the one that screams aloud. Quickly spit the bastard Hidden to death. Deidara also tried to use his voice to imitate the cry of the ancient dragon, but he didn't simulate any domineering power at all, but instead seemed a little funny. Everyone looked at Deidara sideways. What kind of summoning beast screams so cutely? Uehara Naraku also glared at Deidara speechlessly. Your summoning beast screams aloud. Hey, Uehara, hurry up. Deidara stretched out his arms and urged loudly, hurry up and summon your summoned beast. If you do me a favor this time, I can make a super large C2 dragon for you to play with next time. No need, there is something wrong with your aesthetics. Uehara Naraku shook his head, slowly closed his palms, formed a summoning hand seal, and whispered, ninja lore, summoning technique. After a huge summoning spell was formed, an ancient dragon flew in the air a moment later. Some people who had never seen an ancient dragon frowned involuntarily. The summoned beast was really huge, and its momentum was amazingly strong. Even people like Hidden and Kakuzu who didn't care much about summoned beasts couldn't help but watch the ancient dragon land in front of Uehara Naraku. It's really surprising. Hashiga Kikisane grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Uehara, the combat power of each summoned beast is beyond cognition. When they first met, the deep sea titan summoned by Uehara Naraku exhausted all of Hashiga Kikisane's chakra. But now this summoned beast is undoubtedly more powerful than that deep sea titan. Deidara quickly climbed to the top of the ancient dragon's head, occupying a position with the best view, and pointed at Hidden on the ground, mumbling and urging, hurry up, spray that guy to death with one mouthful. Unfortunately, the ancient dragon did not obey Deidara's order, but looked around slowly, waiting for Uehara Naraku's order. Let's go up. Uehara Naraku took off into the air and landed beside Deidara, and the red sand scorpion also flew up directly with the help of the puppet line. Momochi's abuser and Uchiha Sasuke rode this kind of mount for the first time. They took a few steps to jump up, their bodies still swaying a little. Deidara greeted them enthusiastically like the master of the ancient dragon. Ha 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 ha, hurry up and use your chakra to absorb it, otherwise you may be thrown off on the road, but it will be very fun on the road. Uehara Naraku looked at him speechlessly. The reason why Deidara insisted on carrying out the mission with him was to take his ancient dragon mount for a ride. Zabuza Momochi glanced at Uehara Naraku and couldn't help but ask curiously, where is this summoning beast from? It seems that this kind of ninja beast has never appeared in the ninja world. The ninja world is very big. Uehara Naraku chuckled and continued, this is the summoning scroll I got from Orochimaru before. Who knew it would be such a big thing? It can be used as our flying tool to avoid wasting time on the road. The scroll from Orochimaru? Uchiha Sasuke frowned. If he had not been forcibly taken to the Akatsuki organization by Uehara Naraku, Uchiha Itachi, Hashiga Kikisane and others, but had surrendered to Orochimaru, would he have had the opportunity to get such a flying summoning beast? To be honest, Sasuke was really envious. Sasuke was only 16 years old this year, and he was in the prime of his youth. How could he not like such a powerful and flying summoning beast? Uchiha Sasuke found another reason to hate Uchiha Itachi. If Uchiha Itachi hadn't forced him to join the Akatsuki organization, maybe he would have such an ancient dragon now. Of course, Sasuke didn't know that the reason why Uchiha Itachi forced him to join the Akatsuki organization was because the two guys next to him, Uehara Naraku and Hashiga Kikisane, were not good guys. They threatened to kill Sasuke if he didn't join Akatsuki. Let's go. Uehara Naraku looked down at the giant beast under him. Roar. The ancient dragon rose from the ground, flapped its wings, and hovered in the air for a while, and flew towards the direction of the land of water according to Uehara Naraku's order. After Uehara Naraku and the others left, everyone's eyes were involuntarily on Kakuzu. Hidden was even more blunt and said, hey, Kakuzu, where's your summoning beast? Let everyone sit with it too. Shut up. Kakuzu interrupted Hidden with a muffled voice, looked up at the giant dragon flying away in the sky, and murmured in a low voice, if the mission is carried out in this way, the travel speed will be very fast, and it can save time, and thus save a lot of unnecessary expenses. It seems that when selecting reinforcement for missions in the future, we can give priority to that kid Uehara Naraku. Hey, you only think about money. Hidden yelled at his partner in a bad temper. I hate money the most. Money is a blasphemy against the evil god. Hashiga Kikisane, Uchiha Itachi, Maingetsu Hazuki, Ringo Ayuri. What kind of teammates are these? Hashiga Kikisane, Hazuki Maingetsu and Ringo Ayuri exchanged glances obscurely. It was obvious that the three of them knew very well that assisting Kakuzu in carrying out the mission this time was secondary, and monitoring or supervising Uchiha Itachi's actions was the main thing. After the group left, a space-time vortex appeared behind them, revealing the figure of Uchiha Obito. The next second, Uchiha Obito turned into a space-time vortex again, and caught up with Kakuzu and his group. Uchiha Itachi received super generous treatment for this mission. There were a total of 4 ninjas who were responsible for supervising him openly or secretly, and with the overt threat of Hoshigaki Kisame, I believe he would be very well behaved. Kakuzu didn't know the undercurrents of Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi and others who assisted their team in carrying out the mission. He was only interested in making money. Kakuzu was such a pure person. Kakuzu flipped through the map and the bounty booklet of the gold exchange in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the fire temple first, kill this guy named Jilu, and then go to the gold exchange to get the bounty of 30 million taels, and then see if there is a chance to kill a few Konoha ninjas and earn more bounties." Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled and opposed Kakuzu's opinion. "If I remember correctly, in order to avoid casualties, we are forbidden to attack the ninja village without Pain's permission, right? Even to capture the tailed beasts, there must be a team of at least 4 people. It's just to get some bodies of Konoha ninjas in exchange for money." Kakuzu glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame and said sinisterly, "If you are afraid of death, Hidden and I can go. You can go back now. They are the immortal duo. I really can't understand why that guy Uehara Naraku insisted on letting this group of guys follow them to make money. Since they are here, they can't just be soy sauce. The Akatsuki organization dispatched 6 people. They can't just kill one Jilu, right?" Kakuzu flipped through the wanted list in his hand, frowned and asked, "This guy named Sarutobi Asuma was also one of the 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire. He is 5 million more valuable than Jilu's body. Uchiha Itachi, do you have any information about him?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, "I only remember that Mr. Asuma is the second son of the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, and I don't know the rest of the information." "Mr. Itachi, are you serious?" Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and chuckled. "We met that guy when we sneaked into Konoha. He seemed to be good at using a chakra knife and fire escape ninjutsu." Uchiha Itachi frowned and said, "Is that true?" "Of course that's true." Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled and continued to answer, "Didn't you injure Kakashi in that battle?" Uehara Naraku was still an intern at that time. He was waiting for us outside Konoha. I remember you lent him some money before we sneaked into Konoha. Forgot? Uchiha Itachi raised his eyebrows. HMPH, you even forgot about the money? Kakuzu snorted coldly and looked at Uchiha Itachi with disdain. "You can even forget such an important thing as lending money to others. Your memory is really not in line with your age." "Maybe." Uchiha Itachi shook his head indifferently. A breeze blew his hair in the face. While the team here was still trying to move towards the direction of the fire temple, Uehara Naraku and others on the other side had arrived in the land of water on the ancient dragon. After all, flying is always faster than walking. The situation in the land of water is a bit tense. Because of the news brought by Mainjet Sukizuki and the Akatsuki organization's big move to capture the tailed beasts, Meditarumi had to be careful. Unfortunately, the Hidden Mist village did not select a suitable Jinchuriki and could only temporarily drive the 3-tailed Isabu to a place that was conducive to defense. Meditarumi dispatched thousands of Kirigakure ninjas to station near the 3-tailed Isabuki. The densely packed strongholds almost surrounded the 3-tailed Isabuki's position. Even a bird flying in needed permission from the Kirigakure ninjas. According to the information she got from Konoha, the members of the Akatsuki organization captured the tailed beasts very quickly, before finding a suitable jinkriki and a sealing technique that was sure to seal it. Meditarumi could only take this stupid way to protect the 3-tailed Isabuki. After a night of flying, in the early morning, when Uehara Naraku and the others arrived here, they were also surprised by the number of Kirigakure ninjas. They didn't expect that ninjas would have to protect the tailed beasts one day. How stupid. Deidara used his telescope to look at the densely packed Kirigakure ninjas on the ground, revealing a pure and flawless smile. The entire sand village was completely destroyed by this guy Uehara. How did they think these people could stop us? Shut up. The red sand scorpion glanced at Deidara unhappily. What's wrong with his teammates? After all, the sand village is his hometown. Doesn't this guy know how to be shy? And he always brings it up. I really want to sew Deidara's broken mouth shut. Uehara Naraku ordered the ancient dragon to land on a barren mountain, tapped his arm, and said, "Okay, let's find a place to discuss tactics first. Does this still require tactics?" Deidara looked at Uehara Naraku with a dead fish eye. "You let this big guy fly over, I stand on him, and drop the C-318 to blow everyone away, and then let Sasuke, the little brat, catch the three tails. Isn't that the end of it?" "That won't do." Uehara Naraku glanced at Uchiha Sasuke's solemn face, chuckled and said, "After all, I'm Sasuke's chief examiner. I have to clear a suitable examination room for the students taking the exam." Chapter 225. Uehara, your puppet is very artistic. Uchiha Sasuke takes the test of capturing the three-tailed Isabu very seriously. Uehara Naraku mentioned in the Akatsuki meeting that only after he successfully captures the three-tailed will he be given a fair chance to fight Uchiha Itachi to the death. To be honest, it is really uncomfortable to have one's life and even one's every move controlled by others, but this is the only way to revenge. Sasuke's heart is actually very confused. In addition to killing Uchiha Itachi, he can only abandon all other distractions. For example, Uzumaki Naruto, Hatake Kakashi, Hiruno Sakura, Team 7, all must be abandoned. There is nothing more important than killing Uchiha Itachi. As for the others, he can only talk about it after he kills Itachi. Sasuke thinks he can try to return to Konoha, bring back the information of Akatsuki, and then continue to play the ninja game with Team 7 to revive the reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. However, sometimes, Sasuke also thought that he should replace Uchiha Itachi's position in Akatsuki and become a formal member of Akatsuki, making waves like these members of Akatsuki, becoming a powerful person feared by everyone, and getting a title similar to Uchiha Itachi. Sharingan Sasuke, or Avenger Sasuke or something like that. If he wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi, he had to exchange for a duel opportunity allowed by Akatsuki. To get this opportunity, he had to capture the three-tailed Isabu alone. It was really annoying. Why did his revenge have to be allowed by Akatsuki? After Sasuke was angry for a while, he suddenly felt a little fortunate. If he had not joined Akatsuki, and was not an intern of Akatsuki, if he wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi, wouldn't he have to be enemies with the entire Akatsuki organization, this group of monsters? The rules of the exam are as follows. Uehara Naraku's voice interrupted Uchiha Sasuke's wild thoughts, and he quickly listened attentively, hoping to find something that was beneficial to him. The exam rules formulated by Uehara Naraku also included the tactics for capturing the three-tailed beast, which was also for his own mission. In an hour, I will attack the hidden mist village. If nothing unexpected happens, these mist ninjas will choose to return to defend. When they return to defend, it will be your time to act. From that moment on, you must capture the three-tailed Isabu alive within 3 hours. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Deidara, Scorpion and others. 3 hours, is that enough? For me, half an hour is enough. Enough. Deidara and Scorpion nodded each other. As for Zabuza Momochi who was standing next to him, he was a little hesitant, but he also nodded. Damn, these crazy people from the Akatsuki organization actually let Uchiha Sasuke go to catch the three-tail alone. This Uchiha brat will be beaten to death by the three-tail. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and asked in a low voice, what if the hidden mist ninjas stationed near the three-tail do not evacuate? What if Uehara Naraku's plan was discovered after he attacked the hidden mist village? Does he have to continue the assessment of capturing the three-tail? Isn't this nonsense? There are thousands of Kirigakure ninjas near the three-tailed Isabu. Even if Sasuke thinks he is strong, he can't survive under the siege of thousands of ninjas. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku chuckled and suddenly spread his palms. They will definitely transfer the ninjas here back. If Kirigakure is on the verge of extinction, even if she knows that it is a conspiracy of the Akatsuki organization, Terumi Mei will definitely transfer the reinforcements stationed near the three-tailed Isabu back. Compared with a tailed beast, the safety of the village is more important. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking confidently, he looked at Sasuke and added, remember, you only have 3 hours, because I will send people to count this time. Understood. Uchiha Sasuke nodded seriously. If Uehara Naraku really creates a suitable environment for him, 3 hours should be enough for him to get rid of the three-tailed Isabu. The last time the two-tailed Jinchuriki was captured, Uchiha Sasuke was fortunate to participate once, and he barely learned some experience. As long as he was careful not to let the tailed beast release the tailed beast ball, Sasuke was really confident enough to capture the three-tailed Isabuki. After all, he still had some information about the three-tailed beast. However, when he thought about the way he obtained the information, Sasuke felt a little unhappy. Uchiha Itachi, that bastard. When they met by chance at the base a few days ago, Uchiha Itachi said to Sasuke very contemptuously that Sasuke would never be a match for the three-tailed Isabuki because Uchiha Itachi had fought with the previous generation of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, Kuratachi Yagira, and suffered a lot. Uchiha Itachi believed that Sasuke had no chance of surviving the attack of the three-tailed Isabuki. First of all, the defense of the three-tailed Isabuki was very strong, and the little physical skills that Sasuke mastered could not play any role at all, and the little fire ninjutsu that Uchiha Sasuke mastered could hardly cause any substantial damage to the three-tailed beast, but would be restrained by the water ninjutsu of the three-tailed beast. Uchiha Itachi told Sasuke without hesitation that the only ninjutsu in the world that could break the defense of the three-tailed beast was the Amaterasu technique of his Manjaki Sharingan. The endless black flame that could burn even fire could defeat the three-tailed Isabu. But Uchiha Itachi said contemptuously that he didn't need to use Amaterasu at all. He only needed the illusion of the Manjaki Sharingan to easily control the three-tailed beast. Uchiha Sasuke, who didn't have the Manjaki Sharingan, could not directly control the three-tailed Isabu with the illusion of the three Magatama Sharingan, even if he was proficient in the use of illusions. At most, he could only control it for a few seconds. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but think of Uchiha Itachi's last words. Stupid brother, without the Manjaki Sharingan, you are just a worthless waste. I can easily defeat the three tails with the Manjaki Sharingan, but your strength can't even break its scales. If you want to challenge me after capturing the three tails, then desperately recall the pain I gave you. Only pain and hatred can make you have the same eyes as me and make you a waste, qualified to stand in front of me. That bastard. After recalling Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but curse secretly. He slowly stroked his eyes and said contemptuously, Uchiha Itachi, I have to thank you for your arrogance, so that I can get the information about the three tails. That devil-like brother is so arrogant. Uchiha Itachi treated his brother like a high god treating an ant, but he had no idea that an ant had spent years secretly collecting his information through his every move and every word. Uchiha Sasuke was very confident. With his understanding of Uchiha Itachi over the years and targeted training, he would definitely be able to defeat and kill Uchiha Itachi head-on if he was given a chance to duel. What are you thinking about? Uehara Naraku brought Uchiha Sasuke back to reality with one sentence. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, stroked his eye sockets, and whispered, nothing, I'm just thinking about when I can officially start the action. After all, I can't wait to catch the three-tailed beast, and then go back to kill that guy Itachi. Uehara Naraku looked at Sasuke strangely, nodded and said, okay, it's good that you have this confidence. After all, we were comrades in the Chunin exam. If you can really kill Uchiha Itachi, I will recognize your strength and let you replace him. Oh. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up immediately. If he remembered correctly, Uchiha Itachi had defeated Uehara Naraku. If he could defeat Uchiha Itachi, wouldn't his strength have surpassed Uehara Naraku? No, things can't be counted like that. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uehara Naraku and put forward a request. Hey, Uehara, if I can defeat the three-tailed Isabu, you come and fight with me. I want to use you to test my own strength. Before Uehara Naraku could say anything, Deidara looked at Uchiha Sasuke first and said in difficulty, hey, kid, are you crazy? You actually want to challenge this guy Uehara? After a moment, Deidara stroked his chin with his fingers again and refuted his own words. It seems possible. Although Uehara's brain and summon beasts are powerful, except for that time when he created a super volcano, we have never seen him really take action. Maybe his own strength is not strong? Idiot. Scorpion of the Red Sand couldn't help but glare at Deidara and said in a deep voice, even if you haven't seen Uehara take action, you should remember that he killed the ninja demigod Salamander Hanzo, the fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage. Zabuza Momochi added in a muffled voice, He also killed the 4th Mizukage of our hidden mist village, Kuritomi Yagura. Huh? Is that true? Uehara Naraku turned his head curiously and looked at Zabuza Momochi, scratched the back of his head and said, Yagura's strength is just average. I really forgot that I did such a thing. Zabuza Momochi felt that Uehara Naraku was targeting him. When Zabuza himself assassinated Yagura, he risked most of his life, but he couldn't get rid of Yagura. But Yagura was easily solved by Uehara Naraku. Zabuza Momochi really felt that Uehara Naraku was taking the opportunity to insult him. Unfortunately, Zabuza knew that he couldn't beat Uehara. Momochi's Zabuza snorted coldly and said dissatisfiedly, I remember that you were only 12 years old at that time. It's normal to forget after so many years. TSK, who would remember such a small thing? Uehara Naraku waved his hand indifferently. He really didn't want to remember those opponents who could not pose a threat at all. Moreover, with his current strength, there was no one in the entire ninja world who could be his opponent. It was estimated that only when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were resurrected would he have the desire to challenge them. Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at Uchiha Sasuke, looked at him seriously, and said word by word, after you successfully capture the Three Tails, I will fight with you. Uehara Naraku spoke, slowly spread out his palms, and clenched them again, and added, I can understand your idea very well. You want to challenge an opponent who can test your strength before fighting Uchiha Itachi. So I will simulate Uchiha Itachi's fighting style as much as possible. I can simulate illusions, physical techniques, and ninjutsu as much as possible, except for the eye techniques of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and refused. No need. What I want is for you to show all your strength. Huh? All your strength? Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke and couldn't help but chuckled. He raised one of his fingers, and unparalleled confidence gradually emerged on his face. Sasuke, don't be too confident. I agree to fight with you as a reward for you to defeat the Three Tails. Uchiha Sasuke's face turned ugly again, as if he had returned to the time when he was ravaged by Uehara in the Chunin exam. He gritted his teeth and said, then let's talk about it after I catch the three-tailed beast. Let's start quickly, I can't wait. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke's expression with satisfaction, and said softly, we will set out to attack the Hidden Mist Village now. The Hidden Mist Village will send reinforcement here soon. They are about 4 hours away from here, which means you still have 4 hours of rest and replenishment time. Understood. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. Uehara Naraku looked at Sasuke, who was checking his equipment and supplies, and smiled. But since it's an exam, of course someone has to be responsible for monitoring you. Summoning technique. A puff of smoke appeared in front of everyone. Just when everyone was surprised, a very beautiful female mechanical puppet appeared next to Uehara Naraku. Her body was made up of small pieces of alloy, tightly forming a sophisticated puppet. However, this puppet seemed to have not yet activated the chakra line. It stood there with its head down, without any movement. It was hard to tell how it worked. However, the appearance of this puppet alone was enough to amaze people. Even the mechanical face was quite beautiful, as if it was a teenage girl. It was Naraku Uehara's puppet, the clockwork spirit Oriana. Scorpion's eyes tightened, and he couldn't help but praise the puppet. It's incredible that such a sophisticated puppet can be made. Uehara, did you make this puppet, or did the leader give it to you? Actually, Orochimaru made it. Uehara Naraku spread his hands and threw the black pot on Orochimaru. His palm fell on the clockwork spirit, and after infusing 50,000 chakras into her body, he whispered, wake up, Oriana. Click, click. The mechanical sound gradually sounded. The clockwork behind the puppet gradually turned. Pieces of alloy began to turn, and gradually formed a round magic puppet in the hand of the puppet, floating in the center of her palm. The next moment, the body of the puppet suddenly emitted a deep blue light, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. A gentle mechanical female voice came out of her mouth. We will help you kill the enemy. This must be very interesting. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.